Alright, good morning everyone. I realized I forgot to make my final thumbnail for later today. Do that right now. Also, I have a cup of coffee near me. I'm not using the webcam today because I'm going to be streaming for like 8 hours and I just don't feel like it. But, yes. Alright. And we're hopefully getting the ad out of the way on Twitch. I think I pressed that button. I realized I was applying multiple drop shadows to some of my text. Accidentally, I was layering them. And that made it look much more drop shadowy than I had intended. Alright. Text updated. Lovely. Alright, so we got more Thalassocracy today. We'll have the Snek, the Viper, playing. We have a draft. I only see one of the drafts. Where are we at? Website. There you are, in time for both of the drafts. Transition. We also make this a bit darker. Which I do using the very scientific process of copying and pasting. Also, I'm gonna have at some point, I'm gonna need to pause and take a phone call because I'm waiting for my doctor's office to call me back. I'm scheduling appointments and I need them to call me back. It's like AoE2 scheduling, but with more components. So we're gonna have Aquarina and Migration for Sitaux, Seychelles and Nomad for Viper. What's Nomad doing here? And Abandoned Maps for Game 1. Surprised Viper would ban Pacific Islands. I thought he liked that map. At least when I talked to him for cartographers a while ago, he did. If you know me, that's one of my least favorite maps. Yeah. Not a fan of it. I'm sure some people have preferences and like it, but me, no thank you. I'm never gonna include that in one of my events. Migration, I love that map. It's lovely. But Pacific Islands gives me nightmares. Gives me nightmares from the escape tournaments we had back on HD. And hello, Bazi. It's Aquarina, yes. And then Water Nomad is game 1. Water Nomad is a guilty pleasure of mine, I have to admit that. I do enjoy Water Nomad. I hope we do get to see some Aquarina. I need to take some map screenshots later today and give them to Arbase. I'm going to be doing the Stronghold Frenzy Community Leagues too after Thalassocracy today. So probably a super long stream. I got like 4 or 5 sets I want to cast. I want to get all of them done this weekend, and we potentially need to reschedule the finals to be Saturday. So we'll see. Oh, also, I need to check my YouTube chat. How you doing? Hello, Kai World on YouTube. And hello, Tambao. What's my favorite map of all of the maps? I'm a fan of Arena. If you mean for the ones in this tournament specifically, I like Aqua Arena, and then probably Water Nomad, and then probably Migration. Actually, Islands I like. Khmer's kind of interesting. Aqua Arena actually played out better than I expected on pro level with vanilla AoE 2, considering it was designed for Chronicles and more of casual target group. F hello, best streamer. Hello, T West. Ooh, who's this T West fella who doesn't have a hyphen between the T and the W? I need to debug that program a bit. But good morning, Kramers. How you doing? Yeah, I've been pretty surprised by Aqua Arena. I had no idea what to expect going into it, but I've enjoyed the fast imp Thericidai play. It's 3-0 for Sitaux. Oh, you are confident in Sitaux. Wasn't Cartographers a 2v2 tournament? It was, but we had discussed using Pacific Islands. I think we used Pacific Islands for the first version, because Viper wanted it. I was like, no, he wanted it. I do enjoy Islands as a map. I think it's actually a really good water map, and it's kind of underused compared to stuff like Immersion or Kawasan or Cross or Fire Galley and Small Ponds. Frenchly tend to cheer for French players. That makes perfect sense. As an American, I proudly cheer for Daniel every single tournament he's in. And as much as I might be disappointed, I will continue doing it. I'm a Mets fan, and I know that you gotta believe. I'm a Mets fan. Hello, Charles. Does the NH potentially mean in New Hampshire, where you could potentially also be? Yeah, there you go. Unless like disappointment. I'm used to it. Yeah, Red Sox makes sense in that region. Yeah, there's no like sports teams, like at least in the U.S. north of Boston. I guess the other option would be a Blue Jays fan, or maybe an old Expos fan that swapped to Washington. I have an NBA team that I favor. So I grew up in New Jersey, and I was a Nets fan. But then they moved to Brooklyn, and now I feel like I'm a bit of a nomad. Because it's actually, the Knicks are actually closer to me now. That just feels weird. I've never really been a Knicks fan. More Frenchies. You know what? Has this set? I haven't like missed this set starting, have I? I gotta. This was like I've been looking at this draft for a while, and I'm just like, wait a minute. Are they starting? What's going on? Looks like Viper isn't streaming. I was wondering if he would be. Is it possible to merge them? Not easily. I've tried in the past, and there definitely is a way to do it. It is just not something I figured out. It's on my to-do list. I've been streaming so much, I haven't had time to do changes to the stream. I would love to. Technically, it's against Twitch terms of service, but I don't think anyone actually does anything about that, so we'll see. I'd love to have everyone on the screen together. So then you could probably talk to each other a bit more easily. Like you'd at least you'd talk and you'd see it pop up. Woo last pick is crazy. You know, the thing about the Woo is we don't, in this map pool they don't really have a like immersion or Kawasan or a straight like hybrid map. Like we've seen a lot of the time, like we go Woo or Persians. It's more pure water maps, and then I guess Aqua Arena really does count as perhaps the purest of water maps because you're not fighting until maybe the Castle Age even. I don't even know how to play Aqua Arena, if it's FC, Feudal, Fast Imp. I think the walls offer a false sense of security, and they don't really do much to protect you. Alright. Oh, temporarily offline. Don't do this to me, no. I still don't see them playing. I'm hoping I'm not missing anything. This is where I gotta tab around to everyone else who's streaming. Yeah, let's check out. Mem would be in the game if it's starting. Mem would be on top of things. Okay, he has a countdown timer. He has a countdown timer. That's why I always check Mem. I don't see Viper with a lobby anywhere. Okay. Let's see if I have a lobby code. I do have a lobby code. Interesting. It's not showing on the dashboard. Dashboard. There we go. All right, there we go. Found it. I did it, chat. Just in time. All right, so here we are. We'll have Viper in the yellow, Sitaux in the blue. Can we see blue on water maps? I guess we can, because this is all shallows. Welcome, everyone. I got my coffee here, and we will have Koreans for Viper and Dravidians for Sitaux. Interesting. Ooh. Personally, I kind of like Koreans, but Nomad Start saving the house with the dock sounds pretty darn good for Dravidians on this map. For Sitaux, let's see, dock and the TC has probably got a house somewhere. You'll get off to a pretty smooth start. You'll get all that wood when you age up. Yeah, true. I think Koreans probably scale better. Maybe Thericidai work if you go late game. Syscon strat on migration? What is the Syscon strat on migration? Is this Alexander DLC tunes on the outer game screen? I don't have any from the Alexander DLC, no. That's all AoE 1 DE, if that's probably what you're hearing. AoE 1 DE, Age of Mythology, and AoE 2. If everyone tells me how the Alexander soundtrack is really good, and you know what, I need to... Dragonstar was asking me about where the soundtrack files lived in the game files. I actually need to follow up on that still. I'm behind on my modding projects. Hopefully Stronghold Frenzy is done this weekend, and then I have time to do other stuff. With how many ships do they start? Usually it's... Oh, that's a good question, because it's a 9-ville start. Or it might be a 9-ville start. No, it might be a 3-ville start. I literally didn't even see... They had 13 population, and then... Oh gosh. I've made this map before in the past, and now I don't even remember how it works at the start. I think it's 6 villagers and 3 fishing ships. That's what I'm gonna go with. 6 vills, 3 fishing ships. Maybe it's more. Oh, you're right, Bozzy. Bozzy's right. We have the pro version. We can rewind. We can see more. Can I rewind faster? Can I just click here? 13 population, 7 vills, 6 fishing ships. All right, there we go. Oh, nope. 7 vills, 6 fishing ships. Yeah, this is the special Thalassocracy build. Everyone has it for this. And as long as it's free, I don't see a reason not to use it. So Viper walling very compactly. Oh my gosh, look at all those buffaloes. That's the water nomad. Ah no, the buffaloes. Oh, give me a home where the buffaloes roam. And Viper up to feudal, then another vill, then loom. Double docks, and he will be pumping out galleys. Not gonna go for a triple dock build, even though he might be floating a bit of wood for it. Picking up even more buffaloes. So buffaloes mean you won't need to farm. And the way Viper's TC is situated, he's not even gonna have good spots for farms. You can fit maybe 2 farms on the TC. Britons on this map? There's no Britons. Unless you mean for the water buffalo. I think you're still gonna fall behind the fish collection. Maybe if you have a whole bunch of civ bands, you'd get to Britons. Britons used to be decent on water maps, like not a top pick. But you'd see them on migration because of their sheep bonus, and you don't have any boars. But nowadays, with all the other civs that have been added to the game, you're probably not going to see them. So triple dock, maybe easier for Dravidians to get the triple dock start than for the Koreans, as Viper's trying to stonewall up. If Viper goes turtle ships, that would be amazing. But right now he's behind 2 galleys to 3, and he's going to need some insane micro, maybe some TC protection. Maybe you have to rely on the dock shooting arrows. Oh boy. What is that house? I mean, Sitaux can still sail right back there. Oh wait, it is a third dock for Viper, but it got producing a bit later. And now that galley can hide by the dock and run loops around it, thanks to the fact the dock will shoot at the galleys. Oh, okay. He's still getting hunted down. Oh, it's Timber Hogvandi. Kitans. Okay. With a double attack upgrade on the Hulks. It makes sense then. Yeah. I do remember years ago discussing Britons on migration with TaToH, but that was in AOC, when there were significantly fewer additional water civ options. And Sitaux getting in on Viper's fish. That Javidian start. Paying off for him so far. And he has a good collection of buffaloes himself, just not nearly as many as Viper does. Look at that, he's got 13 buffaloes still and one under the TC. Okay, that's only 7 food. Well, he's pushing in. Fishing ships in the dock, trying to use it something as something of a tower. Not really doing much. Ooh, there's a veil kill. Goodbye, villager. Thanks for building the wall. Knocks deal way too little damage. I think they probably shouldn't deal damage at all. Or, I think they probably shouldn't let fishing ships garrison at all. Yep, hold on. I'm getting a call. Alright. You have no sound. That's because I had a phone call I had to take for a moment. My doctor's office finally called me back after trying to get a hold of him for a week. Anyway, galley micro over here. And Viper getting in on the wood line. And defensive tower for Sitaux, using the tower rather than a dock. Guess it helps to put vills somewhere. Sitaux probably should go for that backwood line. He's all losing vills at the front. Yeah, there he goes. And he is fletching on the way. Viper did have an earlier fletching. And now that they're kind of mid-feudal, the wood discount for the Koreans should start to dwarf that of the Dravidians. Remember, it is minus 20% wood per galley. And that's actually a question. Did they change the cost of galleys? They were always 90 wood, 30 gold. But did they change that? Because then 20% discount, that costs 72. Yes, it is the Naval Rework Beta, yes. Oh, and Sadish Pacifism, thank you. Thank you for using your Prime sub. If this fight happens, it could snowball really quickly, but Viper's gonna try to sneak out. Can Sitaux block him off properly? It looks like, no, Viper's gonna grab more buffalo. Or no, he's not. Viper trying to move to the other side and take another fight. Still going for fires. He has quite a few fires, actually. Viper needs to micro in 2 spots if he's fighting against fires. Yeah, curious that he'd add fires, though. Looks like Viper is in a much better position to click up. Hasn't had to do any type of farming. Neither is Sitaux. Sitaux doing a market, but Viper's used his market already. He's unbeatable these days. Well, let's hope betting and gambling doesn't come in. But I mean, he's not unbeatable. He did lose, what was it, the last A-tier tournament he participated in. That was the, that was against Yo for Medieval Masters. I think people are very selective in saying he's won S-tier events when he's also lost events. Lost versus Sorokuma? In what event? Oh wait, yeah, that was an admin win situation for the quintessential cookout. That's true. He wasn't able to play. That's right. Hulk? Nope. Hulk is feudal age. War Hulk is castle age. The thing is, galleys still, when you have big numbers, kind of beat everything, because they're supposed to counter the Hulks. And then they also counter fires, so they just win. Hulk sounds intimidating. Add war to it. No baby, here we go. War Hulk smash. Well, Castle Age smash. Medium warships, Bodkin arrow on the way for the Sneck. And Sitaux will try to micro, but galleys will get away. I mean, yeah, they are. Are they more tanky? Or did they just swap the armors around? Let's see, it's 4 pierce armor, 1 melee armor, 0 ship armor. These thing, or a normal galley. It'd be 7 pierce attack, 0 ship attack. I guess the ship attack is. I'll need to look at the differences. I'll need to make a spreadsheet again, like I did for Mangrove Shallows Cup, and check all the differences. So there's Bodkin, that'll come in. Still losing docks. And he's getting pushed back. He's definitely on the back foot, doing the medium warships now. And I feel like this fire galley swap did not work out for him. Now Viper can add in a couple of war hulks and try to deal with the fires. And the thing about the war hulks is they're so speedy in low numbers. They deal with galleys, and they do it even a bit better than the fire galley does, weirdly enough. It's like that situation, if you're in a small pond, you've basically replaced fires with hulks and now removed demos from the equation. In the large bodies of water, you still have galleys as the dominant unit, but you've just kind of taken demos out of the way, and now you've seen a bit of a difference where the hulks can come in. But I think we're seeing that they both are kind of ineffective in the presence of all galleys. Oh, we're speeding up, and Sitaux calls it GG. Yeah, once you fall behind, things do kind of snowball quite a bit. And as I was saying, I feel like Koreans are probably the better civ in the long run on this map, even though the Dravidians get off to a very smooth start. And yeah, better KD. And you can see how just like once Viper gets a very small lead, he doesn't give it up. And the only time he lost a tiny bit of the lead was when he clicked up to the Castle Age and was saving to click up. And then after that was able to keep pushing Clinker Construction. Ballistics, then Clinker Construction for movement speed. You're really going to be spamming the university upgrades in this patch. Give me the useful one. There we go. Res collected. Yeah, and then 2-minute difference to Castle Age almost. That spells doom on a water map where you have to fight. And I can check APMs. Faster. Oh yeah, look at the APM there, Viper. I didn't know Sitaux was that slow on APM. Viper is so much faster. Like, everywhere. Oh gosh, look at him click. He got an injured wrist. He's still clicking fast. Hello, Maple Leaf Lancer. Is that Clinker? I do not know, actually. That's a good question. And Viper with the lobby code. Thank you, thank you. My search did not match any documents. No, it's a AoE2 lobby code. Open it in the URL helper. Thank you, Google. And it'll be Aquarina. Oh, Bozzy, get your Bozzy love flower emotes. I don't know, but we need a Bozzy emote. You have walls in the chat. I should get a wall emote. There we go. Voin has Bozzy emotes. They were unnerfed. If you just remove water, it'll never be as good as land. That's what they almost did for AoE 4. They almost released the game without naval gameplay. Before they had like an intervention and they invited a bunch of AoE 2 people to Vancouver and they were like, yeah, this game needs water. At least that's the story I've heard. And I do know of the secret Vancouver meetup with some random people. Oh man, those were the days. That's a story someday. Alright, so welcome to another gift from the mind of Bozzy. Aquarina. We'll have Sitaux as the blue Italians and Viper as the yellow Malay. Which of these civs are better late game? Let's see, Malay don't have heavy demo, but that's not going to matter now. They won't have the second upgrade to the fire line. They only have siphons. The Italians will have incendiaries. That's what it's called, incendiaries. So I guess the Italians will have the better dock, neither with heavy demo. But Italians do have all the fire ship upgrades. And they also will have the discount. Karma, in effect, thank you very much for the sub. Hello, hello, hello. Thank you for the sub that counts for Partner Plus, too. Thank you very much. Feels like FC Water Snowball GG style. I've honestly seen fast imps on this map. Maybe that's players not pushing the wall like they need to, but I've also seen fast imps. What I do kind of want to see is transport ship forward docks at some point. Oh gosh, look at all the overlapping fish. No min-distance group placement here. Yeah, so Bozzy said he was quite pleased with how this map is played out for the pro level. It's been interesting to see. Played a 2-hour-long game with your 4-year-old on this map. He's really bad at wrapping up games. I don't know if that really reflects the skill level present here. Unless your 4-year-old is going to be the player who beats Hera at the next S tier. In which case, you must be a very proud parent. These things make me uneasy and uncover the overlapping fish. Yes. Yes, they do. But fish in general are icky to place, because you only control one of their corners. And they're always off by one no matter what you do. How do you make the checkered forest in the corners? Probably place forest and then put like a min distance to terrain where there, or like min distance to players, or like a void player start area where you placed another terrain on top of it. That's what I'd guess. But yeah, it looks like probably a forest on the outside, and then a min distance to, or what is it? A void player start area. Yeah, in terrain, a void player start area, where this then spawns on the outside. Or maybe spacing to specific terrain where they avoid this terrain or they avoid the player terrain. Something like that. And then you just place another mask on top of it. I don't know. I didn't look at the map script. That's just a guess at what I would think of how to do it based on what I'm seeing. The north wall of Viper failed to spawn? I think he deleted that. That's not something that would fail to spawn. I think he just deleted that. Yes, you can trade with the dock or the port. Ooh, the port. I'm pretty sure you can trade with that. But now that I see it's a port instead of a dock, you've now made me curious. I just had assumed you could trade with it. And the Greek army tents, I think they do nothing. I think they're just there. Yeah, the big white dots are these neutral buildings on the map, and the small white dots are the relics. So 1, 2, 3, 4 relics, and then Viper map hacks. He just gets a free relic for himself. That's a tent down there. And we can do this. We can go to the military mode? No, to the resource mode. Oh gosh, all the fish are huge. I was like, resource mode, it'll show us the relics. No, they're actually even more obscured. I don't know, the one available to you should be the same. Should be pretty similar. How did it spawn shallows like that? Oh, let's see. There's probably... I wonder if there's like potentially a connection generation where some terrain is replaced here. The shallows don't look like they're masked with anything. They still have a beach around them. Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe connections with the player lands, but you'd still need a terrain here, right? I'm guessing it's a connection between this land and this one. Maybe the entire map was shallows and then water was placed specifically avoiding a terrain that was here and here. And then you're left with shallows. I don't know. We could maybe one day take a look at the map. Oh, Viper's saying I don't need walls. I don't need walls on this map. He's up to feudal. And he's got to be hoping Sitaux isn't doing anything aggressive, because if he is, Viper probably would die if a couple of fires get under the sea towers. These sea towers are not buffed like the ones are from Shoals. Okay, scout fight over here. Oh, and a pause. Pause. Had to double check, make sure that my internet didn't drop. What? You had a... What just happened here? What is that chat message? Viper advanced to the feudal age, and Sitaux said, "You do" to enemies. I don't understand that. I don't understand that at all. Well, he's up to feudal first, so he will kill the scout. Good old Malay feudal. Viper saying 14. Must have been checking admin stuff. Yeah, 4v4 on this map will probably be fun. I'd like to try that. Oh, we should do some community games. Next time we do community games. It's so much to cast, haven't had time for commie games. Maybe with Stronghold Frenzy done, we'll do commie games. The next couple weeks until KOTD. Hacks. Now, Viper's map hacks are having this extra relic on his side. So market up. Bills going to the gold. And Castle Age on the way. If your 4-year-old plays AoE 2, that's amazing. I would have been 4 when AoE 1 came out. I probably played that when I was 4. One of my earliest memories is playing Doom when I was 4. Or no, playing Doom 2 on the very first map. And so it's like that U-shaped corridor. You go to the second big room. And there's an imp behind a grate on the back corner. And I remember being across the room and he killed me. That's one of my memories. Okay, fishing lines, fishing lines. Another tech in the gill nets line of improving fishing ships. So Turbo FC with melee. I thought maybe he'd Feudal Boom, but no, Turbo FC with melee. And what is Sitaux's plan? FC and hide behind walls, I guess. Hide inside the dock. You can put 5 fishing ships in the dock. So you're not going to die immediately to this pressure, but Viper FC War Galley. Bodkin Arrow on the way. Play Doom in college, does that make you old? It made you young when it happened. So I guess kind of hard to push into the fishing ships unless Sitaux doesn't pay attention. And he's not quite paying attention there. Now Viper gets one last arrow. And Sitaux's still not up. Well, look at this eco difference. 54 to 40 population, 23 fishing ships. Sitaux, 1,000 more resources collected. And Viper, despite having the faster production of the War Galley upgrade, hasn't really managed to produce all that many. So ballistics will be on the way here. And needs to be finished for Viper to take good fights. Viper kind of split up a bit by that island. I do enjoy the shipwrecks scattered about the map. I'll need to incorporate some of these into my maps. They're really cute. I guess they're more Battle for Greece era shipwrecks, but we'll use them nevertheless. Could use more AoE 2 shipwreck scenery items, I guess. And now Viper going to add in Hulk. So he's going to be going Galley plus Hulk versus Sitaux, who's going Galley plus Fire. Well, I guess that's both of them doing range ship and a melee ship. Hulks is supposed to be weak to galleys. Let's see if that actually holds up. What map is this? Aquarina. Map's down here, the name of the map. Thalassocracy to Aquarina. I always get confused because I use TC for the cartographers. TC2 is just like, wait, they put a space there to differentiate it. Otherwise, it looks like my abbreviation. And my mind takes a minute to process that every time I see it. Alright, big fight going on here. They still slower than galleys. 1.71 to 1.57. Fires were they always faster than galleys, I thought? I thought they were faster. Which civ is healing ships? That's the Bengalis. I'll need to do a good stat overview at some point. The Viper's getting pushed back, but now Sitaux with 2k more resources collected. And I guess Viper's plan was he needed to go up fast and do damage, and really wasn't able to do damage. That's kind of the limiting factor of being able to garrison in the docks. It means that it's harder to do damage when you go forward. Yeah, all in all, harder to do damage. And I think Sitaux has lost a few fishing ships, but being able to hide them in the docks means that each fishing ship is less of a risky investment. Oh, look at those dance moves. Yeah, personally, I'm not the biggest fan of the garrison, though. But I guess maybe Sitaux isn't either. Oh, there he goes. I was going to say, he needs to garrison. Well, fishing ships aren't vills. What I don't like about the garrison is that, like, if you're losing water, all of a sudden things snowball extra hard because you can't pick off fishing ships with demos, or you can't sneak a few galleys around to do demos and hit the other person. It's just like once you lose, you're lost and you can't hit their eco anymore. As long as they pay attention in garrison. So that ties it up 1-to-1. This map really comes down to opening, and does your strategy work or not? It's not like you're going to be able to go forward and pressure like you can on Arena, or it's not like someone's going to be booming. And so it just does your opening work? And here Viper tried to go super fast to do damage, but the garrison in the docks meant he couldn't do damage. And Sitaux holds on to win. What's next? A gate in the water? Viper says no. Sitaux says yes. That's the issue of fishing ships being too strong. Maybe that's another adjustment. Make fishing ships just straight up worse. Yeah, so 3 minutes, and he really couldn't press the advantage and do damage. Yes, they do shoot arrows from the docks. Oops, wrong scene. It's now 1-to-1. I wasn't talking about feudal play in Arena. I was saying more like a monk rush like strats. There's no going forward. You're only producing from home, unless you're going to transport vills and do forward docks. But I think that's probably too slow to get going when you need docks at home for the fish at the start, and then you're delaying your fish if you try to do that. Next up, we will have Seychelles. Right. Well, that wasn't feudal aggression from Viper. That was a FC. That was like super fast Malay uptiming aggression. What happened? What happened was Viper went fast Malay uptiming. Sitaux defended with the walls and the garrisoning, got his numbers up with a better eco, and pushed back and won. And at that point, Viper was behind and really couldn't do anything. Yeah, I don't think feudal aggression would really work on the map. But then again, the walls are pretty weak. I think it's kind of a distance issue, too. And also just kind of in general thing that with the garrisons, feudal aggression is harder. Hope you're feeling good today. I am feeling pretty good. I have a coffee next to me, and I'm drinking it. And here we are with Seychelles. Now, I don't know what size this is. There have been many different sizes of this map. I made a smaller version for the LY Cup finals, because the map was pretty huge. I don't think Capture Age tells us how big the map is, does it? This one's 152 by 152? Okay. So bigger than small, which is 144 by 144, which is 3-player size. And then smaller than the 168 by 168 medium 4-player size. There's some nice objects generation code for spawning a bunch of different forests all over. In the middle, these two islands are really close to each other on the right side. The water doesn't really extend over here to provide that much of a buffer. I think this is all... I think you can walk on this. I think this is all, like, masked some type of water plus a beach, but you should be able to walk on it and sail on it. Maybe you can't. I'm actually not sure now. It's water? Okay, so you can't walk on that. Yeah, that's something I try to do on my maps. I know a lot of people do a lot of fancy terrain masking, but I always prefer a bit of clarity, as it takes. Someone's gonna do this on a different map and swap the layers, and it'll look just about the same, and you will be able to walk on it. So I know I've seen both situations before. And it's confusing. It's like to make another Doom reference. It's when you have those toxic floor textures, and then sometimes they damage you and sometimes they don't. Good old Plutonia is guilty of that. But usually on this map, I see outside docks, but Sitaux going for an inside dock. Your starting islands are large enough that there are lots of possibilities for sneaking, doing barracks or ranges in the back, transporting over if you want to. Also room for aggressive water play with forward docks. And yeah, there's Viper going for the side dock. Yeah, sometimes the opposite terrain masking looks more landy, sometimes it doesn't. It depends on what you mask. Sometimes there are clear differences in top versus bottom masks. Sometimes there are very subtle and hard to notice differences. And even with all the maps I've made, I still don't have a good memory storage of what does what. Alright, 20 GMT tomorrow confirmed. For Stronghold Frenzy Finals. Perfect. Yeah, terrain masking with beaches is difficult. You're right about that. Absolutely. Well, anything with beaches is kind of tricky in general. So barracks here for Sitaux. We'll have loom for both players. Slightly faster for Viper. 1 second of idle time for Sitaux. And as the way, Viper will go up, but with 1 less Vil. And there we go. I said there was room for sneaks. And let's see. Transport ships. I was hoping the transport had something on it when it was back here. I was hoping there'd be something on it. I guess there's room for laming if you steal sheep with your scout and put them on the transport. Deep water is base, wet gravel on top, so it's like clear water over a rocky bottom. Yeah, there's also something that Capture Age doesn't do, which is the waves and 3D water. I like having the waves on, but the 3D water gives me a headache. There's a pause. I don't have feudal age here for Viper. What is this pause about? Okay, Sitaux says he has a cat issue. So Sitaux dealing with a cat. The boats, hello. The Lethless, how you doing?
Yes.
Alright, so the cat has been dealt with. A junk for trading on this map? Yeah, the junk sure is one crazy ship. A slow but super valuable trade cog, essentially. That I think people had included first as a scout, and then later on realized, oh, it trades. Cat confirmed. Okay, Viper's gonna use his scout to harass the militia, help out his crocodile friend there. The snake and the crocodile gotta stick together. And both players up to feudal, double bit axe on the way for a Viper. Wei versus Persian, so the Wei will get their extra vills from the eco upgrades. Maybe a bit awkward using them on a water map where you're not going to be doing horse collar. And probably delaying your gold mining upgrade until when you go up anyway. But it will be now archers for Viper. Archers at home to defend against the men-at-arms as that upgrade comes in. Where does the Vil spawn? At the TC, I believe. And then if you don't have a TC, you get a Vil as soon as you build a TC. This is happy that Andy correct. This isn't deathmatch mired. This is not quite the pinnacle of AoE 2 we saw. With Andy winning a game in 3 minutes as the Huns. All the Vils on one side. Viper might have done that intentionally so they can fight the men-at-arms better. Putting one on the inside and walling them would have been another option. The Archer and Skirm's coming over. They will deal with the men-at-arms. Oh, and I just saw fish lines. Was that actually clicked? Did I imagine that? Naval. Eco. Is that not listed in capture rate anywhere? Heal nets. Okay, maybe I did imagine it. Or maybe he clicked it and canceled it. I could have sworn I saw that. Okay, fletching on the way. And Viper's still trying to defend Archer Skirm. Those men-at-arms have been wandering around the back of his base forever, not killing anything. Finally, we get a kill as the men-at-arms goes down. Say something? Yeah, it's a really pretty map. If only, like, transport ships were easier, so you could have more gameplay on the outside islands. I don't know how to make transport ships easier, but they definitely are hard to use. Even with the changes they've had with the garrison in space. And let's see, Vils on the stone. Have to run from the archers. Viper trying to contain this. Gets the scout. That'll make the skirms easier to use. See, armor is in for Sitaux. I'll make this a bit trickier to clean up. Viper skirms unarmored. He's trying to do armor on the scouts and fight scout plus archer plus skirm. That's a lot of different things. It's not like he gets free armor, right? That's not free. No, he had to click that armor. Sitaux, more fishing ships, 8-3. The archers are gonna get close to the middle. Viper needs maybe more walls. And against the houses, the army will be trapped a bit as the skirms can come over. Maybe now delete the house and run the skirms this way. As a couple of scouts go down. And honestly, this has been a rather nice fight, all things considered, for Sitaux. He's gonna reach his reinforcements before he gets cleaned up. And hey, Anthony, how you doing? Oh, Viper's still chasing. Well, Sitaux again, running to reinforcements. He has a spear. And this feels like it's been less investment overall for Sitaux, while he's Persians and has a great economy anyway, but also has a really nice fish. 1 Hulk. That's all he needs in the middle, and he has 8 fishing ships working. He honestly needs a forward dock somehow. Yeah, he patrols the coast and he tries to prevent docks. And I guess the advantage of the Hulk, even though it has 1 range, is that it can shoot over the edge of the dock, unlike the fire. I don't know if it can hit the Vil in the middle. The Vil can always maybe do like some type of sidestep dance back and forth. That's something I should experiment with then. Like if you're in a small pond, and you have 1 Hulk versus 1 fire, can you actually deny a dock? I'm guessing no. But the thing is, you can't just wall the Vil in and protect it from the fire galley attacks like you can with the fires. Alright, Viper's scouts get forward. No forging, but he does have armor. And he'll use the armor to help fight against the Vils, and gets quite a few Vil picks, actually. Nicely done from him. Oh, he has bloodlines, too. Armor and bloodlines. And he'll be up 90 seconds later, but doing some good harassment to get some kills as the spear comes over. And poke. And we'll get 1 more Vil. Okay, it's 4 Vil kills for Viper now. Dang, that was a rough transition, but that's the upgrades. That's the power of armor and bloodlines. If he had forging, maybe he'd get another Vil. And these Vils, it's not like they were weak Vils. They all had good HP. They just couldn't take that fight. At the front, though, this feels like a disaster. As Viper now has to tower his gold. And Sitaux is pushing forward with crossbows with a good castle age timing. Yeah, Persian crossbow time, exactly. Also, 11 fishing ships to 0. The water does look like these 2 Hulks for Sitaux cleaned up everything Viper had been trying to do. As Viper's up to castle doing Bodkin. Flint in tears. Well, at the very least, Viper does have towers up. So we should be able to get the TC, protect from the crossbows for a bit. There it is. There's the fishing lines tech. Is fishing lines in the castle age? I don't know what I was looking at earlier, but I swear I had seen Sitaux click and then cancel that. Is he on a 2-hour game? I don't know. It feels like Sitaux is in a good spot so far. But at least Viper garrisons that tower, and that's going to kill some crossbows. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 deaths. Okay, that is a deadly tower. And now we have a Hui Guang Cav. 4 pierce armor, but low HP on it. Viper, maybe it would even behoove him to do the next armor and deal with all this hoovering ranged army. You just canceled it in feudal? Okay, okay. As long as that's indeed what I saw, that's good. Do the Wei get keeps? Looks like they do. But then again, I guess we need to learn not to trust the tech tree these days, after that doubt fiasco yesterday. How much idle TC time he has? Yep. But at the same time, he's Persians with 3 TCs now, and you're going to have idle TC for the most part with that. It's hard to keep all of them running at the same time. And now he also has to face the dilemma that his fishing ships in the middle are super inefficient because of how far these fish are from the docks. Some of them on shorefish now. So even with the upgrade, he's not going to be getting the constant food eco from only fish to pump the TCs. And yeah, as he's doing now, he's researching horse collar and will be adding in some farms. Don't think he can wait for heavy plow, as much fun as that would be. That'd be overly greedy. He's housed, so throwing down a quick house. And now knight and crossbow forward as Viper's defending the skirms and might need to add in a monastery for monks. Viper doing ballistics now. There is leather archer armor. His armor goes down. Over here on the right, Hulk's going for the dock. The Hulks are boarding the dock. I know it is silly to see, you know, javelins destroying castles or whacking stone with your sword, but boarding, especially without the arrows that Capture Age doesn't display, is boarding land things is hilarious to me. There we go, shoot those. Looks like they're shooting anchors. And no ropes in Capture Age. Getting used. Honestly, the ropes look kind of comical. It's honestly a bit better without them. Capture Age should do their own thing with ropes and make them look cool. If that's possible. I don't even know if you can make him look cool. Oh, did anyone else, when you were a kid, did you play Lego Alpha Team? And you had to, one of the types of puzzles you had to solve were the rope puzzles? I'm in flashbacks to that now. They should throw tomatoes instead. Well, the skirms will try to deal with them. Oh, the skirm. Oh, wow. Elite skirm does a lot of damage there. Not much pierce armor. Alright, skirms counter hulks. That's what we've learned. Huiguang Cav coming forward for Viper. Down by 20 eco units, but 16 of them are fishing ships. And fairly inefficient fishing ships at that. Sitaux, though, making the farm transition as he puts up a university. Archer's hitting the camels. The skirms counter everything indeed. Best unit in the game. And picking up a relic. I never realized that. Look at how, like, offset his robe is when he picks up the relic. It's like longer on the left side, covering his left leg. Like, if it's raining, his right leg is gonna get wet. I guess maybe that's just how it is. His arm's tucked under there. Anyway, here's ballistics for Sitaux. More knights moving forward, camel moving forward. And Viper thinking of a workshop. But he is so far behind in resources against Sitaux. Sitaux now doing handcart. This feels like it's almost just a matter of time until Sitaux wins this game. That's true. Well, his next home map would be Nomad. So I would feel confident in Viper on Nomad. Again, against pretty much anyone other than Yo, Hera, maybe TaToH. But Nomad should be a really good advantage for Viper. And that would then force a game 5 on migration. That's true, Leary's good at Nomad too, but not really what you think of like Leary's specialty is. But yeah, he can definitely be up in that class on Nomad. Of like the top 4 or so players, I'd probably say Leary is the one I least think of on Nomad, but definitely just a good enough player overall. He can do anything. Alright. Shenbei Raiders. Shenbei Raiders? Although, wait a minute. Viper's the way. There is a chance he gets imp and makes traction tribs, and then wins with traction tribs. That's always a possibility, because traction tribs are insane. They don't destroy buildings, but they destroy everything else. And maybe it would take a... Viper somehow has the score... How does Viper have a score lead? He's down by 6k res collected. He somehow managed to even the Vil count. That resource difference is insane. How? Oh man, well I guess it's just the Shenbei Raiders. All of a sudden he was under a ton of pressure. Sitaux was pulling a score lead, and Viper takes one good fight with Shenbei Raiders. And here we have Sitaux up to imp. Tiger Cab Shenbei Raiders. This is crazy. Yeah, like, I still think he's really far behind, right? That's 5,500 resources. Cavalier on the way. Our traction tribs the skirms of siege. That might be the way to describe them. So he just did the Tunchin, so soldiers passively produce food. We'll get a bit of a food boost from that. Hello, Sunnyflower. Is this the way? Yeah, I still think Sitaux is in a crazy good position. But if there's a way to throw a game, it's with a doubt castle. It's with a doubt castle. Oh no. Oh, Viper is running away from 3 cavaliers? Ah, finish the villas, stop the castle, Viper. Running back to his own castle. Maybe he's not too worried about that. Maybe he just wants to make the siege ship, the Lutron, and attack from the middle. Yeah, that was weird. I feel like he should have finished the vills. I mean, only 3 cavaliers are not going to do all that much damage. Savar, though, that is. Remember, the Persians do have +2 attack versus ranged soldiers, and the Shenbei Raiders will fall into that category. Tiger Cav should win against them, I would think. So Pike's coming out now for Viper to supplement his anti-cav forces. Getting pushed a bit on both sides, but trying to be walled. Getting a house up by the dock. Not just foot archers. Pretty sure it's always been all ranged soldiers. Maybe I'm wrong about that, though. Things change so much, I never realize what they are. As the other time, I mean, at the same time this has all been going on, it feels like Sitau's been pulling even farther ahead in resources. Right? I mean, he still has handcart. Viper still has feudal age ships. Sitaux doing blast furnace must feel fairly confident just clicking technologies at this point. Ooh, okay, I was looking for some type of masterpiece to delete this gate and wall him in. Not gonna happen. Here come the pikemen. The pikemen soon to be halbs. And these Savars are slaughtering them. Well, one Savar goes down. And the Shinbei Raiders have to hide in the castle. What pikemen? The pikemen whose corpses are now on the ground. Have a Viper's KD still good, but the Savars could maybe turn that around. And is there an opening here? There is an opening, but an opening to halbs. Halbs will fare much better in this fight. Ooh, traction trib even. Traction trib's anti-units. They're beasts. Ooh, almost got that next one. Traction trib moving forward. Not a care in the world. Just gonna roll on through. And Viper's still with a score lead. KD closing a bit. Will that traction trib go down? No, will it get a kill? No, hit a. Misplay. Ooh, siege ships. Trying to destroy the Trebs. Trying to avoid the Hulks and destroy... Oh wait, they can destroy the Hulks themselves? Wait, what? This is like a... What? Siege ships that can destroy Hulks and that don't go down right away. Bill's trying to repair the Trebs. Will that Treb get repairs in? No, it won't. Alright, that takes out 2 Trebs, and that means this castle can be repaired for a while. Because they have 2 different attack modes. I haven't seen the non-anti-building attack mode that much, but it looked fairly strong there. And Trib goes down. Alb's still fighting around here for Viper as heavy warships comes in for Sitaux. Already in for Viper as he has some Carracks out. And traction Trebs, it'll take a while to destroy the castle, but they can get started. Won't take a while to destroy the Trebs. Yeah, doesn't it feel like Sitaux can beat traction Trebs? Remember, he's Persian, so he doesn't have Bracer. And Viper, I thought Viper for sure was so far behind when I saw that res collected difference, but no, Sitau's gonna do it. I guess part of this is the size of the map, right? It's such a huge map that you can get pushed, but you still have room, and you're not running out of room on your island. Okay, there are the Halbs. Nice fight from the Halbs. They afford Trashbow to fight Halbs. Maybe. It's kind of expensive. I guess he could afford it. Yeah, and that's what he's doing, masonry on the way. I would worry about trash bows though if there are still ships out. And Viper can use the ships to protect the Halbs. And trash bow won't be as worth it. Trying to move the Trebs, but right-clicking the trees, of course. And then Mingguang armor. For Viper, that is +4 melee armor. 2 mounted units. Why don't they transport to the Gold Islands? That's always a question about why are not players more active with transports. I think the answer is it just takes way too much micro to move your focus. To go to the dock and build the transport. Don't accidentally send the transport forward, but keep it at home. Grab a bunch of hills and put them on the transport. Move them over and ungarrison them. And then do a mining camp on the gold. If you're going for relics, it's even more complicated because you need to send your monks back too. Just a lot of things that need to happen to do that. Yeah, the controls and keeping track of them. So over here, what are these? Carracks. Yeah, it's really hard to tell the difference between carracks and galleons, I think. The sails being similar make it hard. The carracks definitely are smaller. Some good transport micro. I remember one time, I think it was Jordan. He was Dravidians and meant to make Therisidae, but didn't have his hotkey set up, so made a ton of transport ships and still won the game. So there's a guard tower. You want to see guard tower? From the Persians, here you go. I mean, from the way, here you go. There we are. Someone was asking about whether they had keeps earlier, which they do. Persians do not. So large for people ignore the outer islands. Maybe they do that because it's so large that they don't feel the need to expand out there. And ooh, Carrack's going down. Tower doing some work. Normal cannon galleons coming forward. Viper will try to do a fast fire ship to deal with them. And maybe some more Carracks. The Sicilian transports when they had 100 pierce armor. Those were crazy. So traction trips versus crossbows. They're good against crossbows. Good against units. Keeping heated shot. Keeping heated shot for Viper. Have a keep? He does have a keep. That's to keep his traction ship safe. And in the middle, looks like Sitaux is retaking this. Maybe he can do it. Maybe we were right all along to say 10k res is a huge difference because the KD is now evened up. Viper had a nice KD lead earlier on, but now that he's had to swap for full halb, maybe there's not actually much that Sitaux can, or that he can do against Sitaux at this point. As long as Sitaux micros his cannons properly, and he'll lose the cannon to the Lutron on the outside. Oh yes, he did transport. You do see a Vil transport. He is using the outside. He needs to move this transport somewhere else. Viper's transport's there. So we've seen heated shot, we've seen transporting to the islands, we've seen the Lautrons, you've seen almost everything this game. So here comes some light cav still running in. Not fully walled is Viper. Viper's gonna run out of wood soon. He needs to transport. Oh, there he goes, moving to the outside island. Not much wood on the outside though. And he'll do another tower on a mining camp in stone. Hoarding's on the way, doing all the upgrades. And He's maybe waiting for a long game, 1-1 on relics. Try and push Sitaux back on the right. Viper out of gold. You know that's true on the mainland, but not in the back. And, oh boy, some cav are getting to the back to raid his vills. Does he have more wood on the outside islands? He might. Might just have more outside islands. Oh, okay. There's Viper finding the wood. Finding the wood. Oh, gosh. That's a desperation tower. And this castle going down, Viper retakes the score lead. He's still fighting on the front, but it's hard to push against all the halbs, now skirms. What is this game? This is so back and forth. Well, we're about to hit the hour mark. Viper finding some of the vills on the outside. Here comes some Carracks headed over. They will find the galleons. Should I take them? We're taking them down. Carrack's on the outside by the docks. As our galleon pops out. Guard towers. With heated shot from the Persians with architecture. They just need murder holes. So you know the upgrades. Okay, now there's a cannon galleon in the middle. Now things have swapped. Oh, that gets sniped off by a traction treb. Cannon galleon was hitting this castle. And Sitaux's coming around on the left with more Carracks. The Viper kind of winning the right. He has more low of the Lutrons out. I need to get a consistent pronunciation for that. I feel like everyone tells me to say it differently, and then I say it differently every time I say it. No, but this is not Pacific Islands. Pacific Islands is its own thing. Unless you're thinking of something else. This looks like a fairly normal Seychelles gen. But this is a new map. This was just for the LY Cup. Fairly recently. Not Pacific Islands? I don't know what you're thinking of then. That doesn't spawn to mind any images. Alright, so Sitaux will board Viper's dock, but the guard tower, the keep will then keep the Carracks away. It is this map, okay. A Viper holding, I mean he's down, look at how far down he is in res collected, and down in KD, and yet up in score. I guess that means his trash units must have been very effectively killing some more expensive cav units from Sitaux. Trying to bring more Calbs over, has a Tiger Cav over, not elite, just normal. And he's pushing into the docks and towers on the right, while trying to hold on the left using the traction trebs. Oh gosh, traction trebs great versus ships. Alright, tower goes down. Ville's on the oysters. That's how much Sitaux needs gold. He's taking the oysters. He's taking the oysters. Alright, Halb's on the other side as the galleons continue to push. An update on the outer islands, yes. Sitaux has transported to do a lumber camp. or to do 2 lumber camps, so he's starting to feel the need for wood. Viper is doing the same. He's on an outer island. He's chopped all the wood on his back island, and he's going out to more islands on the side. So now the outer islands might start to come into play. As that cannon galley needs to dance around to avoid everything. Oh, look at those dance moves. Oh, dodges the trap. That somehow survives. Mining camp on the right going down. Husso's doing some hoovering. And oh, quick walls from Viper keep Hussars out. I don't think they're gonna stop. He's gonna stop him from getting to the traction trebs though. These things take a long time to destroy buildings, but there are some halbs here. I think the traction trebs are gonna go down. So both players 200 pop. Res collected around 20k more for Sitaux this whole game. And Viper now taking the KD lead. So over here are some docks on the outer islands for Sitaux. Feels like Viper a bit more water control on the right. Well, that being said, he lost his outer vills here before they could do a tower. Those vills were boarded by the Carracks. And the Carracks are destroying the keep foundation by boarding it. You're gonna attach ropes and pull it down. Oh, look at the inaccuracy of the traction trebs on that guard tower. I feel like they're 100% accurate versus monks and 0% accurate versus buildings. And Lautron going for the guard tower. Crossbow out there, moving around. A few of them go down. Those are trash bows. Yes, those are commander and crossbows. No citadels, but commander and crossbows. Viper, he has both unique text, Mingguang armor, and soldiers produce food. Oh my gosh! Imagine a situation where, like, you have a stalemate, like both players have like no anything left, but Viper still has like a handful of halbs, and they generate food over time. And then he has like a sneaky market in a corner. If it becomes a wood game, as long as Viper still has military, he'll generate resources. ACCM predicted a 4-hour game. ACCM knows what that's like. If it is a 4-hour game, I'll need to go get more coffee at some point. I finished my coffee. I gotta go do another cup. Heard Venning? I don't understand what that is a reference to. So Sitaux getting pushed back. He's got the crossbows in the middle. And I thought early on Sitaux had won this for sure. You don't see too many games where you're 20k res collected ahead and you're still struggling. But I guess it is that like 1 or 2 fights where Viper had Tiger Cav and Shenbei Raiders and could push back Sitaux long enough to force this late game situation. And he's hitting the tower on the side. There he goes. And these things feel insane. The fact, like, with how they can turn into a normal ship. Oh, look at that collapse animation. Oh, the oars are rowing. Look at that. That's a capture age thing. None of the other ships do that. At least not the ones in the real game. There are lots of capture age civs that do, with units that do. Here's the TaToH Navy over here. Doesn't really have all that much. He's trying to add in, see, he's got the cannon galleon there. Trying to add in more fires. I think he has some in the middle where he's going to try to retake some land or some water. Dry dock on the way there for Sitaux. Do ships generate food? That's a good question. It says soldiers. It doesn't say sailors. So I'm gonna guess no. Oh, that's cute. A little crossbow on an island by a guard tower. That feels like a campaign setup there. Alright, Viper will try to keep his tower alive. Oh gosh, that destroyed that. One monk on the way. Oh, Sitaux trying to grab relics now. Doesn't... Oh no, the poor monk can't swim. Infantry Archer and Cav produce 1.8 food per minute. Does not affect heroes. Cao Cao in this case, ships or siege weapons. Okay. No siege weapons, so that bombard cannon guy who pushes it does not generate food. And the dock goes down. He's too busy pushing the cannon to generate food. And now Viper, he's at 5k score just about. This is almost ACCM territory here. That's a lot of Hussars for Sitaux. Who is better Hussars, Wei or Persians? Because let's see, Viper is missing the Hussar upgrade. He doesn't have the last blacksmith armor, but he does have Mingguang armor for melee armor. So 1v1, I think if he gets all the upgrades, he should win this. If I'm doing my math properly. Alright, that workshop goes down. You feel the score lies. The score never lies. Viper is still in light cap, doesn't have Hussar. Over here, the Carrack still trying to Trying to do something, but they do run into galleons. And Viper controlling this island still with that keep. Over here, oh, triple dock out in the corner from Sitaux. Oh, actually the Lutrons could deal with this. Oh, look at them rowing, look at them rowing. There they go on the first dock. I collected the oysters there at the docks. Alright, look at those trebuchets shooting. This unit has so much animation. Like, it even has little flags on it. Like, at the front, too, there's so much movement there. Makes it stand out as a bit inconsistent from the other ones. Or from the other objects. So that dock will go down to the galleons there. They'll take that out. And still, oh gosh, look at all this. Imagine if we had proper unit corpses, how amazing this would look. But carnage and destruction over here on the left. Viper really needs to click that Hussar upgrade. Unless the tech tree is lying to me and they don't actually have it. But I'm pretty sure they do. I'm seeing the Hussars as the Hussars go down. As they do on the tech tree online. Well, as we saw yesterday with Doubt, sometimes you gotta not trust the tech tree. And finally, Viper is going to clear the docks off of the middle. And now when he takes fights on the outside, there'll be fights underneath keeps. And he can start doing as much damage as he can from the coast as he tries to move inland. Sitaux still with a few outlying islands, but if Viper is able to secure the water out here, he's looking for wood and not finding any. That'll be another keep from Viper as he's slowly but surely trying to gain more ground over here. Hey, you played 2 hours to die like this? I forget what number that is. I forget the number. Something in the teens, I think. 78 lumberjacks? Feels like that's maybe the only res he has. A lot of them are back here. There's 37 of them. There's another 3. Another 9. Oh gosh, they won't be lumberjacks for long. On 27, it's really that high. Okay. Interesting, interesting. I thought it was a bit lower. I don't remember all the taunt numbers though. I kind of remember the taunts, but not the numbers. So Viper's only on 120 pop. That's actually kind of concerning. Where did he just delete a bunch of vills? He has no vills. Wait, can Sitaux actually do this with 30k more res collected? And down by 5k score? Viper is only on 82 vills. He's not replacing his losses. Sitaux is. It's a 50 villager lead for Sitaux. Yeah, he is floating food and gold. He's not spending it though. He's trying to do clinker construction. His vills need to garrison in the tower. Viper! Viper! What are you doing, garrison? If he did shot, if that thing were garrison, you'd be massacring the fires, but you're losing even more vills. Viper's down to 73 vills. Okay, I'm kind of worried for Viper now. We have some redocking from Sitaux. Pretty sure it's 27. Tech tree could never lie. That could cause admin rees. Greening for Viper. And despite all this, Sitaux is farming away. Viper hasn't been able to push. Sitaux has crop rotation. He's prepared for a long game. Viper doesn't. He's not. And Viper's population is dropping so much. Well, Sitau's gonna do this. Like, Viper's just falling apart. For some reason, he's not upgrading to Hussar. Just when he has 2.5k food, he has the gold for it, and he's just making light cav. What is happening to Viper in this game? He had almost all the water control on the outside, almost all the wood control. Selling around the back of the back. Maybe he got a bit too focused on water and not enough on his eco? Because everything here is pillaged and famished and just abandoned. Slowly but surely, Hussars are destroying garrison to keeps. Okay, that there shouldn't be a cost-effective fight for Sitaux. And I still feel like Viper has more map control overall. Guard tower gonna be devastating there, as will that stack of hulks, of Carracks. So it's 6k score lead still for Viper. Sitaux not giving up, and honestly, it's still maybe his game. Well, he's down to 150 pop now. Viper down to 105. Now only 6 on wood. 41 on wood. I think this is the 41 he has on wood. More guard towers for Sitaux, but they're not going to help against the siege ships. Even though they have only 13. What's that? Yeah, 13 range. So Sitaux 3-1 on relics. Is there a relic left over? Oh yeah, there's one all the way to the top. Viper's missing a relic. He's missing out on gold on what is potentially a lot of gold over the long run. He's now 1k gold collected in terms of relic gold behind Sitaux. Oh my gosh, remember when demos were good? Remember when demos were good? Imagine a demo there. It'd be better if they had 200 wood. I mean, we're 90 minutes into the game. This is when Arabia kind of runs out of wood too. The map is so large, I don't think the trees need extra wood on them. I guess you kind of gotta, like, if you had more wood, the game would just drag on even longer. Viper, you cannot build a mining camp on this. Is Viper... You cannot build a lumber camp over here. Is Viper literally going to transport vills, chop these trees, transport them back, and drop off the wood? I think he is. I think he is. So Sitau's pop is dropping. Without wood, he can't really keep sustaining his farms. And without the farms, he can't sustain the Hussars. I hope he micros them back. At least the forest doesn't decay. Yeah, that's a lot of death around that tower. Now Sitaux himself is down to 76 vills. He's trying to take out Carracks with crossbows, which seems like it works. What is going on here with this stalemate? 10k score ahead for Viper. But Sitaux totally not out of it. He's up by 30k resources collected. Yes, the loser around 16 gets eliminated. This 1-1 game is super important. Makes you wish for standard victory. Now, this is the type of game where I love Conquest. Standard victory would just end the game. I want to see this keep going. Oh god, he's doing it. He's putting the vills on the transport. He's microing them back. Getting every scrap of wood he can find on the map. Oh, that's amazing. That is amazing. Oh, that is incredibly amazing. Okay, some vills there for Sitaux. I mean, he's still up by 14 vills. Viper with more military, though. Yeah, hour 30 plus. That previous game was like 20 minutes, not even. This one's lasting a long time. Do these things have 100 accuracy? That is pretty darn accurate for them. 100, yes. Alright, there's Carvel Hull. I'll make the ships even faster, I think. Power goes down. Tiny bit of gold left, 500. I think the wood's probably more important now. Especially for Sitaux, who has relics. Sitaux, is he dead? I mean, Viper doesn't have wood. Are they both dead? Is this a stalemate? Oh gosh, those Outrons are gonna go down. This one out in water just enough not to be attacked by the melee units. I check what's still available. Can I do that? Resources on the map. 2k wood left. And Sitau's gonna call it. Sitaux will call it. Okay. He's down to 50 vills now. And he can't replace them. So Viper, in what the heck was that game? Holds on. And despite Sitaux having 30k more res collected, Viper with the better KD, better score at the end, controls enough of the wood in the map to make it work. GG. Okay, let's look at the res collected graph. Over time, Sitaux just collected more and more and more, but couldn't match the military. And yeah, much higher APM for Viper. We've been seeing that over Sitaux, the APM. What would it do? I think admins tell players to keep playing and figure it out. That's what I tell my admins to do. Unless you get a super stalemate situation. But 2-1 for Viper. Impressive win for him. No idea how he did it, but managed it somehow on Seychelles. That means Sitaux picks between Nomad and Migration for the next map. That was Persians. Oh gosh, I need to check off everything here. That was Dravidians lost. Italians over Malay. In the way. And Viper still has Spanish for Nomads. I remember for Nomad. So that feels good for him. I think we have to go Pacific Islands now. If we're Sitaux. Alright, so I need to get an... That was a long one, and I need to get an ad for a bit of time in between, so sorry about this on Twitch. Just gonna get the ad going, and I'll be right back. Yeah, I'm still kind of curious why Viper didn't upgrade to Hussar. Yeah, they're still in the lobby. Guess they need a break after that. Guys, washed, give him some space. And Viper just won. You're gonna say he's washed, you gotta do it after a loss. Oh, okay, here we go. Now they're going. Super stalemates are best. Unfortunately, most of your opponents resigned before that. I enjoy a good stalemate. I think it's a fun part of Age of Empires, figuring out how to manage your resources as they're running out. So the map will be migration, and it'll be Armenians for Viper and Bengalis for Sitaux. Maybe the tech tree in game said he can't? Oh no. Oh no. If there's any bugs with the tech tree, I think it would be the water tech tree. Stalemate is only good if both players choose Spanish and go for Vil Supremacy fight. You also do Inca and do blacksmith upgrades. Fight with them. And alright, migration. This looks like a version of one of my migration maps. We'll have Viper as the yellow Armenians to the east and Sitaux as the blue Bengalis to the west. Migration always has an interesting start because you have 6 sheep on your island and 4 deer. And you do not have any boars. Let's see, ooh, my stone's against the edge of the map. Maybe this isn't one of my versions then if it's like that. The middle looks like it's based on one of mine with the hills and stuff. I usually would keep stuff away from the edge of the map. Maybe I didn't do that here so that it spawned consistently. Anyway, still have a bit of a push, and the question is how quickly do you push deer versus taking sheep? And Viper's gonna take 2 sheep. Ooh, interesting, interesting. 2 sheep before pushing the deer. Guess he just wanted to scout his island. And he'll go for the mule cart, Armenian mule cart, and he'll do a house right after that. Okay, ooh, that's interesting. He did 1 house at the start and immediately went to sheep, and is now doing a 2nd house. And if you can on this map, you try to keep only... He's not gonna shoot the deer until he's out of sheep. Wants to save it. You try to keep only 5 on food, which you do need the deer for that. 5 on hunt is essentially the same as 6 on sheep, which is what keeps the TC running. Then you go to wood on 5 vills instead of 6 under the TC and start going to wood, and you get your dock up 1 vill earlier, so you get your fishing ships out 1 vill earlier, and everything happens faster. So we'll see same thing, even more extreme for Sitaux, going 4 on the deer, and now sending a vill out. I'll have to experiment with this next time I'm playing Migration. For map pop? No, my map scripts are always, anyone can use them. No. Worrying about licensing there. I know some people care about that, but my preference is just go use the map, do whatever you want with it. I don't think there's any point to restricting that. Public domain them as much as possible, but there's probably some restriction that it's based on a AoE2 map concept, even if the code isn't based on the code. But then my other independent stuff like Four Seasons, that's as public domain as I can make it. The scout's still hoovering around, Viper docking. Pushing even more deer. This must be like a really old version of Migration, if it's one of mine. Maybe this is TTL 2? So I think I had updated this for TTL 4. And it would be slightly different. I don't even know at this point. Can you change the license from public domain to you have to let Doubt win? I mean, what would be the point? Doubt would win anyway. It's not like people need to let him win. More fishing ships out for Viper. He's going for a second dock. And then the question becomes, what strategy do you go for? Do you go for the forward docks landing? Do you go for a castle-y straight fish boom? Do you go aggressive for feudal galleys? Lots of different ways you can play the map. But so far, no one looking to rush their way up, it seems. Lots of vills still queued for Viper. Oh, one more vill still queued for Sitaux. It doesn't look like he'll be close to clicking up, though. Yeah, he's going to queue more. Hello, Nutwy. Thanks for sticking around here. And I'm pretty sure everyone will be casting the stuff in T9. He's probably going to do Kami games later. But we're going to do our Stronghold Frenzy community games today. I'll cast as many of those as I can. Who's in the top 5? I think the top 4 is pretty clearly Hera, or number 1 Hera, number 2 Leary, and then 3 and 4 Viper Yo in some order. 5, I don't know if there's a clear 5th. Vinch has been playing well recently. ACCM is always around there. Sebastian has chances to beat people. Andy's been playing really well too recently. Fast castle into castle drop. You know, that is kind of interesting now that you mention it. I've never actually seen, out of all the migration games I've watched, like FC Castle in the Middle Conquistadors for Spanish, something like that. That could be an interesting way to play it. You certainly do see that in the team game migration when you're the pocket player. But not the 1v1 migration. You've piqued my curiosity. Five is you, Mr. Blaze It. So double bit axe over here for Sitaux. You'll have a market in the back, blacksmith coming up. And so, I mean, similar fishing ship numbers for both players, both of them just booming. That's 13 to 15 fishing ships. And I'm sure they'll be on their way up soon. Let's see, I guess fishing lines is something you could do in the feudal age now as a precursor to gill nets. Don't know if either player would want to do it. We have double bit axe from Viper, and he's gonna make a galley before clicking up buying food, and there he goes. So he'll be up 10 seconds later than Sitaux. No big difference there. There'll be a couple of galleys coming out of these docks. Triple dock galley production, and notably he is going galley when it is the new water balance, and hulks will be coming out for Sitaux. You know, after that previous map, which is mostly a land map, I completely forgot about the fact we're dealing with hulks here. So I transport ship out there for Sitaux. And he'll be scouting the middle. Transport just now being trained for Viper. He's adding in a fourth dock. And fortified churches in the middle of the map sound pretty darn good. If you're Armenians, warrior priests to grab relics. Bengalis will have good atonement monks, if they want to go that route. Full tech tree other than heresy. Armenians get the full tech tree, including heresy. So if it becomes a big monk war, which it could happen, Armenians, Bengalis would probably favor the Armenians. Heresy is strong. Now a few hulks, but again, galleys are supposed to counter hulks, even though the hulks are faster, so that doesn't always happen. There's the tow up, and medium warships immediately he clicks. We'll get the war hulk. Viper will sail back. And there it is, fishing lines. Let's go fishing lines. Sitaux gonna use his fire to fight Viper's scout, and whoa, gosh, that was crazy good. If only that were a couple seconds faster and he had the fire ship. Viper might even need to retreat the scout now. He'll need to heal it up. You do not want to lose the scout here. And he's gonna bring his own galleys over. Needs to get it on the transport maybe, and Sitau's gonna run away. So that'll let him, if he gets a warrior priest out and heals, he'll be okay. He needs to heal. And now we'll see if he goes for a TC. Both players kind of lacking in wood, but expected if you're pumping out ships. That is a lot of war hulks. And it's a lot of fish for Viper that are vulnerable. He only has 4 galleys. 4 war galleys against 7 war hulks, and I don't think he wins this fight, even close. You need to retreat. And now the scout's fully healed. And the hulk's not pushing. Viper, a couple of war hulks of his own being trained. His clinker construction done for Sitaux. Again, I think that's just movement speed. Yeah, just movement speed. And, well, garrison fishing ships in the dock. And the Warhulks, these things are so small compared to the War Galley. It almost feels like they're a different size. I mean, they're so short compared to the fires, too. It's like a mini ship, almost, instead of a full War Galley. Now, there's ballistics, and it feels like Viper has a pretty good lead. Look at the resources he's collected, too. Over 1,000 more, and he's going to pick up relics. That'll be his 3rd relic. He has a 4th relic on the way. And we'll check his scouting. Hasn't quite seen the 5th, but is looking for it now with his scout. And how is the Hulk fire composition going to work for Sitaux? Too wide for the length, it looks squished. Yeah, it's kind of hard to differentiate them from galleys, in part because the galleys obscure them. They look almost like a mini galley with some stuff added to the sides. But as water matches go, what's one of the most important things you can do is figure out how many ships your opponent has, which can often be incredibly difficult when ships stack on each other. So you can choose whether or not to engage. And if you don't see that correctly, then it becomes an issue. So fire is pushing forward. What is that thing I have? A Warhulk that's dead that's selected somehow. Hello, dead Warhulk. Interesting. Gillets for Viper, but he's being castle dropped. Okay, Sitaux going for the castle drop. And he's the Bengalis. So unless Viper gets a bunch of fortified churches up, I'm not sure how he fights that. 4 relics, and he's just gonna run into a TC up here. TC to help keep Ville safe a bit. Viper might need his own castle, though, to deal with the Rothas. There's careening. So the War Galleys go for the house. And what will the Hulks be able to do? They're trying to board the War Galleys there. With enough fires, maybe this gets pushed back. Fireship's kind of pushing this. Feels so weird not having demos. Rothas have resistance to monks? I don't think so. Oh, does Viper have some navy up there? Bengalis are... Elephant units are resistant to conversion, but not Rothas. Pikes benefits Rothas with and elephants for attack, but not conversion resistance. Rothas are just generally good against monks because they're a ranged unit that can snipe them off. Okay, and the fire's not able to do the job. A couple of Warhulks added in. A couple of fires even from Viper too. It's the second castle from Sitaux. The fortified church here at least prevents a forward castle drop. And that will be 4 relics taken. Maybe Viper can get a transport ship and run a relic onto it. Yeah, that's what it looks like he wants to do. Get another fortified church and put it in there. Oh, I thought he was going to transport like back to his home island, but nope. Also have to remember he is Armenian, so he might have just gifted a relic to Sitaux if that church goes down, and that was his first one. There's a church at home. I'm sure he's gonna try to grab more relics. While down here, Viper still fighting against Sitaux. Sitaux with a lot of fires. Viper wins this, he can clear docks, but I think he has to get back. And Imperial Age on the way for Viper. As the Vil goes down. And oh my gosh, it feels so weird not seeing the threat of a demo. It just feels so weird that there's not a single demo anywhere. Heated shot would bring value. I don't know if the docks actually do enough damage even with heated shot for that to be worthwhile. Viper with 2 villagers doing a castle did manage to save all 4 of the relics, so it is still 5-1 relics. And the new changes, I'd say the new changes for demos are bad. It's just, they basically removed demos from the game. And the exchange is the Hulk, which is essentially the same thing as a fire galley. It's like a short-range ship. Slightly different attack bonuses, but like fundamentally, I don't think you really use the Hulk differently than the fire ship, other than the blocking aspects of the fire ship. In terms of how you like micro or engage with them. Okay, another castle drop from Sitaux. He's dropping castles everywhere. Rathas will deal with the warrior priests. We'll have another fortified church going up for Viper. And forging for Viper, he'll need that for the Hulks. But he's getting pushed back on the water. We might be going to Nomad for game 5. I like to see ASAP. I think that the thing that water needs is, or if you're going to design water, you need to make sure that the ships are fun to micro, and I don't think there's any interesting micro with the Hulk. I think that at least demos and fires, you had something to move about and play with. Hulks, I don't think that exists. Because galleys were always one of the most fun things in AoE 2 to micro. And if you're just making melee ships, you're removing a lot of the micro. Gunpowder used to be their own techs. I don't know if it's necessarily techs. I think that even before you get there, you need to design ships that are fun to use. And I don't think the Hulk really fits that category. So Castle from Viper. Maybe there's still a way Viper, since he's Imp, can treb everything and win the game. He's already got the trebs popping. And 2 trebs, this castle should probably be dropping. There's armored elephant, so he has to be careful with a push. Yeah, demos were never their own tech. That was always available immediately in the Castle Age. In AOC. Or in AOK too. Here come elephants, and now Viper has to be careful that the elephants don't destroy his trebs. And he'll do that by walling. And that castle should go down. And all the vills go down too. And as the castle drops, the trebs have to run. I think Viper needs a transport ship here. He has one queued. And they're gonna do what they can to run. As the Rothos give chase, that transport needs to pop out. Oh, can he save the Trebs? Can he save the Trebs? Oh, the transport needs to go to the Trebs. Sailed the wrong direction for a couple of moments, but there, gets the Trebs, picks them up. And I wonder if he can Treb that castle from his home island. He might be able to. Might be able to. Is he one ship way faster than the others? I'm sure there are a lot of things you can do with ships if you put your mind to thinking of them. So yeah, Trebs, go Trebs. Hitting the docks? I wonder if they could hit the castle. I want a Droman too, a Droman for the Armenians. Yes, that castle should go down. Here comes some War Hulks, but Carrick's are there to deal with them. Let's see, Viper will lose relics. 1-1 now. And this castle will crumble. Houses going up. And the War Hulks over here, closing the distance on the Carracks. Oh, those are Carracks. I thought, see, there we go. I thought those were galleons for a second. No, they're Carracks. So it's Leather, or no, Bracer, and Pikeman on the way. As it looks like this will be pretty still meaty here. Husbandry and Wheelbarrow on the way now for Sitaux. As the pikes come forward, the Ratha is... Ooh, the quick wall can't go up in time. And this castle looks like it'll live. Some elephants go over. Let's see, Viper can't see that dock. Carrick reduced. Down here, Viper trying to push into docks. And he is forcing Sitaux to turn away. Sitaux with a score lead, though. Super close scores. Is Viper winning this, even with the garrison dock? 5 fishing ships in that dock. It is a good bit of firepower. And no, he's not winning this. He's going to be forced back by Sitaux. And can Viper keep this castle up against these armored elephants? This looks like a pretty strong push to me. Pikeman there poking from behind. And... okay, 1 elephant left. More pikemen. TC contributing some arrow fire. Lots of Viper's eco is idled now. But the Treb's trying to help defend the castle. There's 1 more castle there from Sitaux Viper needs to take out. Oh, the scores are so close. Oh, I didn't even read the follow. Thank you, USS Cairo, for the follow. And Ratha landing on Viper's home island, that could be tricky for him. Maybe he needs more fortified churches then. Imp on the way for Sitaux. Viper trying to do another castle. Viper trebs that down. Viper takes the score lead now. That might swap when Sitaux gets Imp again. But Viper maybe he has a way to pull this back. All those castles and all those fights he lost initially. He now come forward and take the middle. Bengali's get cannon galleons? Yes, they do. Up to elite with siege engineers. Pikeman poke down the Vills. And we'll have now composite bowman production from Viper. So a couple of Rathas still in his eco, but he did do the fortified church, and we'll get a conversion. And this pikeman not really doing anything to the Vills. Pikeman raids aren't that scary. Elite Skirm. If only the Trebs were attacking this range, they'd deny Elite Skirm. Maybe slightly late to do that, though. Okay, these Vills keep chopping wood there. Sitaux needs someplace he can chop as Sitaux retakes the score lead while going Imp, doing Glass Furnace and Heavy Warships. Dock goes down, castle coming up. At home, no more raids anywhere, just a couple of stray Ratha. And this island, will this island be cleaned finally? Who will win this fight? Who will win this fight? I think Blue will. Okay, island almost clean, 9 HP. Vil can fight that. That's 4 relics now for Sitaux as Viper retakes the score lead, and he is pushing with Trebs, dismantling some houses. Sitaux on 200 population space, and does not yet have Mahayana. Oh, a demo raft from Viper, you're right, he's making a demo. What? Where's it going? Where's that going? It's trailing behind those galleys like, wait for me, wait for me. Oh, those Karoks. See, it's so hard to tell those two apart. And let's see, Carvel Hole, it's even more movement speed. Does Viper have this? So it just feels like Viper's kind of everywhere at this point. Like literally everywhere. I'm gonna call the Hulk the Clankers because of the noise they make. Yeah, modding that is on my to-do list too. Okay, Cannon Galleon out. Or was that a Cannon Galleon? I swear I just saw a cannon there, but maybe I just got confused because the Vil went down. Here's Gambesons and Man-at-Arms. Viper's gonna try to go Armenian champions to win the game in the middle against all the skirms. Alright, Armenian champs. Tribs need to get back. Oh, there's a warrior priest trying to save the relic. Oh, can he get to the transport? He's so close, he's out of room. He makes it. He makes it. You sure he was dead? Oh, he finds a way. On migration, stuff like this is always possible. It looks really in favor of one player that swings. Now 100 hit points, yes. I'm not sure about the Pierce armor. So there's 200 swordsmen, there's Ferreters, there's chainmail armor. I can do the final armor. And then I don't think there's any bonus armor. So I think with the Gambesons, you still get up to a total of 5? Maybe 6. Anyway, I fully expect Viper just to go champion and then wreck everything. Armenian champions are nothing to joke at right now. It's just Skirm and Elephant. Yeah, Sitaux could transition to something that kills champions, like Arbs or Elephant Archers. That's a long transition. Okay, Elephant Assault on the castle now. This will be maybe Sitau's last attempt to stay in the game. And I think it'll be successful in destroying the castle. I don't think there's much Viper can do. There's 7 elephants here. Or will the champions arrive just in the nick of time? Okay, I didn't see the champions pouring in. Now they're here. Can they kill the elephants fast enough to keep the castle up? I think they can. Oh, this is close. This is so close. This is so close. The champion's killing the elephants. The castle's under 100 HP. Down to 30 HP. And it goes down. Just goes down. All of those elephants had died slightly faster to have stayed up. That maybe gives Sitaux a bit of momentum to push now if he can get elephant archers out. A lot of champions died there. Champs hype. Oh, I love champions, but just ever so slightly too late. We didn't get a doubt castle there. There's chemistry on the way for Viper. Elite skirm now. Elite skirm to deal with the crossbows, skirms, and elephant archers. Maybe now that we're getting to the point where the Bengalis are scary again, if they can get to elephant archers. And also the fact Sitaux still does hold the relics 5-1. Maybe, man, this has been crazy, but maybe we are going to head to a game 5 on Nomad. Galleons. And chased by fire, is the galleon's gonna go down? There's one more galleon on the other side. Okay, that gets away though. Or not. Or not. Okay, Viper though with the champions pushing in. And Sitaux needs to stop this. He needs enough elephant archers that he can mow down the champs. Tribe's doing damage. Here are the relics. So that monastery could be going down next. There's a fortified church for Viper to help secure the position. A defensive castle from Sitaux atop that hill. Triggers down. Champs come forward, hit all the elephant archers. Here, game 5 in Nomad. Well, maybe I was a bit premature to say that. I think Viper with the champion swap, maybe he's doing it. Maybe he's doing it. I mean, Sitaux is left with only a sliver of the mainland, and he's about to have maybe another doubt castle. He does have some more ships on the water. Bringing a cannon galleon over, and oh my gosh, look at that! Look at that! Down to 84 vills, 99.63%. Oh, there he goes. He finishes it, but at great cost. Elephant archers are expensive to be tossing into skirms. And champions are dying to the elephants, but the elephants also are dying. What's over here? Oh, some more ships from Sitaux trying to get back on the water to do a counterattack on Viper's other flank. And it's relic time. There's the GG from Sitaux. And Viper, oh man, those last two games were so back and forth. Viper does it. 3-1. And he will advance. Dang, that's not that big of an eco difference. Not that big of a KD. Up timing is very similar, other than 30 minutes versus 44. And Viper more APM. GG. And hello, Gabby. Ooh, alright. That was crazy, but Viper 3-1. Some doubt castles there. Graceless Hillock Rose too near my town center. So we're not gonna have migration then. And both of those games, I thought there were points where I thought Sitaux was gonna take it. Up, other way. Win with the Armenians. I'm here to listen. Oh, thank you, Mr. Fluffy Bunny. But nothing changed my mind, Nardu. It is because the Thalassocracy beta branch requires a special version of Capture Age. So it is everyone who's casting it has it, and it is free for the people. And so I don't see a reason not to use something if it is free. For normal Capture Age, of course, we're not paying the subscription fee. As I say, I think it's very anti-consumer the way it's set up. So I'm not gonna support that. Right, so we have another set coming up. Another set coming up. Let's see who this is going to be. It's TaToH Lucho. Yeah, TaToH Lucho will be next. So let's see. Let me see if they've drafted already. Yes, they have. Oh, there's no horizontal scrolling on this website. There we go. And update the maps. And the civs. And that then will be TaToH versus Lucho. Oh, Lucho. So well done for Viper. So we're gonna have more Aqua Arena. I always love seeing a good Aqua Arena game. So Bog Islands will be game 1. And I love TaToH Civ Draft. Byzantines, Armenians, Dravidians, Mongols. He has Sicilians. Okay, what he's gonna do with Sicilians, I have no idea. Maybe castle drops on Khmer or Pacific Islands. Feels like it would then be Dravidians for Water Nomad. I mean, Byzantines are the fire ship civ, and it feels like fires are maybe the weakest part of the 3 ships now. So not sure where he's gonna use those. Part of me feels like I still prefer Koreans over Dravidians on Water Nomad like we saw in that last set. Let me see. Let me check the Discord, see if we're... schedule for this. You're playing on East US, and looks like Lucho has a lobby. Failed to download match content, DE. Right in time for your lunch break. FFDE, DE. Likes to do lots of those failed to download match contents. Alright, so they're in the lobby. I have the lobby code. I don't know how much of a break they're gonna take. But it'll be the same thing, Thalassocracy, round of 16. And Bog Island, we should be launching. Alright, DE's telling me this is Celts Mongols, which does not look right. I guess it just isn't accounting for the beta properly. Alright, I'm apparently not loading in, so let me try this again. Lucho has Celts in his draft. I'm just noticing that. I had seen the Koreans and the Bengalis and Japanese and Portuguese and thought, oh yeah, normal draft, but Celts? Celts? What are the Celts gonna do? Yeah, they have a wood bonus, but... Alright, here we'll have Lucho playing as the blue Celts and TaToH as the red Mongols. We'll have 3 rhinos, of course, because that's how Bog Islands works. Lots of hunt for the Mongols. And we should see TaToH get off to a good start. Might go for the emu strat, maybe, of super fast uptime. There also is not much fish on this map. They're all super far from the shoreline. And never really gonna fish the ones in the middle. Celts are clearly for destroying TaToH's outpost. Well, that's one way to do it, I guess. Those rhinos are right next to the TC. So Lucho taking his rhino, both players taking the rhinos nice and early. And you can leave 4 on the rhino if you want to go for an early dock. TaToH chopping a stragglers right next to the TC. And he's going to go for a lumber camp. Nice lumber camp location where he can wall to his island. How do Malay Harbors work? I have no idea. I would assume just more arrows, but I've not seen that yet. Lucho has 300 more elo than TaToH. He plays ranked games more than TaToH does then. TaToH is the favorite in the seeding. That just shows a ranked ladder play. Yeah, I feel like elos, over time they're increasing. So I think 2K9, 2K7 plus is going to be more common now. If people spend a lot of time playing on the ladder, they'll probably rise. Especially since some of the top players who are going to be top in tournaments sometimes don't really play on the ladder all that much. So the players who would be beating them aren't quite there. So fishing chips now for TaToH. Forward dock for Lucho, who has spent a long time gathering food before docking. Does he have a lumber camp? Okay, he does have a lumber camp in the back. There we go. And I had to look to find it. His walling is a bit trickier, but nice wall over here to keep everything safe. And then any type of wall over here. And when I say safe, I mean safe from ships, because on Bog Islands, on these hybrid maps, you go ships. Ships are significantly stronger than land units. So what are we gonna see from Celts? I mean, Celts, they're not like they're a bad wood civ, but like I was saying at the start of the other set, where in the past in AOC you would have seen Celts and Britons as, you know, mid-tier picks for a water map. You don't see that these days because there are so many other hybrid water map civs that were added. And he's gonna take the flat part of the gold so we can fit more vills there. And we get 10-second difference, TaToH slightly faster. 15 seconds of idle time, though. So that's faster at the expense of more idle time. No loom. He did a super fast up into 2 dock build. Yeah, and if you're not doing loom, then you don't need to mine as much gold early on. And he's making hulks, okay, making hulks. Right away into the hulks. No galleys, no fires, just hulks. Oh, that vill out there on shallows that he's standing on the water. What did he see standing on? There's no shallow out there. This is just floating out there. Where? What? Is there like a bit of... I guess there's a bit of shallow there. Okay, that is amazing. I figured out how to walk on top of water while fishing. It's like ice fishing in the summer. It has to be some terrain masked shadows there. Or shallows there with water on top of them. Both players fairly defensive so far. Loom on the way for TaToH. Bit surprised he's not being more aggressive with the Mongols. Is Vinch the second ever to 3k? I think so. I heard he hit 3k the other day. But with, you know, as elos rise, it'll be easier to hit that. Now, if Harry is playing people who are 2k9 instead of 2k7, he'll gain more points for wins and lose fewer points for losses. So galleys here. Galleys are supposed to counter hulks. And I like the galley opening where Lucho amasses a few galleys before moving forward. So, TaToH's still trying to micro the hulks, but it's interesting that the hulks are still so much faster that they're faster than the galleys. And the galleys are supposed to counter them. Seems like Harry is struggling against siege towers, aren't we all? The siege towers are the hard counter to monks, hard counter to life. I'll be running into them in this tournament. I guess that's true. I guess we're not going to have many siege towers in the water map tournament. Can't hop over those walls on Aqua Arena on the water in a siege tower. Can't put your ships inside of a siege tower. So Lucho forward, and this is where TaToH, if he has fishing ships, can garrison them. But he only has 2, and they're out in the middle. No, wait, why does he have fishing ships up here? Wait, what? Why is he fishing there? Yeah, okay, he finished the fish here, but take that one. Fire is going for the galleys now. TaToH gonna try to... Ooh, TaToH! TaToH gonna use the wood line to surround. He has a bunch of fires here. And Lucho's gonna try to sneak out the side. TaToH has to keep running this way to make sure he keeps trapping them. Fires is hard to do damage. They're the same speed as galleys, 1.43. And they can't quite catch up to them. And Lucho can micro. So Lucho's staying alive. And this is still where I think the galleys scale better, as long as you don't make mistakes like you did running into them there. Alright, keep pushing the galleys away. Water buffalo scouting for TaToH. Okay, Lucho is going to run back and regroup. And still has the Celts, that wood bonus. Where is it? 15% faster. And I don't think that Cav Archers or Light Horsemen are going to come into play. So it feels like the only reason to pick Mongols here would be that Hunter bonus. Looking at their tech tree. Decent tech tree, but they do... Ooh, they miss Karak. They miss Elite Cannon Galleon. Lucho is still hoovering, but not really able to hit yet. Has more military than TaToH does. Lucho constructing a house over there. These one-range hulks can't hit the gold. There's an escape route for them, and the galleys will come and try to cut them off. Hulk goes down. Fishing ship still working down here as TaToH's going to pump out some fires. And there'll be a bunch of fires up in the north sailing around. The galleys here move around. Lucho buying food. And Castle Age on the way for both of them. Slightly faster for Lucho. And then there's just Celts Wood. It's Celts Wood, and Mongols don't really have a bonus, so I guess Celts are kind of preferred here from this point forward. TaToH didn't really do much with a super fast uptime. You cancel? Cancel what? Castle Age? Nope, they're both up to Castle. And more hulks and fire galleys pumping out for TaToH. So TaToH not going galleys at all, just hulks and fires. Hulks and fires. So far, I feel like when I've seen Water Nomad, it's been the pure galleys that have won. And I feel like this is the same thing, where you go galleys and you have the numbers. Hello, Rapture. I am very excited to have Stronghold Frenzy games later, where it's not going to be water map after water map after water map. The medium warships and Bodkin Arrow on the way for Lucho. Redox still producing out there. And we'll have a university on the way for Lucho. There's clinker construction, wheelbarrow, and siphons on the way. And bow saw there for Lucho 2. So, these players have not been fighting at all. A few fire. Okay, so it's not pure galleys. It's going to be fires. Oh, galleys here forcing the hulks and fires back. Fires on all sides. TaToH trying to get a big surround. More fires being pumped from Lucho's docks. TaToH with a slight score lead. Lucho's been sailing with the galleys rather than fighting. TaToH's kind of been fighting this whole time. But I don't know if TaToH has the numbers. Everything here going down. It feels like Lucho's maybe winning the fight, but the KD's still equal. More fires here. These galleys need to get behind some fires. Yeah, Lucho's putting his foot on the gas in terms of production. TaToH slightly up in Vills, Lucho idling the TC. Is it possible? You can go to the Thalassocracy Discord and sign up as a caster if you want to access it. It's just a bot where you select a role, if it's still there. No, that's what I did. But no, it's not a public beta outside of the tournament. I don't know why, but they like keep their beta codes secret sometimes. It's just something that they do. So fire ships here. Intercepted in the back, a bunch of warhulks. Right, these ships trying to micro back. And that is a good mass of fires here. TaToH keeps producing. Up slightly in res collected. Okay, I'm actually kind of surprised to see the Mongols so far ahead in res collected. I thought that Celt's wood bonus would have kicked in quite a bit by now. But maybe it hasn't. Maybe I'm just overestimating that. Okay, Lucho trying not to get trapped. He'll use the force to run around as an advantage. TaToH just trying to keep surrounding him. Trying to go Hulk plus fire. And Lucho's gonna call the GG. Alright, TaToH just about to snowball things in this fight. And Lucho couldn't keep the galley production going. Alright, that was interesting. I thought Lucho had a He was in a good spot there, but maybe Fire Hulk is more sustainable. Dang, so TaToH goes up 1-0. That's a 56 to 44 KD for TaToH. Better eco, better uptime. And GG. I haven't seen Celts also for a water map in a while. Hello, Mike. Okay, so it's Mongols over Celts. What a water matchup. Always nice to see AOK civs, though. Don't want to forget about them. So we can hope for Aqua Arena next if Lucho picks it, but I doubt he's going to pick that. Lucho, not a player known as a clown. American Save is also good now for water. Have they changed at all? I know they got cannon galleons, but I don't think that's a major change for them. Oh, why did that not launch? There we go. Sorry about that. I clicked launch and it didn't launch. Here we are. So the map will be Khmer, and we'll have Lucho as the blue Japanese playing against TaToH as the red Armenians. As we often see on this map, the man-at-arms longswords civs. And we'll have some wonderful oysters in the water, along with some fish. And you start right next to each other and have a transport ship from the start of the game to go and harass your opponent. You can go to the outside corners for resources. There's an island filled with gold, stone, hunt, and wood in each of the corners. A couple little outlying islands too with wood lines on them. And each player will have 3 wood lines on their home island, along with a couple of golds and stones and some berries. And this map usually comes down to men-at-arms pressure and landings, but it can also be played differently if you want to go for more of a water approach. The problem is the Dark Age transport, especially when you start one, makes it almost impossible to stop in time if you're only going for water control, unless you're up significantly faster than your opponent is. And Armenians, I've seen Armenians on this map quite a few times. It feels like once you get to the Castle Age, you can transport and drop fortified churches everywhere, and there's no real stopping that. And maybe Lucho wants to be aggressive with men-at-arms and feudal to try to avoid getting to that point of the game. And okay, fishing the transport. That's how to fish. Fish the transport. And because you start with the transport, you have some good scouting too. You can transport your scout over whenever you want. And there we go. There we go. Scouting your opponent's island. If you see someone go up greedily without loom, you can maybe snipe Vils. And what was that? There's a scout on the transport for TaToH. This map is really flat. There are a couple of small hills on it. I guess it gets kind of awkward to place big hills on it because then you can't really place buildings with how little land there is. No hills on the water. Actually, the water doesn't have, like, texture in it. No medium or dark or mixing water or masking. Just one color. Huh. Yeah, I do think it's certainly interesting to have such early landings. And now militia for Lucho, he's housed. And militia getting ready for the transport. And militia for TaToH, now your decision is, do you double pass each other to attack, or does one player stay home to defend? And both of their scouts on the opposite island. Oh, one hit on the transport. And there he's gonna bring that back and try to get militia over to the scout. And Lucho is up a bit faster for men-at-arms, and he will attack more quickly. There they go, as these militia come over. And some walls go up on the gold. The men-at-arms for both, and the walls will keep the men-at-arms from doing damage initially, while buy time for this upgrade to come in after the few second difference in feudal time. Scouts will engage. In a straight fight, I'd say advantage for the Japanese men-at-arms. Of course, they attack faster. And slight HP advantage there, I think, for Lucho's scout. Is it? Yeah, 15 to 10. Guess who's getting chicken nuggets for dinner? Did you get them funneled to your TC? And the scout greedily going for the extra men-at-arms. Those Japanese men-at-arms, okay. Okay, they are at least taking a fight. But I think ultimately they will lose, yes. Or 1v1, Japanese one will attack faster. Now he's on 3 HP, so the men-at-arms basically clear each other. One left is about all you could hope for. Luring them was a bit weird. Now you have palisades all around. Your neighbors haven't complained yet. Maybe they're just using your palisades as funnels too. Transport picks up some archers as the Hulk is running or sailing around. And Hulks go for the dock down there. Go for the Vils. try to destroy the dock. Hills will build a house. Oh my gosh, chicken is held by Automod. Automod, what are you doing? Oh, what's TaToH doing? He has to do a tower on his gold because archers come in. Archers come in and hit the Vil doing the house. There's a bit of a quick wall there. I'll try to get as much HP as possible in the house, but the tower will go up. And we'll have forging on the way from TaToH. This whole it looks so small. There's the transport again, trying to find more areas to move the archers to. Is there a statistic about how many water maps TaToH has lost? Not that I know of. You can probably go tournament by tournament on Wikipedia and get like results there. I know there are head-to-head results. I don't know if there's like a categorization of map type of result. TaToH is, of course, a very creative and very good water player. And they're guys still going for the fish, but yeah, you just hide in the dock. Just hide in the dock. Actually, I'm kind of curious. We didn't get to see that Nomad game, but I'm curious how Nomad will work with hiding in the dock if you don't need to run your fish anymore. Probably a buff for the Spanish. Water gives that flat illusion? Yeah, like I said, no texturing in it. So Skirm comes over. We already established Skirms are good against Hulks because of their low pierce armor. I think that's more of an elite Skirm thing, though. Is TaToH buying food?
Yes, podrastem.
And okay, TaToH up first. And buying food helps him go up. And wasn't able to do much damage because the fishing ships were in the dock. And there's a market for Lucho, but he is really far behind TaToH when he goes to that market. Really far behind. And I feel like TaToH just wants to transport and do churches. Maybe a church at home first so he keeps the relic, then forward transport churches. There you go, Lucho. Oh, look at how much more he had to sell. 200 stone, 100 wood, 200 more wood. So 400 wood, 100 stone. Just for the castle age. "11 seconds, and TaToH destroying a dock. Probably run for the castle age upgrades. No, he's not. Being chased. And we'll have medium warships. And he'll just take the Hulk fight with the fortified church there. Okay, that's a bunch of Vils on the inside. Yeah, that's exactly what I was expecting, fortified churches from the Armenians. I'm not quite sure how to stop this yet. We did see a game the other day, what was that, Kingstone Andy, where Andy's fortified churches were rushed down with Vils, but I think that's much harder to pull off on an islands map, where ships might be protecting them. There's Hulks boarding each other. Or Hulks for TaToH. I mean, if two Hulks attack each other, maybe they should just board each other and swap sides. That's how boarding works, right? You swap the crews. 50-50. Well, I don't know if players are used to the changes of this tournament or not. I know TaToH's... I've seen him talking about it. I think he's probably used to the Hulks. Yeah, he feels like he's playing pretty clean. I don't think that TaToH has the numbers here, though. But I don't think that matters, because he now has a third fortified church. And he's making his way over towards the main gold. Man, this is so silly. They go up so fast you can't stop them. Oh, and hello, Brizzlin. Hope you're having a lovely day. And there is the church. So, what's next? One more church right here? And then you keep hitting more golds? As Lucho has to go to that secondary gold. And now he might be winning the water. But he has one archer with which to do pressure on land. Yeah, and there's the final church. I mean, I look away for one moment and it's already up. And this is where TaToH would have demos here against those vills. Oh, now yeah, all the vills go to try to rush it down. The Armenians now can do warrior priests to fight that if they had food. That vill gonna try to blend in with the others and repair. Oh, that is one vill repairing for a long time. That's also a lot of idle time there for Lucho. Oh, no. And you know what TaToH can do? He can rebuild that right away. He has the wood. So, mass migration of vills over to the wood line, deleted walls, get them all working. Oh my gosh, all the vills are there. That's more churches. Gosh, this is reminding me of seeing TaToH play people on HD, where he would stonewall delete their farms, stonewall their TC, then delete it. Or to delete the farms to stonewall the TC and just like leave it there, force them to delete it if they want to make vills. So this woodline won't last much longer. Another fortified church. This time TaToH putting the two churches right next to each other so they cover each other's complete foundations. And it's going to be a migration, an escape to the west, to the western corner for Lucho. All in all, this fight, better for Lucho. He has the surround here and will be dropping anchor, throwing ropes, boarding TaToH's ships. Very lovely day. Hope you are as well. Thanks for casting this. Always enjoy seeing a TaToH game. I always enjoy seeing TaToH too. I'm glad to hear you're having a lovely day. Lucho calls the GG there. Nothing he can do against all the fortified churches. Are there even stats to look at? It's they went men-at-arms, and then TaToH went fortified churches. At least the APMs are similar. You're just hoping we get Aqua Arena next. Our maiden is not even the first pick. Japanese. Sadly joined the Celts. Yeah. rough game for Lucho, but I think that's going to happen with fortified churches on that map. Hello. Somewhere, stillness. Somewhere there are churches fortified surrounding you. I've been streaming for 3.5 hours already. Wow. Doesn't feel like that. I guess the water maps go by quickly. And it will be Water Nomad as the next map. Water Nomad. I'll have a 1-minute spec delay for that. It'll be Koreans for Lucho and Dravidians for TaToH. What, it's you who's playing like him? What do you mean? Alright, so 30 seconds, Water Nomad, and then Lucho as Koreans and TaToH as Dravidians. So we saw this matchup earlier today. We saw Viper manage to win as Koreans. He had to hold against some very early pressure. The Dravidians get off to a great start, but over time the wood discount of the Koreans on their ships kicks in. And their ships become extremely cheap and easy to keep producing. Easy to keep the docks working and amass a large armada of ships. And here we are, blue for Lucho, red for TaToH, Koreans against Dravidians. And you start. 6 fishing ships, 7 villagers. Everyone has all their stuff. TC to the northwest from Lucho. Dock from TaToH. Dock there from Lucho. And TaToH still has not picked a TC location. There he goes. Complete opposite end of the map, and his TC will be on gold. Right next to a starting dock of his. Okay, interesting. So we'll see lots of buffaloes as you do collect on this map. They're scattered all over the place. Ooh, look, there's a rock there. I'm sure Dave would be happy to see a rock not displaying outlines on stuff behind it. And I have a TC here for TaToH. Wait, what says 99.96%? Oh, what the heck? Bozzy? We got a capture age bug. It says the TC is at 99.96% with 0 hit points. Well, clearly it's there and it has like it's working. It's a TC. Thanks, D. Click off and click on. There we go. That was weird. So mining camp here for Lucho. Interesting he's going for a mining camp and not a lumber camp. Not that he really needs a lumber camp because of having a poor wood line. Or this one will be nice on the TC for a couple of layers of trees. He really wants it for double bit axe. I don't think the gold is as important. I mean, Koreans have a good wood discount, but not to make up for double bit axe. It's like you're making up for the tech rather than... Or you're making up for the thing you don't research rather than having something else.
Sorry.
Okay, where's TaToH going? Probably wants another dock. He might want a forward dock. And there's feudal for both, but TaToH avail faster. Let's check the loom status. No loom for TaToH. No loom for Lucho. How much food do you want on this map? We can check that. 17.5k. I mean, compared to everything else. But yeah, I'm sure TaToH would love to grab a few more of those buffaloes. So no boars or anything to hunt on this map. Yeah, TaToH, this is the approach I was expecting, a lumber camp and gold. And eventually you bring all your buffaloes back, so you have farms. Or so you avoid farms, so that you have a food source, I mean. Oh, one buffalo there. There's TaToH up, and with what ships will he open? A galley from that dock, galley from that dock, and a third dock, presumably for another galley. So Dravidians, as I said, get off to a great start. They save the housing space for every dock they build, and they get an extra 200 wood when they get to the next stage. So you build 3 docks, you actually save 75 wood.
Piggy.
There's all those red dots on the minimap. Feels like TaToH really wants to go forward and be aggressive, which I think makes sense in the Civ matchup. Yeah, and we see Lucho trying to stonewall, and exactly like what happened in that Viper game. If you hold long enough with Koreans, then your discount kicks in, and the more that discount applies, the better. TaToH with a nice score lead. Lucho more res collected. Don't know if TaToH can actually get in and kill the fishing ships. It feels like TaToH's winning this. Oh my gosh, he's winning it. And there's a GG from Lucho. It's snowballed really hard all of a sudden for him. Oh, 2 or 3 galleys, and that is how you do Dravidians Koreans in a matchup where you want to be aggressive with the Dravidians. Right, Viper's base in that other game was really compact, and he took some early losses, but was able to overcome it. Here, Lucho, nothing he can do. This series was a bit shorter than one entire game in the other one, but 2-0 KD. That's all it takes. 2 kills, and Lucho feels like he can't recover. Sneck did win, yes. Alright, well, congrats. Congrats to TaToH, he will move on. And I think that's all we have today for Thalassocracy, but I got some Stronghold Frenzy to do. If only we got to see more Aqua Arena. But Water Nomad really can come down to the opening build and opening galley micro. It used to be such a demo fest, but now no more demos in the new water. Hopefully they change that. I think we all know demos are good. All right, so I'm gonna swap over my stream title and stuff. Let me type Stronghold Frenzy Community League Finals and swap my logo and stuff. And these all are best of 7s, I think, so I don't know how many I'm going to be able to cast all at once, but I'll do my best. Get through as many as I can today, and we'll keep going over the weekend. And let's see, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and there's a 7th being played. So wish me energy. Maybe I try to do like 2 or 3 per day. Let me see here. Not that one, this one. There we go. Enough wood, sire. Okay, I have some YouTube stuff to change. And add the thumbnail I made earlier. File is bigger than 2 megabytes. No. Alright. Need to export as a JPEG. And while I'm doing this, let me also change my game version. There we go. All right, and what team is this? Let me do this. I'll say the Night League. And do we have team names? Let me ask my admins if we're here. Do we have team names? Or I have player names to put on the scoreboard, but do we actually have team names? That would be good to have. Yippee. Yeah, UP. Do we have team names for everyone? I saw you post the drafts. And I have the player names for the drafts, but if we also have team names, that'd be great, because then I could identify them by team. Let's put their names there. R Knight 8 and AKA 1412. Team names? Okay. Yeah, I just realized in the sign up form. Okay, they're just using their player names then. You know, never mind. I need another coffee. This is a 1v1 tournament. My mind is thinking I casted all of those cartographers community events in one day. And I had to go through and like triple check all the team names every time I did a community event. And now I'm like, oh wait, this is a 1v1 event. Now we never mind. I need more coffee. So I'm gonna download the Rex. I'm gonna have like a 5-minute break after casting that so I can grab some more coffee. And then we'll get started. I think you made an announcement that we're casting. I saw that in the Discord, so we're good. I'll be back in about 5 minutes then, and we'll get started. So you can entertain the chat for us, UP. Alright, I got my next coffee. I also ran outside and got my mail, so I think we're good to cast this. Let me see. This stuff is in my save game folder. And alright, so we'll have our Knight 7 on the left and AKA 1412 on the right. We're going to start just like I did when I did the Cartographers event, from the lowest ELO bracket and go to the highest ELO bracket. The players in this group were from 850 to 1017 ELO. I don't know the ELOs of these players in particular, but they would fall in that range, at least when they signed up. Well, it's sometimes tricky to do lower ELO brackets, because if players are really interested and really practice, then they'll improve a lot and gain ELO. Let me just get this set up. So this is the Knight League. Type that into Capture Age and get the logo properly set up. There we go. And get the Capture Age version set up. We're using the normal Capture Age, not the Thalassocracy one. There we go. Alright, and game one, let's go. here we are. So we will have AKA 1412 as the Red Persians to the west, and our Knight 8 as the Yellow Mongols to the northeast. And it will just speed up the Dark Age a bit. These are all fast castle maps. And, well, we've seen a lot of very high-level games. This will be a good, I think, showcase for the map scripters to see how different levels will play them too. About HD when it came out in 2012 or something, Crusader was a big part. I've never played Stronghold Crusader, but I feel like I should probably try it out. I mean, this is the Stronghold Frenzy. I mean, it's close enough, right? Anyway, we have a Borlor there from our Knight. Mongols, Persians, Civ matchup. Alright, you get 2 berries. Oh, you could almost do a double mill here. You could have a horribly inefficient mill on both berries if you built it 1 tile to the side. But yeah, awkward, maybe a bit awkward that the berries go right up against the wall, so I like how AKA kind of left that 1 tile gap to give the vills a bit more room to maneuver around there. A nice lumber camp on the side. And this is Velchins. We've seen it quite a bit. This is the, I guess, the most standard generation, where each player basically has a little quarter in front of them. Scout fight there. Players trying to take the hill, but I think AKA didn't quite get on the hill. And because of that little loop-de-loop he did trying to get over there, we'll lose the scout fight. So as we get up to feudal, looks like we'll have maybe a scout. Don't think you can pick that villager. Okay, yeah, not gonna go for the vill. Not gonna go for the vill. Don't see anyone going for it. If I see someone doing something fancy, I'll take a look at it, but otherwise I'll just look at the builds and kind of go normal speed when we get to the castle age, same way I usually would cast arena from a wreck. Oh, okay, market, and oh no, AKA decided to use the market as the wall and didn't quite have the wood to do a second one, but no big deal. Tiny bit of idle time for your Persians, you'll make up for it. And then some stone walls going up, and then palisade over here. Yeah. So all of these are best of 7 sets. So we could potentially have like 49 games to cast. And okay, it looks like it will be a scout rush here from our Knight. You know, sometimes it's good to look for this, because you can have passages from the outside to the inside. And if those aren't walled, sometimes you get a little sneak that can lead through your enemy's base. But here we have not just a market, but stone walls up for AKA. Stone walled on both sides. Better than the top players knows not to use the oysters as part of the wall. And we are immediately having a castle. I hope this is for elephants. I hope this is for elephants, yes! Yeah, sped up Dark Age, because I have no idea how many total games we have to cast, and if I try to do all of them this weekend, we might have a lot. So we just for purposes of getting through all of them, we'll speed the Dark Ages up a bit. And we'll have a market here for our Knight. And with the scouts going up a bit slower, walled off the middle. Let's see, that house is still up. Scouts aren't going to get in. Scouts not going to be able to get in. And, okay, AKA. I see some farms. Let's see, our Knight doesn't see that castle yet. Doesn't see the castle yet. I'm still hoping we get to see some elephants. I'd really like to see some elephants. There's the loom. Oh gosh, that was the FC without loom. That explains the stone walls. Oh my god, imagine there were a hole and the scouts got in and there wasn't any loom on these vills. Oh, that would have been a disaster. Oh wait. Wait. Did AKA do this on purpose? Because it's all female vills on this lumber camp. And then almost all male vills on the gold mine. We don't have the Polish bugged civ anymore where you have to split them up. Anyway, it looks like the scout got killed by a villager or something there. As we'll have an elephant. One elephant. 1-to-1 KD. Yeah, so our Knight left the scout absent-mindedly attacking the wall. And, oh yeah, there's a spear. Yeah, you gotta pay attention to that, because sometimes you'll delete the wall, and then if you're not paying attention to the scout, and your scout's just la-di-da attacking the wall, bam, here comes the spear. And that's what happened there. So elephant on its way forward. This is why we have the community leagues, because you'd never see this in the pro games. FC Persian elephants. I did this with Phosphor once in a team game when he was the flank. I like what AK is doing. But I fear the monks. Well, you know, Mongols aren't the best monk civ. What's the elo? This is around 1,000 elo. The top of this group was 1,017. So Spear will be poking the wolf. Spear gonna stand atop the hill and poke down. Persian's not the best monk civ. Well, the best elephant civ, I'd say. And the Spear gets a kill there. And so far, I don't think that our Knight has actually scattered the elephants. I like how our Knight has some vision on the side. And, I mean, if AKA are really, really feeling fancy, they could just delete this house, run along the side with the elephants, because I don't think this is walled. There are, you know, what makes this map tricky is there are 5 passages that you need to wall. Not just the middle, but the sides of the middle, and then the sides of the sides. And any one of them being open could lead to scouts getting in, and I mean, good job from AKA to have all that walled when our Knight was trying to go for the scouts. Ooh, I see a petard, as you point out, a petard coming in. Okay, where's that gonna head off to? Yeah, made their own little arena, right? It's like they're playing Arabia, right? That's like what every Arabia player does. They play do-it-yourself arena, and they're playing do-it-yourself arena on a Stronghold Frenzy map. This is like double arena. Okay, 5 elephants and 1 petard. I think you need more than 1 petard to get through 2 layers of fortified palisade, and then a stone wall there. I guess the elephants could break their own path in. We'll have some step lancers. I don't think step lancers win against war elephants. Look at that, 450 hit points. He's gonna see this, but will he react accordingly? Well, he sees it. I mean, when you see this, how do you even react? Now, that's just the stuff of nightmares. 5 war elephants knocking at your walls. He's gonna react with another stable. Doing more steppies. Alright, doing more steppies. Adding a TC and dying. Okay, yeah, petard doesn't quite get through. Oh, wait. Oh, you have a hill here. You have a hill here. That's right, the petard will do more damage. Okay, 1 petard is enough. So I was thinking he had to go through several layers of the palisade, but if he goes through the one with the elephants and then goes for the stone wall, then he's good. Yeah, I mean, maybe you could go camels here. That's probably your best option from the stables, but I think monks have to be play. Yeah, you know, honestly, there's crossbows here to deal with whatever would counter the elephants. And there goes the stable. These elephants are, oh gosh. Oh gosh. Poor our Knight. You're just peacefully booming away and all the elephants are in. Elephants melt buildings. Yeah, there's the camel, but crossbows are out already to deal with the camel. Oh no, there goes the TC. Online OP units. Yeah, right. It's not just the elephant; it's the combo. Like the two other counters would be like pikemen and camels. Now, camels not really, because camels they only do bonus against cav, and then elephants are both cav and war elephants for their armor classes. So the pikemans do extra bonus damage against the war elephants that the camels wouldn't. And there's the GG from our Knight. Nice strat. All right, I hope Doubt and Andy are watching this for ideas for their set tomorrow. As there we go, 1-0 lead for AKA. That's 19-3 KD. And yeah, our Knight even had more eco, but that's not going to help you when you have 5 elephants in your base. Look at that. Look at that fast castle time, 15:26. for the elephants. GG. Yeah, insta dead. Your name describes exactly what happened to our knight there, aka with the elephants. Oh, that was amazing. Alright, so there we go. We have a win for AKA. And that'll be on... Wait a minute. Oh, wait, this is the wrong draft. Hold on. Hold on. Not bad. I clicked the draft underneath the Rex, not the one above the Rex. I copy and pasted the wrong one. There we go. That should do it. Yeah, there we go. That's the draft for the next set. So AKA wins game 1 on Velchins. And, ooh, randomed TaToH. Oh gosh, look at this. They double banned Ngome. Edible Play-Doh, hello. Do ranked games autosave? You can restore them, but you can't restore them as a ranked game, unfortunately. There's no proper save and restore feature. rumbling. That's the sound of the elephants coming. It's like when you hear the siege onagers in the forest. When you're playing Amazon Tunnel. Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's usually a restore file, but you can't just like win and get ranked from it. Unfortunately. Can't see the button. If you go to the lobby, the multiplayer lobby, there's a restore button, and sometimes it breaks and it doesn't change, but you can find it there. Anyway, on to game number 2. And this will be Zimbabwe, Spanish, and Japanese. Yeah, he's not. I don't think he's asking for the wreck Vietnamese crossbow. But it sounds like they're looking for the restore file. Alright, so here we have AKA playing as the red Japanese to the northwest, and our knight as the yellow Spanish to the southeast. So this is what I'm interested in. Oh, you want to see the replay? Oh yeah, that's just in the if it's under the single player menu. If you go to single player load game, there's a tab for replays. So here we'll have Zimbabwe, and what I'm curious about is if these players are gonna dare to move out and lure the elephants and rhinos. As in the pro leagues, everyone who plays Rage Forest has a huge advantage on this map because they're used to doing the extra boar lures, the triple boar lures from that map. Here, elephants and rhinos defended by crocodiles could be tricky. Could be very tricky indeed to lure in if you're not used to it. And already, ooh, that Vil walking around the back of the wood line. So Spanish, Japanese, this could be conquistadors versus monks. And Japanese, I feel, could struggle against the conquistadors. I'm not sure what they do other than like monk skirm defense. You see it? Nice. And mill over on the berries for AKA. You do have 4 little wood lines in your base and then a big wood line in the back you can eventually move out to. Ooh, we see some loom from our knight. We see loom. I think that might just be a I'm housed panic loom. As the Vils, oh gosh. Not the situation you want for your lumber camp. I think you could have one Vil finish that tree. But yeah, that was a panic house there with the loom. But only 9 seconds of idle time, so salvaged a bit from the situation. Yeah, early farm from AKA. This is what you avoid in the higher leagues by luring in the boards. Yeah, so now the question is, if they're not going to lure it, will they do mills out here? Will they do TCs out there? This is one of those maps that I think could play very differently between the low elo and the high elo, versus how much people prioritize the hunt. How much do they trust their luring skills? And here it looks like we're going to focus on the double mining camp masterpiece rather than the lures. Yeah, the buffalo trying to help the board too. There he goes. And then, yeah, mining camp on the gold. Yeah, awkward lumber camp situation for our knight. Palisade, wall, and mill to farm animals? What do you mean, palisade, wall, and mill? You mean like walling in the villager to shoot the elephant so the elephant can't fight back? You can do that, sure. And we'll have loom on the way for AKA. Oh, okay, there we go, there we go. Our first villager headed towards the middle. Okay, we see there is a crocodile there. And, okay, AKA will attack the crocodile with the scout. In the Ville. Alright. Go for both, There's the elephant. And we have loom. Going for the rhino. Oh, yes. Okay, the scout needs to help. Oh, okay, deleted the wall to make it maybe a bit easier. Scout's gonna get one more block. Okay, scout, can it keep blocking? I don't know. Well, okay, it's working. It's working. The Ville, I think it has 2 more hits. Oh, okay, everything stopped. It's walking back. Oh no. The scout's gonna try to block. He'll get the elephant. The elephant almost went for the weak Ville. Okay, 1 for 2. Yeah, I don't see our knight heading out. What is Folder doing? Folder's inviting me to play. I'm casting Folder. All right, so we have a lure. If this is what the low elo brackets do now. If this were HD, I would have lost like 4 or 5 Vills to lure in the elephant that was inside my walls due to the lag. Almost got it. So our knight up to feudal. And adding in a few more Vills, adding in the blacksmith. And I think we can speed this up again. I don't think anyone's gonna go for another lore attempt. Let's maybe check the scouting. The map's pretty similar every time. You don't really need to scout all that much, but still is useful to do so. So both players up to the castle age will have about a minute faster uptime for AKA. That extra boar certainly does help. Yeah, and you can see the farming difference of what the boar does, how you can delay your farms. And defensive castle for the Japanese. So 2 games in a row, that's 2 castles. And we're gonna have a castle for the Spanish too. Our knight looks like it'll be a defensive castle. A tiny bit more stone needed. And then, see a workshop going up. And will the castle go forward? Oh, it might go over here. It might go on the hill. Okay. Oh, this might be Samurai and Rams. Oh, it'll be Samurai and Rams. You get enough conks out, you should be able to deal with that. But if the Rams come super early before the castle goes up, that could be a problem. Hey, it'll be Samurai and Rams. Hello there, Don Pato Pesto. Well, Soxy showed us how effective Samurai and Rams can be if you remember that Ghost Lake, or no, not Ghost Lake, it was a Grapple. That Grapple game you played against No Zombie on the house. Had the Rams drive the Samurai across the entire outside of the map and caught No Zombie completely off guard by the majesty of the strat. Maybe the same thing happens here. Our knight looking around, nice workshop positioning so it can't be scouted. And no one else moving outside of their base, but the scouts might find each other. This scout having lost some HP from that crocodile incident earlier. Okay, outpost going up. Our knight, do we have town watch? We do have town watch. Oh, let's go. Sees exactly what's coming. Workshop and castle. And now the question is just do the neurons go off in our knight's mind? Does our knight realize it's gonna be Samurai and Rams? And petards. Ooh. Oh, now here's the question also for AKA. Does AKA realize where the castle is? If AKA goes straight through the walls and doesn't realize where the castle is, maybe the conquistadors swoop in from behind. Do you always need 2 unit types? Most of the time you do. Oh, and look at that, triple mangonels. This is gonna be amazing if AKA goes to fight the front of the base. And then the castle's out here the entire time. But scout for AKA goes down. We'd never waste attacking the scout there. Could have maybe healed it up in the castle a bit, but at the very least, our knight decides not to patrol the gate anymore. But that doesn't really matter because the outpost will see everything anyway. And petards, samurais, and you know what's coming now. Still, aka not aware of the castle. If the Rams went for that castle now, it'd probably be destroyed. There's not much in it. A few conquistadors out, and as long as the Rams get slowed down by the mangonels, Conch should be able to deal with the samurais. Ooh. Okay. Okay, 3 petards to get through. I guess that's uphill. And then the mangonels going for the rams. This is exactly what you want to do when you see a ram push. Mangonels behind walls. And a micro the conquistadors to hit the samurai. Repair the blacksmith. And this is about as perfect a defense as you could have wanted. No siege tower added in, so the samurai couldn't hop and take out the mangonels, but oh boy, our knight. With the conchs. Well defended there. And more conchs on the way. Maybe you gotta do a few of your own petards to get in, but... Oh, that was nice, That's pretty much exactly what you want to do in that situation. Mangonels behind the walls to deal with the rams. Conchs to deal with the samurais. And, oh, this samurai might run into your castle, he's gotta be careful. Yeah, there it goes. And our knight will move for a TC on the outside. And so far, 1 TC for AKA. A bit ahead in resources, curiously enough, but probably with a 21-1 KD. Has spent a lot of those resources too. Yeah, now it's just gonna be a bit more of a boom for our knight by the looks of it. Have to remember to go to that wood line in the back at some point though. You don't want to either chop your walls or run out of wood on the inside. And mangonels will go for the gate. So defensive mangonel here from AKA. A couple of scorpions out too. Scorpions might be able to help against the conchs, but not so much against the mangonels. More samurai on the way. And the samurai takes out a zebra and a crocodile. Vill's gonna team up and fight a lion. The lion goes down. And this gate will go down, so now it comes down to AKA to have a defense, and there'll be some stone walls being added in back here. And boom, look at that gate crumble. Yeah, good eco, also 12 Vil advantage, 2 TCs. One conch gonna be used as a scout. Sacrificial scout to get some vision of what the army looks like. I don't know if our knight's gonna want to push here or not. And so far, at least, AKA came to play with 2 rather interesting strats. Elephants and now Samurai Rams. And credit to our knight for scouting that. Yeah, only around 53 seconds idle time, and now, ooh, third TC for our knight too on the back wood line. So nice boom behind this, as AKA has finally gone to that back wood line too. Armor now, armor for the samurais. And, well, time for another ram push. At least the mangonels are still in the walls, but they're not actually manning the walls right now. And AKA actually still ahead in res collected by a bit. But as I said, with that 21 to 3 KD, the res lost probably make up for that. Oh my gosh, the poor conquistador cannot hit the samurai. I can maybe hit the lion. Or the Wallingville. Oh, they're so inaccurate. Oh, what's the lion? The lion getting some nibbles out of those conks. None of the conks focusing the lion. Oh, he's 1 damage per attack. Look at the lion go. Look at him go. He's hungry for conks. Oh, they got him. They got him. Finally, they got him. The samurai comes over. Oh, look at the wildlife's hungry today. Oh, the samurai, he's gonna run away though. Look at how fast he is compared to the crocodile. Look at him go. He's zooming away. Gonna avoid that TC, but dang, yeah. Oh, the TC gets the crocodile for him. That's fast. He can run. How fast is a crocodile IRL? Could we outrun one? Maybe, I mean, probably over a long distance, but maybe not over a short distance. Okay, time for another ram push. This time with mangonels and scorpions. A few skirms. And there go the samurais. They have their zoom attack to charge the conks. But ooh, if the conks are micro, this is not going to be a good fight for the samurai. But if the samurai close the distance, they do have bonus attack against unique units that will come into play. And oh, they did close the distance. Ooh, that is rough now. Mangonel goes down. The Vills could probably ungarrison and destroy most of the rams at this point. Oh no, the Vills for our knight. The castle was found out in the open. And I'll have to garrison the TC. I'll get more samurai. But here come the mangonels, here come the mangonels. And the samurai that are left are maybe a bit weaker. Could be another destroyed ram push as scorpions go down. Okay, rams going down to the mangonels. But okay, this is devastating. We still have a 20 Vil lead. But this will probably be another 10 dead Vils. Now, okay, the entire village from our knight being sent to raise this castle as the ram comes in. Low HP ram, and with another castle, I don't think this is by itself as much of a threat. They did now retake this area with all the gold and the stone. As res collected so close. That was pulling apart a bit, but all of a sudden that's now a 36 to 2 eco KD. And maybe we'll see some more conks coming out of the castle. Yeah, an absolute slaughter. Okay, so after a great defense of the first ram push, the second one, yeah, it's tough, right? Because, you know, I know this is the lower elos, but if you don't micro conquistadors, samurai wreck them with their plus 10 against unique units. If you do micro them, the samurai stand no chance. You can really stress your multitasking skills to micro the conquistadors, as strong as they are. So are we just chilling in the back, hoovering around menacingly? Full of mangonels here and there. Oh, they'll get the samurai and a villager, but most importantly the samurai. And just passing, they will see this. Oh, there's a samurai. Oh, it's a Vil. It's a Vil. Yeah, now AKA is starting to come back in front. Ooh, that is a risky set of farms with this army here. That is a risky set of farms. So this is where AKA could one-hit the farms, should those samurai want to. And ooh, samurai grabbing the mangonels. Vill's starting to fight as the TC is garrisoned fully. What happened? We have... Oh wait, the gate might be blocked in here. That's why the Vills are pathing around the outside. Well, the samurai will go down, but at great cost, as we now have a 78 to 55 Vil lead. We have a 64 to 2 Eco KD for AKA. AKA will get a castle up to the north. TC there. And the samurai not destroying the farms out of the kindness of their hearts. I think the damage has been done, and we'll have a TC out on this gold as AKA sends a whole village out there, 20 or 19 villagers to construct it. Yeah, that was crazy. That was a crazy push on the castle. Also, this is the cracked terrain area too, so you gotta be careful about that. And buildings taking extra damage. So AKA using the market. And everything looks pretty good. Up to Imp. Up to Imp. Alright, a few more conks here for our knight. And our knight's probably going to need some counterattack damage. It'll be hard though with 2 castles up and TCs on everything. So since they're not really fighting, let's speed things up a bit. There's bloodlines. Bloodlines there for the conks. Oh, and time to go for a TC. This might force an engagement. Still want to see him move those farms somewhere safer. I guess there isn't much room inside. So Imp and Conscription, the first thing clicked for AKA. And I think AKA is going to want Trebs. Yep, there are Trebuchets. Trebuchets for besieging the TC and this castle. There's the TC. And here is the Treb. Here's the Treb. Conscription and Elite Samurai. Okay, don't see that graphic all the time. But he's pretty cute. His little flag added to him. And the Elite upgrade. And there we go, there's the flag, there's the flag. Monks want to get some hits. And our knight needs to micro this, he needs to micro this. It's down to under a 10 Vil difference now. Yeah, part of that's the age difference. But if you can micro conks, you can do anything. Samurai starting to drop. Gotta be careful of their zoom attack. Conks running back. And oh, out of stone, out of stone. The Vils couldn't repair anymore. And the Trebs take out the castle. Ooh, 4 Trebs, that's a lot of Trebs. And those beautiful golden samurai charge down these conquistadors. And ooh, in a game that had started out so well, looked so promising for our knight, things have absolutely collapsed. And hey, this is the conk micro our knight needed originally on that TC, or originally in that fight, before all the TCs went down. This is the hard thing. How do you finish off conquistadors? Well, once they're out there, they almost never die. Okay, everything there going down. And behind this, we have a boom. We have a nice boom. 94 to 94 Vils, aka doing that while an imp. And that's a 66 to 2 Eco KD. 3 to 67, so 1 self-mangonel shot inflicted in there. At this point, skirms are a nice addition. And there is forging on the way. Couple of stables. And well, a lot of res being floated. This is Imperial Age click timing. Right, you had the castle already. Probably do it in this TC. But I think it's I think we're well past Imperial Age at this point. Also, aka not spending all that food. Just adding in more TCs if you want to spend the food on Vils. Just then. No, that's probably one of the better ways to spend it. So you're not going to be pushing and just kind of waiting. You want pros to see the beauty and power of Roman longswords? You'll have to do it to them. I may not see a game that does Roman longswords yet. I think my goal is I'll try to do 3 today, because there are 7, and then I can do 2 tomorrow after the finals, and then hopefully finish everything by Sunday. And if not, I'll try to finish it Monday. We'll see. It depends on how many games they are. And how well this coffee keeps me awake. Alright, here come the trebs. Remember, this isn't sudden disaster. You don't lose if your TC is destroyed. Oh, they go right for that treb. Samurai here getting through buildings pretty well too. And here one big engagement. Knights and conquistadors against samurai and skirms. They're trying to pick off the samurai with the conks, pick off the skirms with the knights, keep the conks out of range of everything. You got samurais charging at you and skirms throwing javelins, and it's not going to be enough army for our knight. Not going to be enough. And AKA will take that fight and march straight on into his base. There's the GG. And AKA, in a game, I thought our base, or our knight, our knight was in a good position earlier. But one a continued ram push. Sometimes that's the hard thing about the ram push. Once it starts, it doesn't stop. You gotta keep committing to defending it. And yeah, 1 minute difference that time. Oh, yeah, no 8 PM on this graph. Never give up. Our knight is our base brother. Let's see, what map was that? That was Zimbabwe. There you go. Resource floating, you know, it happens for everyone, especially at this level. So that's not going to be too shocking. Alright, let me reset the ad timer. And then we'll do this next game. And I'll sip on my second cup of coffee while we do the ads. That was fun. I've enjoyed those 2 games. Why is my cell phone company sending me spam text messages? Verizon, you're my cell carrier. I can't just stop all messages from you. Let me reopen Capture Age, and we'll go in game number 3. This is a delightful coffee. Alright, and here we go. Game number 3. AKA looking pretty strong so far. Playing as the red Goths to the west, and Aronite as the yellow Slavs to the east. Ooh, Drazina champions should be pretty good here. Remember, this is regicide, so you gotta protect your king. I wonder if these players will go for a king snipe. Could be what the Huskarls are for. Counter Expos, and the Expos don't know it. Admire the fortified tower graphics for a bit. Now this is regicide, so you have to be a bit tricky in your build. Remember, you start with 0 gold and 150 stone, so if you want to do 2 TCs once you get up, you have to long distance mine 50 stone. And if you want to do loom, you have to mine 50 gold somehow. And loom is valuable because there are box turtles out here in the middle of the map, along with some berries. And they provide a good source of food, so you might want loom to go grab them.
Yes, yes.
You can always delay it until when you decide to walk out, but if you walk out on your transition to the feudal age, then you're gonna be short for going to feudal. Looks like we had a pause there. And I hope these players know not to leave their kings out into the feudal age. Here's Aronite thinking of laying those goats. Everyone up to feudal, and I don't think we'll see anything other than market and blacksmith. Hello, scout. Yeah, market blacksmith. You don't start with a castle here, so you're not going to go heavily for the unique unit like you would on normal regicide fortress. And there's Castle Age for Aronite and Castle Age on the way here for AKA. And looks like it'll be a boom. Alright, so if you're booming Slavs versus Goths, the one thing Goths can do is hand cannoneer bombard cannon with like a meat shield of Halb champion. I actually think that could be hard for the Slavs to deal with. If you're just going infantry, Drazina champions will wreck you, but that's not the only part of the Goth tech tree. We have a castle immediately. Okay, we have a castle, and we have a fast imp. Okay, I was gonna say I'll just speed the Dark Ages up, but if we're gonna get a fast imp, I'll speed up to imp. Huskarl time, let's go fast imp. Okay, well he's gonna see Huskarls, I'm sure that's no surprise. But I don't know if our knight will realize the score drop on the timing for the fast imp from AKA. He's up to the Imperial Age, and that's 1933. That's got to scare you a bit to see your opponents up that quickly. How do you sign up for community leagues in the future? Lots of tournaments do community leagues. I usually do them whenever I do events, or I try to at least. So just pay attention to event announcements. Usually it's just you join the Discord and fill out a sign up form. Just to submit your account so that we know what the ELO is and how to place you into appropriate skilled brackets, or appropriately skilled brackets. Alright, so scout fight in the middle, and our knight loses the scout. Now it's Halb plus Trebuchet. And Boyars, you're right about the Boyars, and if we don't have Halbs, the Boyars will be great. Boyars can kind of kill Halbs, they both kind of kill each other. And do we see the castle? Yes. Yes, AKA does see the castle. And here are the Trebs, there they are. And 2 Trebs already working at the castle. However, I think if the bow arrows run forward, they win the fight, even with the presence of the halbs. And who's gonna come out on top? Boyars or halbs? Boyars or halbs? And looks like it's the halbs. Oh no, the boyars couldn't quite do it. I'll rapture if he kills the trebs. That's a big if at this point. Has a few mangonels here, but we'll lose the castle. That will crumble. And here come the trebs. They can go for the tower, the market, the blacksmith, whatever they want. And we're gonna have a couple of barracks now. So there is man-at-arms. Ooh, we might see some longswords. We might see some longswords. And look at this eco, 78 to 45. And I think you are completely right. If our knight can stabilize, he should be able to fight this off. The trebs are immediately going for the fortified tower. And our knight has to be careful of the king. Yeah, now the halb numbers are climbing. Right? If all the boyars maybe just focus the halb instead of the treb, then turn back, then maybe it's different. But if you're focusing the treb, then you're going to take losses. Always tricky in those fights to know what to focus first. Sometimes you just want to dive the trebs to protect the castle. Other times you want to clear the units first, then the trebs. Trebs will go for a siege workshop. Okay, and longswords individually should counter both the units, the halb, or the halb line and the huskarls. Just need enough of them, need the production. So 100 over 95, we need a few more houses. Or a few more barracks as the Slavs, because the barracks also give you pop space. As I knock my water over. Kick that on the floor. I think the blacksmith goes down. 7 longswords more on the way, he's got 8 in the queue. Okay, I like this. He's adding several production buildings, getting the queue going. There's chemistry, there's the hand cannoneer swap. Xena champs wreck Goths? Well, that depends on the situation, because Goths also have hand cannoneers. And we see the ranges coming forward. And the fight's gonna have to be before the hand cannoneers get out. We have a lot of longswords. The longswords will slow down your imp time. Our knight now, 5,000 more resources collected. And it's gonna wait here. Yeah, right, good engagement with the mangoes. I mean, our knight must hopefully doesn't look at the score and get discouraged here, because that's a 50 villager difference. Yeah, the trebs will treb, huh? That's what they do. That's tautologically true. Can't worry about that. Gotta worry about what you can do. Now you can move the buildings to the back, add some more houses here and there. But triple range forward for hand cannoneers to try to deal with the long swords. And a monastery being added in. No relics yet, but this could be the start of a collection. I think this is open. So that's a lot of float too. He lost the market, but still a bit of float. Could have clicked imp by now. Could have pumped out probably a few more longswords by now. 27. And more longswords on the way. Problem is the hand cannoneers are starting to come out. We have 9 of them here. And this is a risk, I know. You gotta be scared at this point. Like, oh no, the enemy's at my gate. And it says, you know, it's hard to stay calm in this situation. But here are 35 long swordsmen. And what can he do with them? Scorps would do great against the hand cannons. Yes, 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 yes. Problem is, bombard cannon could also be added in. Gallants do indeed have access to that. Scorps in the middle of the TC. Ooh, I don't like that. The Scorps absorb the Treb shots. The TC takes no damage because the Scorps were there, but the Scorps go down. And the Mangonels get a couple of hits on the Halbs. And here come the longswords. Okay, the TC will go down, but the longswords are fighting. They'll deal with the Halbs. The Scorpions still alive to deal with the hand cannoneers. Okay, okay. Our Knight's holding. 55 vil lead for our Knight. Almost 10,000 more resources collected. Here go the hand cannoneers. The Scorpions get some damage from behind. The hand cannoneers so deadly to the longswords. Look at them go down. Oh, there they go. Hand cannoneers taking everything, taking more longswords down. Yeah, you gotta pay attention to the blacksmith upgrades too, a bit better for our Knight. But I think his eco's now in shambles, as the hand cannoneers were a bit too much for the longswords. And 98 to 50 vils, but I feel like AKA is just pushing in and this push can't be stopped. Just needs to be left alone for 10 minutes. I mean, you could run to the sides and reboom, sneak out. But I mean, this is perfect map awareness from AKA. Send the hand cannoneers down here and watch for anything that slips away. That includes a mess of idled villagers. And Trebs, there we go, raining rocks upon this TC. And we're about to be, I think, 0 TC gaming for our Knight with one more Treb shot. Yeah, still floating a lot of resources. But now you gotta figure out how to spend them. The Trebs go for the barracks. And down it goes. They should make a 1,000 gold upgrade that disguises your king as a vill. That would be crazy. And there's the GG. So, AKA up 3-0, looking pretty dominant in these first few games. Military 135 to 49. Every strat revolved around a castle too. Really using the Stronghold part of the Stronghold frenzy. Yeah, huge eco for our Knight. Managed to get a good number of longswords out, but never quite enough. Felt like AKA was a step ahead in the military transition. Alright, hello Otter, settled in. We'll see, I don't think I'm going to get through all of these. As I said, there are 7 sets that are best of 7. And I don't think I can cast 49 games, but I'm going to try to do 3 of them at least tonight. Oh, I need to update this scoreboard out here. That's 3-0 AKA. And that was a loss on Narok. And it could be Sardis is our next map. Let me once again just get an ad on Twitch and then reset that timer and we'll do the next game. I'll sip on my coffee while the ad plays. And then we're gonna have the real grand finals tomorrow. We've had several events all rescheduled, and we're trying to navigate them. And hello, Alan Sitaux over on YouTube. Welcome in. When would the others be cast? Whenever I have time over the weekend. And if I don't finish, then I'm doing it next week. I'll make an announcement when I go live, and I'll try to tag everyone and have the at least the VOD stamps in YouTube set up to if people want to go watch and they can't see their sets casted live. It really depends on how long they take. Elo range for this set here, this bracket was 800 to 1000. Yeah. So, you know, if we have 3 4-0 sets tonight, then maybe I cast 4 sets, and then I have less to cast over the weekend. If we have 3 7-game sets, then I don't know. I'll see. Tomorrow I'm probably casting the King of the Desert match, and then the finals for Stronghold Frenzy. And then I don't know how exhausted I'll be. Yeah, this one here was it was around 800 to 1000, the elo range for this particular group. So again, Sardis, no Saracens. I didn't know there would be a treaty. Yeah, first time I'm seeing it. Wait, what? There's a treaty? Did they select treaty? There's a treaty. Wait, what? Hey, well, what happened here? Hold on, there's a treaty. I don't know why there's a treaty. Did we get the settings wrong? Probably. But I don't think it matters. Alright? We didn't accidentally add a treaty to the map script where they can't attack the wall in the Dark Age? I mean, you could just attack this wall. Alright, for the boundary. Okay, well, there's a treaty. Yeah, it's not like anything's gonna happen in the first 5 minutes on this map. I mean, you gotta break through the fortified wall to get to the middle. But, okay. I'll just double check Bozzy didn't sneak a treaty into the map pool. Vill Rush. You can't Vill Rush though, because Vills, they don't attack the wall, they repair the wall. Treaty or no. Anyway, no Saracens, so no one attempting to use the Saracens bonus to break out right away. Yeah, Mel, we're not gonna get the match command working because these are Rex, but as I was told, this bracket was capped at just over 1000 elo. Can you attack the neutral wall while in treaty? Well, I don't know, but we're beyond the time of the treaty and no one's going for it, so I don't think that affected anything here. I'll have a house here for our knight. We'll see if he tries to push the deer. Yeah, there we go. Nice deer push in action. Boom. Oh, look at that. Those farms. That was some auto farm, insta farm placement. Even faster at high speeds. So pretty much the same uptime for both. Let's see, 24 Vills. 25 pop up, Blacksmith Market. Oh, Chimera, this is an insta up. No, this is a loom and then a Vill. This is a almost insta up. There we go. So around the same idle time for both players. Same idle time. 26 to 26 Vills. But loom here for our knight, no loom for AKA. And so far, no one trying to break out. The Greek units get unlocked together with the market? What? I thought it was just the same, you build them from the start like always. I mean, it's Chimera, so you're not going to build a market. Right, and they're the Sickle Warriors. Okay, our knight might need another lumber camp soon. And we're going to have a battering ram with warriors inside of it and try to go through the wall. our first player through the wall will be a castle. Alright, let's maybe slow this down a bit. We'll have a castle here from AKA as the Vietnamese breaks through, grabs the trade workshop in the middle, and tries to grab some of the outposts too. Wants a forward TC. Okay, well, our knight may be learning something from that earlier game about putting infantry and rams. So the boom here for AKA is going to be 2 TCs, one between a gold and a wood line, one's the starting TC, wheelbarrow on the way. And coming forward for a third TC. A third TC though, that might be rammed as we have 3 rams and a 4th on the way. 4th ram on the way from our knight. And hello Epic Sea Dragon, how are you? There's a lot of 4 rams. Good, I'm doing great. I'm looking forward to some fun community sets. Alright, here we go. Where are the rams going? Oh, is he gonna maybe avoid the middle and just go for the base? That could be something that takes out the castle. See where the rams go. Workshop and monastery. And our knight gonna see, maybe could even add more rams if he wanted to. Making good use of those Battle for Greece sickle warriors to put them inside of the rams. And looks like here that AKA will scout this. They're through. Yeah, ram train, choo choo. Hand cart there. And is he gonna go through? Nope. And oh, does Nilly need to help the pathfinding? Let them through. Oh gosh, they can't pathfind through. This is just this is the problem when Nilly's German and he's in front of the and he's in charge of the pathfinding. The trains don't run. So here we go. The ram train gets through the wall. And it'll go for the workshop, 1 mangonel inside, but the speedy ram should be able to catch up to that and keep it away if the rams try to ram it down, or the sickle warriors can do it. Alright, so that's a workshop down, monastery in shambles, imp on the way for AKA. But the ram push continues, and maybe our knight will be able to take the middle now. Mass sickle warrior. Do they counter Rattan armor? They would drain the armor every time they attack, yes. I'm pretty sure it's both melee and pierce that get drained. Oh, I see an elephant inside that stable. Oh my gosh. Oh, both civs can do elephants, right? It's Vietnamese Khmer. But AKA did do Persian War elephants before. And now is going to be housed. Housed at 65 population. And Vils are running away, chased by the sickle warriors. Vils do have handcart, so they are speedy Vils. But it's still slower. Let's see, what are they? I can click just one. That's 0.97. Alright, but the ram push continues. AKA trying to wall up. See, some rams are pretty low on HP. Our knight might need a few more rams. And our knight grabs the workshop with all the resources that the workshop brings. Oh, but nope, AKA with 1 Rattan Archer takes it right back. You gotta leave like 2 or 3 units near it to make sure something like that doesn't happen. And Zark2318, thank you very much for the raid. And here come more sickle warriors. And okay, let's see what happens to the armor as the attack's always not attacking. Oh, I wanted to see the question get answered. Oh, but that's okay. He's the aggressive stance Rattan will chase and lose the workshop until maybe this runs away. Okay, yeah, they lost the workshop. Okay, there we go. Now we have an attack. And yep, minus, 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 minus. Bam. Scouts come over, but okay, these guys probably belong in the rams. We try to go in from the back and hope that AKA doesn't see this. Oh yeah, the pathing here. I don't know if this is difficulty right-clicking the walls, if it's a pathing thing or whatever. But he's trying to go in. Onager on the way now for AKA. He'll have quite a few of those. No effort made to get the workshop again.
No bomb run yet.
And we'll have iron casting on the way. So, double stable, bloodlines on the way, double workshop. There are onagers there. So, onagers and elephants. That could be scary. The rams are kind of low on HP already. I feel like our knight might need a few more rams. Yeah, probably should have repaired the rams. Or, you know, had like a sneakyville here for more workshops. But here it comes, and AKA has got to be surprised at this. The first game was elephants out of the shadows, now it's rams out of the shadows. Here come the onagers. If the sickle warriors can deal with the onagers, that'd be great. Need to probably ungarrison. Okay, that hit, that hit the full HP rams too. And okay, all the rams are down, but that is a lot of sickle warriors. The onagers go down, one left. I don't think the sickle warriors can deal with the castle. They might be able to clear everything else, including at least one of the TCs. The onagers go down. The elephants are tanky. Look at the elephants go. But the sickle warriors are clearing this. Okay. This Ardite needs to be aware of the castle. He is disrupting this eco. It's only 47 vills. In the middle, AKA has retaken that workshop. Ardite needs to be aware of that and go grab it. Don't let his opponent have it for free. And the elephants are going to clean everything. They're going to clean the rest of the sickle warriors. That at least did quite a bit of damage. Behind this, our knight, what has our knight been doing? Our knight hasn't been added much more military. Does have 6 sickle warriors somewhere. Oh, they're still over here. Yeah, the rams got flattened by those onagers. And Ville's looking maybe to re-wall this. Maybe they'll draw the attention of the sickle warriors. That's now a 23-0 eco KD. So he did kill 23 villagers in that raid. And does have a 5 villager lead, despite being on 1 TC. Hello, Chicho. Yep. Oh, the sickle warrior is drawn to the vills. No, they're drawn back. Maybe they're gonna go grab the workshop if they can. If only he had the workshop that entire time. Maybe he needed to pump out a few more sickle warriors. Or peltasts or hoplites or anything. They come going for the rat nurtures.
No bomb run yet.
And okay, well, all but one rat archer go down. Now here are some elephants, but okay, now we have more sickle warriors. Oh, they go for the mercenary camp though. They go for the mercenary camp, so no more sickle warriors for our knight. He'll need to come up with another unit choice now. Oh no, the mercenary camp, that's the weak point in your army production. When you lose it, and you no longer get the special units. These are the last of the sickles here. And you'll need to make another swap to a different unit. Capram now for AKA. He still is down in Vil numbers, but makes up for it, more than makes up for it by controlling the workshop. There's bloodlines, there's scale parting armor. And the Ratans and the Rams, come on in. Along with the elephants. And let's see, we're gonna need military production facilities. We have some knights. Maybe our knight should just go for his own elephants. What does the workshop give? It gives you a trickle of resources. Gives you a trickle of resources. It's like one of the plenty vaults from Age of Mythology. And the Treb's there too. Ooh, and this might be it for our night as the elephants come in. Just as that first game had elephants, here they come. And there's the GG. And AKA, with an impressive 4-0 winning, that'll be our Night League finals. AKA will be our champion. And look at that glorious masterpiece of elephants running on through. I love the creativity though. I love the creativity from our knight. Being like, I'll come around the side, and from the shadows, strike with my rams. Maybe a bit slow to really do the damage, right? He killed, what's that, 23 vills in that raid? Could have been maybe a bit faster. Maybe if he had held on to the workshop while doing it. Maybe could have added another TC and boomed a bit more while doing it, especially if he had the res from the workshop. And then it's a different game, because, I mean, he's still... You look at the villagers, it's not like he's horribly behind in eco. Or yeah, maybe add a vill with a push, do a workshop and continue, or some buildings, keep adding stuff. Lots of options there, but GG's for AKA. That's a 68 to 59, or 68 to 57 KD. Needed either one more or one fewer kill for a meme. And GG. A first tournament? Oh, thanks for playing. Oop. Here we go. I don't know what happened with the treaty. Oh, that was weird. I don't know if maybe you swapped hosts and one of you had a treaty. So 4-0, and that is with a win on Sardis. So congrats, and let me get the next set ready to go. I'll probably take a quick break after that, but let me organize my folders for a moment. Alright, so what do we have next? Let me look at this post that he sent me. Yeah, so the Baron League is going to be on Sunday, and this is going to be the Bishop League. Ooh, this is going to be Lord Benji versus Unknown Player. Alright. Did this. This is going to be Unknown Player versus Lord Benji. It's the Bishop League. And for the maps, here we are. So Colo for game 1, then Tulo, Sardis, and Todai G, the good maps, are picked for Unknown Player. And then Ngome, Zimbabwe, and Narak picked for Lord Benji. Alright, alright. Don't see many Colo matches. Alright, so let me take a quick break after that set and just refill my water. And give me around 5 minutes, and then we'll cast this next one, so stay tuned. Thanks for watching, and we're gonna see. Let's see, Unknown Player, do you get to play your own maps? I didn't look at the map scripts. I wonder if Unknown Player, like, might include a little Easter egg. Like, you chop a certain tree and bam, you get 5k food. Anyway, I'll be right back. Oh, and Nick Stirs, thank you for the raid. They're raiding us into a small break, and I'm going to be back to cast the next set of the community finals. Alright, got my coffee ready for this next set. And let me double check. This is Bishop, right? I did copy that right. Yes, Bishop League. And let me enter this into Capture Age. Bishop League, and let's go. Game number 1. Oh, look at these colors, green and purple. Alright, chat, can we see green and purple? Let me know if this is okay or if I need to change it. So, we will have a dysfunctional tryhard here, who I believe is unknown player. He'll be in the green, playing as the Mongols. The north will have Lord Benji, playing in the purple as the Shu. Green versus purple. What a color matchup. This will be Colo, a map that we haven't seen. This is probably the least played map in the tournament. It can spawn in a bunch of different variations. This is the one with the walled mountain in the middle. Well, I guess there's always a walled mountain, but in a certain particular setup here. Jacob can see it, but Jacob has eagle eyes. Ooh. This is where I need Ornlu, because Ornlu's colorblind, and he can always help me out in knowing if the colors are visible or not. So we'll have some good scouting from the merchant. These Komodo dragons are actually like reskinned chicken deer things. May I pause? I don't know the Shu. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. This is, you gotta be careful there. The tech tree might lie to you. Be careful. According to this, they do have fast fire ships in the current patch. So don't hopefully we don't need to have a doubt admin situation in Imp because of the Shu. the one Civ. The one Civ where I'm afraid now. I think that's just in the beta though. We should be fine for this one. Yeah, if you didn't see the other day, we had in the new water balance beta, the tech tree in game says that the Shu had fast fires, and then Doubt went Imp, only to find out that they actually didn't have fast fires, despite the fact the tech tree said they did. Anyway, so we'll have unknown player coming out here. And we'll be taking the Komodo dragon. Is wrong on quite some things. Oh no. And we'll have Feudal Age for Lord Benji. As soon as there's some action starting here, well, I'll just put it on normal speed. I'll put it on ×2. And we'll have some farms out there by the mill. So no one docking. They're not taking the oysters. I've seen different approaches there. Some players do take the oysters. There's a mill in the back here. And oh, look at that lovely double mining camp. Gold and stone taken all together. Beautiful. I'm still waiting for someone to siege tower hop some crossbows to the inside of this. And the merchant's still helping to scout. And oh wow, you gotta be careful because these things have 25 hit points, and Vills might actually run a long distance shooting them or scaring them away. Yeah, as we're seeing right there. They go a long distance from the mill. It's kind of tricky to hunt them. And then mining camp in the middle here. We'll have archery range there, and the archers starting to pop out for Benji. Feudal Age on the way for unknown player who might be going for some type of fast castle approach with the slower uptiming. And let's see. Archers still in the range, not doing their hoovering just yet. And then Town Watch on the way. So, nice defensive play coming back inside the walls, even though the archers are popping out of the range. And fletching is on the way. Castle Age on the way too. So our green player here will be going straight for the fast castle. And these are the Bobab trees with 200 wood each on them, so you can chop them for quite a while. Stay inside. Ooh, those Berryvilles have decided they're going to take a break. And take a break when they need to make a break for it as the archers come over. And there are 2 gates that don't lead anywhere because of the trees. They'll run in one gate and out the other, otherwise they'd be trapped by the archers. Little back alley in the gate. And they'll have to run over here, where I think they do have room. And can they squeeze between the tree and the blacksmith? Maybe they gotta run around this way. They're taking one journey to escape those archers, but I think they'll be safe? Are they walled out between the range and the house? I think there's a tile gap there. Okay, they're good. Might have been a gap over here, too. They had to take a journey. It is decorative and blocks the middle. It makes it take longer to go around the middle a bit. Okay, Fletching and Castle Age. Those vills. Did they have wheelbarrow or anything? No, they had to do that all by themselves. And that'll be a house to stop the archers from breaking in. So Feudal Age approach from Lord Benji, Castle Age approach here from Unknown Player. And we'll have padded archer armor and fletching both on the way. So archer unit approach here. I wonder if we'll get cav archers as the Mongols. Or Mangudai as the Mongols. Okay, oh gosh, these trees. Look at these trees. All these gates are blocked. Merchant coming over here, deleting the wall and then sending a village to raise the castle. Merchant will block the house for a moment. At least the wall can be deleted, unlike these trees that are just in the way. And Castle Age for Lord Benji. So good amount of pressure he applied. And ooh, we'll kill the merchant. There we go. First kill of the series. And selling the stone to go up quickly. And the Shu are an archer civ. They get tons of benefits. Lumberjacks generate food in addition to wood. Archery unit technologies are discounted. Siege weapons and warships move faster. White Feather Guard has the unique unit. And then some additional text for the White Feather Guards. And then for the Arbalest line. And foot archers, more line of sight. The old Magyar's team bonus that they removed because it was useless and then, I guess, gave to another civ. How do you approach from each player's perspective? This is, I think, a tricky matchup for the Mongols because they lack the final archer armor. So you're running into the fact that the Shu are a great archer civ that can take advantage of that. And also for the Cav and the Hussar line. So if you can do some Castle Age pressure with the Mangudai, that can be nice. But I think you're going to run into issues if we have lots of crossbows pumped from Lord Benji. In a team game situation, you know, your Black Forest 4v4, you have a lot of trade. Mongols can go for Siege Onager and then flatten the Arbalests, but not so much in a 1v1. So maybe some type of forward siege pressure with Steppe Lancers could also be a play for them, like some Scorpions. But I think all in all, this is a tricky civ matchup for the Mongols. You can delete trees with petards? I don't think so. I don't think so. You can destroy walls with them, of course, but I don't think you can delete the trees with them. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but I've never actually thought about that before. And that's the type of thing where if it were possible, I feel like I probably would have thought about it or had someone mention it before at some point. So I'm pretty confident in saying no, but I'm free to be proven wrong about that. So Bowsaw for Lord Benji. I have a lumber camp going up over here. YouTube chat confirming no. Oh, there is an overchop. There is an overchop in a hole. And, ooh. Unknown player will make his Mangudai known to these villagers. Start picking them off one by one as they try to run. And can get another one. Ooh, gets to the TC. Gets to the TC just in time. There we are. Crossbows coming back. It's a lot of crossbows, and the Mangudai might need to slip out now. No ballistics, so they should be able to get away. And University not going to quick wall them in. And I'll go up. And we'll have another... Oh, and Touching Zombies, thank you for the follow. We have another town center out here. Crossbows hitting the Mangudai. Mangudai goes down. So, okay. This is a risky TC with a lot of crossbows coming over. 20 crossbows. See a skirm now. And the TC on its way up. And ballistics on the way for Lord Benji. He wasted Shu because he wanted to play a useless civ. Ooh, I don't know about that. I think you might have the Shu on the wrong foot. But yeah, mostly I'd view them as an open map civ or maybe even a water map. But I think that it's kind of the same thing as most archer civs. There are really good matchups for them sometimes. And I think that Mongols are one of those, because now the Mangudai I think are, as great as they are going to struggle against the number of crossbows that are out. And good job to garrison the nearby vills. Have to be very careful about managing the TC as the crossbows start hoovering around. Yeah, this map doesn't really... It's a weird one, right? Like, you have walls, but it doesn't play exactly like a closed map, as we're seeing more of kind of like an Arabia-style map control here with the crossbows. And you have to move outside of your base to try to keep getting more parts of the map. And we're seeing that with the exposed TC. TC being raided here, oh my gosh. Vills need to garrison, but as much as Unknown Player didn't react in time and lost a couple of vills, Lord Benji also didn't react in time and lost a bunch of crossbows. And now the Mangudai will have a hill, but this is not a good fight for them. Yeah, not a good fight at all. That's a good number of crossbows. Some crossbows going down, for sure. But I think all the Mangudai get cleaned up. Yeah, that's not what you want to have happen with your Mangudai. You want to keep them alive, make a good number of them. And now the crossbows can hit vills on the gold. They have ballistics. The vills are too speedy, though. They get away. No wheelbarrow, just dance moves. Is it worth taking the water on this map? I have seen high-level players in the Pro League dock the oysters. And I think it is a viable strategy. Is it necessary? I don't know, but I think it is certainly viable. Mangonel! Okay, one shot lands. Second one misses. No repairville nearby. Ooh, right over the heads of the crossbows, and the Mangonel goes down. Ooh, Unknown Player is probably frustrated that he couldn't land a shot there. That was almost clearing all the crossbows, but managed to miss them. Yeah, and of course some players will probably be fish booming on this map, but you never know. And some farms going up. We'll have Gold Shaft mining and Imperial Age on the way. And alright, we have a relic hiding out in the woodline. Monk's saying, "Look at me, I'm a tree." Tended to have some fun. Hello, Zardas. And 1200 in Camp Micro like that? Well, you know what? Everyone's gonna have different strengths and weaknesses at different elo brackets. Herbal medicine! Strength of Lord Benji is obviously in tech choice, gonna heal up all those Mangonel injured crossbows in the castle using herbal medicine. And do 2 workshops. Is this gonna be then a crossbow ram push? One of those good old-fashioned Arbalest ram pushes that you'll see on Arena. At least that you used to see. So 3 TCs here. So completely different approaches here. Unknown player going for a boom. Lord Benji going for imp and pressure. And, oh wait, no, it's traction trebs. Traction trebs, there we go. That's what the shoe we're gonna do. There's bracer. Now, Mangudai could have a field day destroying traction trebs, but if they're defended by crossbows with a bracer, maybe chemistry soon, maybe arb. Ooh, I'd be afraid of this push. Alright, here they come rolling out. And Arbalest on the way for Lord Benji. And ooh, snipes the mangonel. And now goes for the castle. You gotta be careful, those Mangudai. Really good at sniping off siege. What do they have? +3 against siege. And university here going up. Could be for ballistics. Bloodlines is in, both armors are in. But I'm not sure how you fight this if you're stuck in the castle age. And looking at res collected, even despite the eco difference, significantly more res for Lord Benji. And you know, as much as this was a 3TC boom, yeah, there's the GG. It wasn't a 3TC boom right away, it was a 3TC boom with a castle for Mangudai. And with the feudal approach into archers and to crossbows, the Mangudai weren't really able to do too much damage. They got a couple of vills. But 1TC, heading imp, doing the traction trebs. Nice call from Lord Benji. Taking advantage of the eco lead while it lasted. And well done. So we have 29 to 17 KD. Yeah, better eco for a while, right? And I think you can see that in the castle age. This is the castle decision here versus the crossbow player who doesn't need to do the stone. You just go full army instead of needing to do the stone for the castle first. And 4-minute difference there, but a good job from Lord Benji not taking a bad fight in that transition, too. Yeah, you know, you gotta be really careful with your archers, not to do damage and also not to overextend. Yeah, lumberjacks giving food helps with imp too, exactly. I mean, helps with nearly everything. Also, just so you know, the ELO range for this league is 1159 to 1319. So these players will be around 1300. And we skipped over the Baron League, which would have been around 1100, which is going to be played on Sunday. Yeah, Shu do have insane timings. He was like +10 every time you're against it. The league was too barren. Ah, oh, that's a pun. Alright, so game number 2. And game 2 looks like it'll be on Sardis. Alright, so Lord Benji will be the purple Spanish unknown player, the green Goths. Oh, I like that, the green Goths. So let me know the Civ situation. Did both of you use Saracens and or Cumans already? As these are, I'd expect these to be good Civs for the map, but not necessarily like #1 picks. So house there from Lord Benji. You use them? Alright, yeah. And we will have, alright, hoplites, the mercenary hoplites. So not going for the peltasts, going for the hoplites to try to break through the wall. Yeah, Goth's bonus, they will have a bonus extra attack versus buildings on infantry, but that starts in the Feudal Age, so it doesn't help you break out in the Dark Age like the Saracens bonus does. Use Cumans, but don't think you realized about Saracens. Ah, okay, yeah. That had seemed to be what the meta in the Pro League had come down to. It's Saracens breaking out with the Peltasts because their archer bonus applies to them. Alright, so different approaches right now. Lord Benji looking to boom, whereas unknown players looking to break out. Yeah, that's the advantage of casting. You know the meta. I've played this map a couple times, but it was early on before the meta was really established on it. Yeah, there are the Peltasts. There are the Peltasts. And the blacksmith and the market going up. And he is free. He is free. Both players up to the Castle Age and taking the workshop. So in the Castle Age, that'll be around 12 Vils worth of resource income. And we're going to have a castle for conquistadors here from Lord Benji. So looking to Benji, just market blacksmith, standard build up to go for conquistadors. And now you're going to have to find a way to fight conks. And it could be a monastery, but that could also mean the Spanish player can just go Inquisition. You gotta look for Arbase to rig stuff, no matter what tournament you're in. Never know when a wild Arbase will appear and rig stuff. Now these players are around 1300, 20 AG. He'd rig in favor of a 7-game set, of course. Alright, so here come conquistadors. Okay, at least there's a gate there. I was gonna say, what if there's no gate? They could run in. But there is a gate. Only a palisade gate, though. Oh, it is siege tower time. The conquistadors might see it, though. I don't think the conks really want to fight the Peltasts. They can kill them quite well, as long as they dodge. Oh god, conks are OP. They can, they can hit the Vil on the TC. That's kind of risky. Oh, they can't actually hit though. Goodbye, Vil. There he goes. Okay, that's a doubt TC, denied for the moment. And conks now, 5 conks. Some Vils gonna come. Where's the siege tower going? Oh no, he's got nowhere to drop him off. Went right into the castle. Could come over here. I guess the conks have mobility to run back and forth. Thing is, the entire time, he has the middle and he can add another TC. Yeah, there he goes. I'll have the resource trickle for the TC. And Peltast's a unit that actually can fight the conks. Probably not gonna work in the long run, but at least in the short term, you can use them to defend the workshop in the middle. Get the boom going. And good enough is that they have an attack bonus specifically against cav archers, so that will apply to the conks. Monks. I mean, monks are monks, right? You can do them against anything. So third TC from both players being added in. Well, maybe this is the fourth TC after that third one got denied. Want to grab relics and get devotion. That's true. Never forget about devotion. Always good to be devoted. So booms, fairly even in terms of vill count, but you can see all that extra resource trickle from the workshop coming in for unknown player. And ooh, wait, could we see another Doubt TC from the conks? Nope, enough peltasts there. 2 conks go down to 3 peltasts, but res efficiency. That's probably good for the conks. I mean, good for the peltasts to take out 2 conks. Don't let the conquistadors get to that critical mass. And oh, okay. This is someone who wants to go for the middle and go for it right now. That is risky with a workshop right next to it, but the Spanish do build their buildings faster. And here comes some vills to YOLO up a castle. And the foundation is placed, construction commences. And the conks are fighting the peltasts. There is going to be a conversion from that monk on the peltasts. 1 conversion. The conks are melting, but enough, just barely, to ensure the castle will go up. Okay, castle there. Peltasts need to hoover around. They can maybe keep the workshop, but no, the conk grabs it. Conk grabs it. Unknown player would love to have it back. Could maybe... Oh, he's attacking it. Needs to attack the conk, maybe. Ooh, how's that dodge like that? But yeah, now he has it back under his control. Okay. So he's still getting the trickle from it. And he's up by 9 vills. So unknown player up by 9 vills. Can you have different hotkeys for setting a gather point in a target? You can change the set gather point hotkey, but targeting is always right click. So Vill walking around. Where's that Vill going? So 10 Vill lead now. 10 Vill lead, and feels more like a 20 Vill lead with the res trickle from the workshop. Okay, it seems like everyone's just booming now. No real military numbers, and we have a missionary from Lord Benji. It's missionary time. Alright, and that donkey's on a mission. We have Imp on the way, Anarchy on the way, and it's soon to be Goth's time. Ooh, missionary didn't get a conversion, but didn't die either. He'll just run away. So we have a couple of workshops going up there. Ooh, that siege tower is still there. Okay. Still have the siege tower. Everything going all right over here. There's a castle now. There's a castle. Some Huskarls coming forward. There is atonement. And, ooh, okay, atonement for converting monks. Huskarls could be converted too, and yes, that happens. Huskarl converted. Too many peltasts though, and with the healing, will go down. Monk wants a conversion on Conk. Huskarls with their pierce armor. Ooh, okay, siege tower time. Siege tower alert. And oh wait, there is a. Oh, wait, there is a hoplite there. Maybe we already had a siege tower. All right, we might be going for a second round of siege tower then with some Huskarls. Yeah, unknown player is still using that siege tower. Do you remember? It didn't work out on that first castle. It still looks like he got a raid in. And looks like we have a housing project from Lord Benji, and the vills don't know where to go. And they are nillying their way around the houses and going to place some farms instead. Alright, castle attacking the workshop. It does have 20,000 hit points. As the Treb moves forward, the Treb might go for the castle. And the missionary could take the workshop. This is where you need to send like 1 unit continually just to make sure you hold it. As the missionary and the monk go down. I mean, I would think 20,000 hit points usually doesn't get destroyed, but maybe. Maybe it could. Get enough trebs and you can probably destroy it. Another TC over there. Ram push time. Huskarls and the ram. Still waiting for the siege tower to be used again. So let's see. Looks like it's 3 eco kills. So if that raid did get in, I don't think it really killed too much if I missed it. It was indeed a siege tower raid. And Treb going for the castle. Gotta love the Spanish architecture on their castle. This is one of my favorites. This is truly an S-tier castle. Ram's going for the push. Knights will destroy the ram only to unleash the Huskarls. So repairs on the way, 7 vills for 1 treb. That'll keep the castle standing if the rams go down. Vills running to repair. Nice job repairing, but too many knights, too many knights. Nice idea with the repairs, but too many knights for it. And monk's going down, Peltast's going down. Alright, unknown player's got to be careful here not to lose too much to the Castle Age Knights. He's got a wonderful eco lead, and is an imp with a Vil lead. But has to choose his moves carefully here so he doesn't get picked off by the Knights. Gals can easily go for Halb, and looks like Pikeman's what he's adding in. To be prepared for it. It runs away as here's the siege tower and another commitment to the middle and a siege tower run around to the side. Oh my gosh, this is the imp TC. Lord Benji, no, not here. Not this TC. Here come the rams. There's the siege tower filled with units. Vil's attacking the rams. Okay. Huskarls pop out. These Vils have to destroy these rams. Oh, there's a castle. There is a castle. The siege tower is gonna ram the TC. That's 30%. Knights coming around to hit the 1 Vil on the castle. More Vils on their way. And the knight spam continuing from Lord Benji. Oh my gosh, that ram was so close. More Vils on the way. No army to support them though. There's 20 military, but it's not here. Okay, we're gonna have a castle in the back. Castle in the back, some hoplites coming forward. You really need to get the halbs forward, I think, though. I think the knights have to get forced back. This castle goes up. This castle... Ooh, the knights might have been able to destroy the foundation. Halbs coming forward. Now it's still a 22 Vil lead. So unknown player has Vils worth it to sacrifice. And getting the castle to go up, Halbs come forward, and this should work now. And 30 seconds from Imp. The TC has its HP back. No rams over here, but there is perfusion. And okay, he will get Imp. And he will have denied a couple of castles on the way there, but ultimately will be castle dropped. Oh, that was amazing. So Trebs are popping now for unknown player. Going for the castle. And we'll be able to get more Treb production with 2 castles here. Cavalier on the way, plate barding armor on the way. But Halb is already in. This is where you pop him in the castle and pop him on the other side. The Goths find more gold. They have tons of gold in the trade workshop. And we're going to look around. We have a gold mine over here. And let's see, stone there. And that's a good question. There really isn't much gold on this map. They could take gold there if those Vils could move over there if they see it. And let's see, unknown player has seen it. So Bracer on the way. And they can't just spam Halb for a while. Alright, this isn't a very gold-intensive map. They can try to pick up more relics. So there, let's see, one relic there. The white dots are also outposts. One to the very south, and then one to the northeast. Okay, now cannon being targeted by cavaliers, Treb being targeted, halbs move forward. Cavaliers go down as the Treb hits the castle. All the cavaliers are down. And oh, another Oneville castle. Another Oneville castle. At least there's some cover for it this time with the halbs. Unknown player doing everything to hold the middle, and there's Lord Benji calling the GG. And we're all tied 1-1. Alright, that was crazy. Remember, everyone, when you go to Imp, pick the TC where you put Imp in. Put it in this one, not this one. Oh, there you go. 97 to 82 KD in favor for Lord Benji, but cannot keep up with the economy of unknown player who took that workshop and rolled with it. So 9-minute Imp difference timing there. And good Vil lead at the end too. Had enough extra Vils that he could rush up the castle. Alright, ties it. And that was a win on Sardis. Alright, the next map is Ngome. Hold on, I'm gonna put my coffee cup in the sink real quick. I'll be right back. Alright, coffee cup is in the sink. And let's go. It is indeed Ngome. And thank you, Otter, for the sub. So we will have Benji as the purple, the Chinese. Ooh. Okay, the Chinese. And then unknown player as the Lithuanians. I've not seen the Chinese used on this map. Okay. Yeah, I've seen Lithuanians used a lot. Lithuanians get 100 food per TC. The Chinese will just get their 3 Vils at the starting TC. The Chinese used, if you had a multi-TC map, it used to be 3 Vils per TC, but it was changed to only 3 Vils total. However, adding additional TCs would not have triggered that. They Vanilla Donut, as you're asking, yes, they can build new TCs in the Dark Age, and they are not limited to an additional 1 TC. They can keep building more and more TCs. I've seen, like, Sicilians go 5 TCs. So the Chinese will get off to, I guess, a good start with collecting more food. But also, it's hard enough to keep one TC running with them. Now, Lord Benji will have to keep 2 TCs running. And a minute of idle time, but maybe that's okay. You're probably going to have idle time on a 2 TC boom anyway. So this map has given us some really crazy games. This is like everything going on. You have a dock here, some shallows that run down in the middle. You'll have some scattered great fish marlins here where Lord Benji's docking. You can do extra TCs here on the hunt or the wood lines starting in the Dark Age. There's a pond here with a ton of fish in it surrounded by berries and hunt. There's an island of relics, 7 relics all the way here in the east, and some more great fish marlins out there. You can transport them back and forth, especially if you're the Lithuanians. And that's where unknown players docking, because you might very well want to have the relics as the Lithuanians. So we'll have Feudal Age actually on the way, super quick from Lord Benji, 2 TC fast feudal. I've not seen this approach really working out so far, but I have seen it. Nope, it's +3 only from their exact starting TC. Whereas the Lithuanian bonus is indeed per TC. The Chinese only get their 3 vills once. Okay, so unknown player continuing to hunt, take the elephants here. Only 2 extra TCs, not going for 5. We all know 7 TCs is the magic number, but yeah, Lithuanian player clearly putting emphasis on the island with the relics. In the long run, I have seen the wood on the western coastline be the main determining factor in who wins. And even if you have 7 relics, you can still lose. So Fire Galley here from Lord Benji cannot shoot over the dock, cannot hit the villager. Another Fire Galley sailing up and down the coastline. A couple more coming through. Let's go to normal speed now. And getting around the back of the back, that'll force the Vill away, or force the Vill to face and suffer a very fiery death. And she wants to keep fishing. She's saying, no, I don't care if you're shooting fire at me. I want to fish. Dedicated to her line of work. Oh, and down she goes. A poor villager. Anyway, good fishing over here. We'll have Castle Age and Scale Barding Armor on the way from Lord Benji. And a barracks going up for Lord Benji too. Scale Barding Armor on the way, so that looks like it might be a night opening here. I was about to say maybe camels, but then I forgot the Chinese don't get them anymore. And yep, there's a stable. So it looks like this is just going to be pumping knights from Lord Benji. And TC there on the hunt. And some stables also from unknown player. Let's see, so we have a Fire Galley skirmish. And forging. Here we go, more fires coming down. I think we normal speed it from here on out now that we're both castle. And we'll have a middle getting fired over here. Imagine waiting for Castle Age to make TCs. Yeah, I mean, unknown player was on top of it with the early TC, doing a castle now in the middle. And still fishing here is Lord Benji, safe fish. And the monastery going up immediately. We'll see fire galleys here. No docks, just making extra sure to go fire galleys. Maybe that's a bit overkill, but transport ship grab the relics, that's the plan. And castle here, mining camp will go on the stone afterwards. Now this is where unknown player could amass knights, could amass Lechai. And then grab the relics, and should be a free path to getting 4 relics here. Get a couple of monks and get the transport ship moving. And Knights are running around. Knights attacking the vills as they run in towards the TC. And the late shy here should be a win, I think, for unknown player. Yeah, he keeps getting the unique unit forward. Late shy should themselves be better than knights. And yeah, there's a cleanup as unknown player takes the score lead now. And we're gonna have several barracks here. Ooh, could be pikemen, could be fire lancers. I see a couple spears, so maybe pikes. Some true canoes. Ooh, I also see fire lancers queued, so it looks like it's gonna be fire lancers. And okay, the journey to grab the relics begins as the transport ship doesn't know where to go. Alright, this is a lot of micro to get on the transport. Transport over, disembark, grab a relic, get back on, transport back, hop off, put the relic in the monastery, and then repeat that several times. Yeah, getting relics is hard even for the pro bracket on this map. So castle drop here from unknown player is now known by Lord Benji, who has one fire lancer, not enough to deny it. I would imagine shift Q with transports is very wonky. And ooh, it'll be a counter castle from Lord Benji. I worry that counter castle is a bit too close. When this one goes up, the vills can garrison and kill these vills. Alright, selling wood, buying food. And okay, we have 2 monks over here about to grab 2 relics. I'll keep an eye on that. Stay updated if anything over there moves. And that's now a bigger Vil lead, 126 to 111 eco units. And here, ooh, nice raid on the lumber camp from the knights. Nice raid, as we'll have imp on the way. Oh, this is a good raid. This is a good raid. Up, and while this is going, even more importantly, the monks are picking up the relics. The monks are grabbing the relics and hopping on the transport ship. So both castles up. The fire lancers are gonna have to run their way away. They should be able to deal with these knights, though. They have a nice attack bonus. Oh, and a ranged attack, of course. It is... yeah, +5 versus Cav. Oh, and Gabby! Thank you so much, Gabby, for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Yeah, everyone make sure to check out, I think Gabby versus Fire are going to be on Sunday. They're the last set of TTL bronze to see who makes it to gold. So thank you so much for the raid. We're playing Stronghold Frenzy here. We're doing the community edition. These players are around 1,300. And we'll have Imp on the way here from Dysfunctional Tryhard, who's also known as Unknown Player. And Imp on the way will be in just a bit faster for Lord Benji, but if we get to a Treb War, we'll have double castle Treb production. And so far, that is 2 relics for the Lithuanian player. Where grabbing the relics and transporting back takes a lot of APM, but he's going for it. And both are up to Imp, and we'll see Trebs here queued. Nope, more late shy. Trebs there for Lord Benji. After a couple more unique units, they'll start making Trebs. And the monks are back over here on this island for a second round. 3 monks this time. He needs 2 more relics for that full +4 as Lithuanians. And Trebs in queue for Lord Benji too. Here comes the ram push though. Shuko News should make short work of the rams, but they are going to stand under castle fire as they do so. Ooh, this army being attacked from behind by some elite fire lancers. Elite fire lancers are crazy. But all in all, enough repairs on this castle. Stays up. Stays up. And continues getting some hits on the Lancers and Pikemen over here. And that'll be one castle down. One castle down as Lord Benji takes a score lead. And as I said, I've seen the Lithuanians played a lot on this map and never seen the Chinese. And these monks not giving their relic bonus yet. So it's going to have to be a Treb push now. Some pikemen coming down, but exposed a bit to the castle fire. It looks like they want to go for the Treb. Ooh, I think they're just walking to their deaths, though. Might poke a couple of things. But ultimately... Ultimately, it will be a Treb fight here. So Halb on the way. And another castle in the middle. How are we doing on the monks? Oh, the monks, they've picked up relics and they are on the transport. Now they just need to get back and put them in the monastery. And then defend the monastery against the Trebs that are pushing. Alright, so Treb push here. And maybe the Rams need to go too at this point. Let's see, no stone for Lord Benji. And we're going to have another castle here for unknown player. And that castle one more volley away when there are no repairs. No repairs. Buying stone. Oh, not in time. Not in time. But on the other hand, the Fire Lancers will come forward. They will destroy the Trebs. They will destroy the Ram. And the Treb goes down. Elite Latus on the way. Another Treb could go down to the Fire Lancers, though. That is an expensive loss of Trebs. That's an expensive loss of Trebs. At the same time, some of the Fire Lancers are going down. Can it get lucky? Nope, it's hitting the GC and not the Trib. So let's see, a lot of wood being floated here for unknown player. That could be converted into farms should he get farm space. And alright, oh, the poor relics, they are destroyed. They are destroyed by the Treb push over here. Where the monastery containing them is destroyed. And our Lithuanian player, who had just gotten a taste of what it's like to have +4, is reduced again to +0. That's what happened to the relics. It is a Treb push. There's so much going on this map. So this DC stays up. Both players lose a castle here, but now there's a Treb push on the right, and the Rams from unknown player are going to go straight into the Chuko News, and Chuko News tear Rams apart. They absolutely tear them apart. But they're chasing the Trebs. They shouldn't reach it if they're destroyed in time. Oh, but the Trebs stopped microing. Alright. Trebs, oh, repair vills, repair villagers. One of the most clutch things in AoE 2, repairs. So, relics still sitting there, not heisted yet. Although double monasteries and monks coming forward, it's going to be a stealing of the relics. Chemistry on the way for Lord Benji. It's the Chinese, and he's looking pretty strong in this position right here. 173 vills might be a couple too many for the Lithuanians. Maybe just a couple too many. I'm just waiting for 200 bills. So Blast Furnace and Architecture coming in for Lord Benji. Oh, 177, 178. Oh, more still queued, 179. Good thing you're pop limited, otherwise you'd have more. Oh, you're still queuing more. I know that feeling, right? You're used to having more TCs. You're used to needing to queue vills throughout the game. Well, you get 3 right from the Dark Age, and suddenly you're at 100 pop in no time. This map, you have 73 vills on wood, 22 on gold, and you can't spend your resources because you are pop capped. It's time to long for Flemish Revolution or Supremacy, or Inca Blacksmith upgrades. And well, it's got to be a good feeling if you're heisting relics from a Lithuanian player. Making sure they're not getting their bonus. the gate goes down. The gate goes down. What do we have here? Leather archer armor, stone shaft, gold shaft mining, handcart, and two-man saw. And, well, this is where now you gotta start worrying about wood. You got one wood line here, some wood over here. So if you're being pushed out of your main base by these elite Chuko news with the new graphics, then you're not gonna be able to take the wood over here, which there's quite a bit. I still, I can select only the trees. Let's see, 2k wood over here. And more importantly, what do you do with the vills? This is tricky because you can't just flee because you're fleeing into enemy territory. And now the trebs are pushing, and also bombard towers are pushing. Bombard towers are pushing. They're gonna destroy the workshop. Oh, I've done this to castles before. Let's see, conscription on the way from that castle. More bombard towers everywhere. The Chinese, if you do Great Wall, you have extra hit points on your bombard towers. Yeah, plus 30%. Doesn't just apply to walls, also applies to towers and bombard towers. And this is a massacre. This is a total massacre. But that's okay, because after the massacre, unknown player still has 170 vills. No loss of economy. 12 more vills queued. And this is a game of how many vills can I build. Every time Lord Benji strikes down a villager, another more powerful one pops up. Alright, Hussars. Winged Hussars, they do have an attack bonus against gunpowder, which I believe the Fire Lancers are, yes. Oh, but he's creeping forward with more towers. Towers everywhere. Needs a couple of trebs over here, or just some well-placed towers, and... Right. Fire Lancers pushing. This castle going to be destroyed by the Lutrons on the water over here, where Benji using the entire map. Alright. Halbs come over. Poke the light cav. This castle is down, thanks to the Lautron, who will now attack the Muir fairy villagers with their multi-fire death arrow thing. Oh no, so many villas being lost, only to be replaced. Wait, remember? Okay, this has been destroyed. Oh no, we have vills building towers up here. Remember when it was 107 vills? Or, I mean 170 vills, it's now 107 and dropping. Okay, these towers might be the nail in the coffin. Unknown player. There's the GG. And Lord Benji will take it on Nagome. That was a crazy game of Nagome. 315 kills. Oof. And Nagome always gives us crazy games. So, love the map. Obviously, it's a home map for a reason for you. I don't go away. Who won yesterday's Doubt versus Hera? Hera won 3 games and the Tech Tree won 1 game. Alright, and we'll get into game number 4. Just give it a minute for the ad to clear. And alright, it is TaToH for game number 4. Again, Lord Benji to the south as the Purple Teutons. Unknown player to the north as the Green Bohemians. And whenever I see Teutons, I'm worried about some type of trush. Maybe he could trush the Wonder. We have some unbuildable rock terrain out here to prevent douches and tower hops. That'll be by both of them. They have some gates for access. And then... let's see. I do kind of miss the douches, but it's probably best that we don't have them. So, defend the Wonder, 5,800 HP. This is TaToH, the Japanese Wonder. If it is destroyed, then you lose. Best game of the set incoming, oh boy. And we'll have unknown player going to the side. See Benji building a Wonder. I mean, I'm building near the Wonder. And not building a Wonder. Building the mill near the Wonder, so I meant to say. Ooh, scouts near each other, not choosing to fight. And here comes a Vil. Gets out into this area. So scout wandering around. Enough feudal age on the way. For both players at around the same time, Market Blacksmith and Market Blacksmith. So Lord Benji's selling stone though. Okay, as the Teutons selling stone. They're pretty heavily mining gold as the scouts chase each other. Chase each other to the hill. Gets a hit. And everything looks fine there. Okay. So, do we have any more foxes taken? No, we didn't. So, both players up to the castle age. Oh, and there we go. Oh, wow. I was looking at the foxes in the corner. Wait. Oh my gosh. We had Lord Benji going for... I didn't see the green on the minimap. I was looking at the minimap trying to see if anyone else was out there. I didn't see the green. Debated myself. Spear is denied a monastery at doubt-styled 98.25%. He's going to send another 3 Vils with Loom. We had 3 Vil kills there. Alright, what is that? That's the scout down there. Okay. So scout was not there. Can lure with one, loop around with the other maybe. And here we go. There's the monastery. And now, Spear dead. And pokes come in. And he's, oh, despite being poked, he wants to, oh, what? What? Oh, Nilly. Nilly's got to go fix the pathing there. The monk could not get that relic into the monastery. What was that pathing? Oh, wait, no, never mind. Wait, no, I got the colors wrong again. That was a green monk with the relic trying to get away with it. That's why he couldn't path. He pathed into the monastery instead of around the Vils. Okay, that's what it was. Okay, never mind. Okay, he's gonna try to steal this relic now with another monk. But no, that monk will go down. Oh, he grabbed the relic beyond the palisade and put it into the monastery. Okay. Okay, I was like, wait a minute. It's the same civilization monk architecture. Is that the way to say it? Monk architecture? Yeah, they say different monastery architecture. Same monk architecture. There we go. And, well, he'll settle for a fox. There are 3 relics now in that monastery. Atonement on the way. Remember, Teutons do have that innate conversion resistance. And we'll see if this Vil gets converted. And where's that? We have atonement for both of them? I thought I saw that. Yeah, we do have atonement for both of them. No one. Do they have monk juice? Okay, there are deletes. Deletes on the monks. Deletes on the monks. And over here, workshop and scorpions and a ram. Is this going to be a ram push on the wall? Mangonel defense, like we saw in that first set. Mangonel defense behind walls good against rams, but the Mangonel wants to be behind the walls usually. Lord Benji, where's that Mangonel going? Now, Great Monk saves both of them. Full tree for the Bohemians, full tree for the Teutons. Teutons plus the resistance. Vils, oh no, they block the Mangonel into the ram. And the ram gets the kill. The Vils pop out, and they're gonna repair. As monks want conversions on these forward Vils. Oh no, oh no. Things kind of falling apart for Lord Benji after grabbing 3 of the relics. He's got devotion on the way. Yeah, with both players having atonement, I think the high quality is an accurate assessment. So 1 TC for both players, 1 TC and monks. This is how Here We 2 is meant to be played. And the Rams will find a level ground from which they can sit there and watch as the Vils attack the gate. And we'll have redemption on the way. Okay, redemption for converting siege. There go the Rams. And some repairs or rewalling. Or that'll be a tower. Ooh, a tower. Remember, Teuton towers have free murder holes, so very unlikely to be converted. Repairs on the gate. There are some atonement monks coming from behind. Mangonel is out. And, ooh, monks converted. Monks converted. Mangonel there, keeping the Rams away. Rams going for the gate, but still a Mangonel in the back. All the monks here belong now to Lord Benji. And I don't think this push on the gate will succeed. No, it won't. No, it won't. Vils have to repair the ram. The ram is forced. Oh, Mangonel shot on the Vils. Now the monks there, redemption on the way. They want to convert, but they can't convert yet. They are faster than the ram because they have fervor. They can run in front of it. Are there any ranked maps that use city walls? Maybe Mega Random does, but none that I know of. No standard maps, that is, outside of potentially Mega Random. How's this going up? Still repairing the ram. I haven't looked at Mega Random recently. I know Hyper Random does, but that's a very different map. Okay, the monk is the best siege unit in the game. Might need to see some deletes here. It's the trade-off, though. You might want the monks to use their monk juice. And workshop deleted. Houses converted. Monk here trying to convert. It's conversion over here. But this is Teutons. Teutons and no devotion. Oh my gosh, no devotion for the Bohemians. What's the Mangonel doing? The Mangonel can't gets converted, kills the monk, so that kill will count for unknown player. Yeah, they both have atonement, but this is devoted Teutons versus undevoted generic Civ. Well, Bohemians aren't generic, but no conversion resistance, so that's not an atonement war is going to win at the moment. Let's not knock my phone off my desk. And Vil's going to do the castle. And Mangonel here going for the Monastery. Okay, you no longer charge on buildings and swap to units, unfortunately, but the monk will go for a conversion on the mangonel. And by all means will succeed. There he goes. An imp on the way for Lord Benji. While unknown player continues to fortify up with a castle and stay in the castle age. Devotion on the way. Yep, you get both the kill and the death when you kill your own units. So if you convert mangonel while the projectile is in the air, then you get the kill, including if you kill your own unit. And it will be, a relic, not a heist, but retreat, as the relics come back to be defended by the Wonder. And okay, this could be a mistake. This could be a mistake. Putting the monastery adjacent to the Wonder, where you're not going to have room for vills to repair. It's like, in the free-for-alls, you think, I'm going to be so sneaky and build the Wonder in the corner, and then all of a sudden you don't have enough vills to build it faster than someone else because you can only surround it on two sides. Here, this could stop you from repairing. Alright, well, in the middle, some upgrades from this monastery. As the castle shoots some arrows, we have fletching on the way. And here is a castle. Block printing and theocracy in the monastery. And wait a minute, you're right, he is amassing monks. He's got 15. He's got 15 castle age monks. Maybe he could do heresy. I mean, his gold's almost there. You could sell and do heresy. It'll be against imperial age monks though. I mean, all the upgrades are coming in. Block printing, illumination, theocracy is queued. Of everything aside from heresy and faith. And yeah, there we go again, another monastery adjacent to the Wonder. The house too. Like I'm worried you're not gonna be able to repair the Wonder if you get trebbed. Hello, Marintho. The best age in the game, the monk age. Okay, well he's almost there, almost there. Now both these players staying on 1 TC, like they don't want to play anything other than a clown game. And we do at least have Fervor speeding up these vills. Wheelbarrow will make him even speedier, so I guess it's Wheelbarrow then Imp. Oh, Marintho, thank you very much for the sub. Calculate how many seconds of... that is... I'll need to figure out how many days we're in each of the months first. Okay, big monk war here. And lots of monks being converted here. Remember, it is Teutons here for purple. They're converting back and forth, but now wait, the mangonels are swapping sides. The mangonels are swapping sides, and the mangonels are mangoneling monks. There's still a scout in there. Wait, is Unknown Player winning this fight? I think he's winning this fight. Wait, Theocracy was... Wait, why was Theocracy not in? That's been researched forever. He must have canceled it at some point? Oh no, he must have lost the monastery where Theocracy was. Now he is Heresy, but Heresy came in too late for that monk fight. And I think Unknown Player won the monk fight. I think he won. I mean, it might have been Teutons, but that's the key. Destroy the monastery and they don't realize they don't have an upgrade. I should get a monk emote. It goes down. The ram comes forward. I'm leaving the market on 200 HP. And there we go, Heresy and Imp at the same time. So we're getting ready for a good monk war. Oh, and what is this? What is this? Oh, 4 stables. An unknown player, 4 stables. There goes the market. And Mangonel's going for the TC. Monks go to convert the vills. It'll be 1 Mangonel going down to the villagers. Villagers here, they have heresy, so they'll die upon conversion. They will at least expend the monk juice of the monks. Oh, light cav husbandry on the way. There's armor, there's forging. He's gonna try to make a unit. How many can he make on? Oh, there we go. That's exactly what he needs. He's auto-farming. Look at the farms outside the walls. Placing down a whole bunch of farms, realizing what he needs to make the light cav. And these are gonna be heresy light cav. There we go. Vill's once again going for the Mangonel. They'll be destroyed before they're converted. Getting rid of your market was a huge pain. I can imagine in these monk wars, it is a huge pain. So we're gonna have conversions and a much better start to the fight for Lord Benji. And oh my gosh, look at the dead monks. Look at them all die. I don't think unknown player got much value in that fight. Things being converted back and forth. And the ram push on the TC. So Lord Benji could very soon find himself 0 TC gaming. 18 HP, down it goes. No more TC. No more TC. And unknown player at least has a TC now. And let's see, is up to Imp. And he's going light cav. Heresy light cav. So if he finds the monks and jumps the monks, that could be nice. But 3 tribes coming over. And maybe they'll run into the gold vills. I guess the gold on the map, you need to keep moving around to find it. And then siege engineers on the way. That'll be 3 tribes that can go here and destroy the wonder. Okay, they're the tribes. They're the tribes. The monks will see this. Here comes the light cav. Here comes the light cav. The conversions are targeted. The wonder is under attack. The wonder's under attack. Unknown player has to repair. He has to repair, but here comes the light cav. Here comes the light cav. Oh, and the poor monks have to fight the light cav. Oh no, disaster. Nothing but monk is nothing but death against the light cav. And the trebs will go down. The wonder on fire gets down to 3,000 hit points. But will be repaired as the trebs are dealt with. Unknown player takes a score lead as he for now is safe. Has a good 20 villager lead. That's true, 0 skirms, but I guess the light cav would deal with them here. Conscription on the way. And different house architectures based on conversions. But room for the trebs maybe to go for the castle? Maybe to go for the wonder directly? Monks come forward for a bunch of conversions. Treb hits the tower. Now goes for the castle. No repair vills out here though, so the Treb should be able to defend. Teutons can go for a bombard cannon. So that Treb goes down. Can the wonder be converted? I don't think so. And Captor Room on the way. So the TC for Benji was rebuilt. But now 26, 27 vills ahead is unknown player. Oh, the Trebs fended off the monks. It's a lot of light cav. And the Ram's going to open a hole in the wall. I don't know if there's going to be a raid on the way. The light cav could run in. The light cav could run in. And that'll be a nice, large opening. But pikemen, ooh, pikemen from Lord Benji. Pikemen on the way. Monk's going back and forth for conversion. Monk going for a mangonel. Pikeman goes down, armor coming in for the pikes. Oh, you were right, this is a good game. Oh, I wonder if Lord Benji somehow could pull off a sneak now. He tried to go for the Trebs, but 3 Trebs wasn't enough. I feel like unknown player has all the map control now, but might struggle to push against this quickly. There they go, deploying on the castle. Oh, so hello, Trofast Gaming, how you doing? And iron casting on the way. Ironclad, that'll be melee armor for siege. That's being researched. Castle might go down by the time it's finished. Monks here, where are they going? They're walking into the light cav. Walking right into the light cav. Unknown player targeting the monks on everything he can. This castle will go down. Ironclad looks like it didn't get researched. Boom, that will crumble to the ground. And the Trebs will try to hit the other Trebs, who now need to make a very haste retreat back within those city walls. As the light cav will take a difficult fight against the pikemen. And actually, wait, that was a horrible fight for the light cav. Oh my gosh, all of them got cleaned. And now we're there. Oh my gosh, the Trebs could go down. The Trebs could go down. The pikes might be able to clean that. There are no repair vills. There's 1 Treb that goes down. A second Treb that goes down. 1 Treb remains. Only 1 Treb remains. And that can take 2 more shots. Oh, the Treb, no more Trebs. But there's still a ram push, Lord Benji desperately defending, but the longer this goes, the more resources unknown player will have. He's trying to defend with Trebs. Trebs can't really defend against rams. You can do some damage, but not much. And on the minimap, just to double check, that purple is just 3 palisades. Not actual anything that could threaten the wonder. Trebs barely hurt rams. Yeah, so Trebs have Pierce attack. And the Pierce armor of the ram is set up based on the Treb the Treb Pierce attack. So you'll see rams, cap rams, and Pierce and siege rams all have different Pierce armors, and that is because of the trebuchet. And nothing else, only the trebuchet. But there's the GG. There is the GG, and we're all tied 2-2. That was a crazy game. All right, 63 to 59. KD, how many conversions? 48 to 35 conversions. Let's go. Might be remembering AOK. Bombard towers used to destroy rams in the Age of Kings because they did melee damage, but Trebs, at least since I can remember, are Pierce. Yeah, well, GG. Nicely done from unknown player. I thought he lost a couple of monk fights and was almost dead at one point, but he hung in there and he clowned like a true professional. Alright, so that's a 2-2 tie. was a win on TaToH IG. Ooh, GG. Alright, I need to run to the bathroom. And I'll just do a quick ad, and I'll be right back. Alright, let's go. Game 5 on Narak. Capture age. And here we go. Alright. So, we will now have a regicide map with a beautiful fortified tower. Britons for Lord Benji. And we'll be in the purple, and we will have the green Persians for unknown player. Ooh, I have no idea how this matchup goes. Britons, Persians. Britons, of course, have longbows, but in this version of the map, you start with a tower and not with a castle and a barracks. So even if you wanted to go for the extra range crossbows, you need to do the barracks first. You don't start with that for the range. Is it amazing for the Persians? I mean, both of them should have good ecos. The Britons will have the cheaper TCs for booming. The only thing I really would like about Persians here is the Savar. That kind of depends on your gold control then. Savar, don't you just go Halb then as the Britons?
Ready.
I'm not sure. So, blacksmith market here. Lord Benji. Blacksmith stable, okay. UP gonna play kind of an arena-style Scouts for Relics game. Wait, the gold mining upgrade. Staying feudal for a while. Okay, there we go. Didn't have the gold. I was so worried about the gold, he clicked the gold mining upgrade. Alright, so up a bit later. Now, king in the TC instead of in the tower. King in the tower here. So, Scout's gonna move out, try to find the relics. And alright, here we go. It is castle drop time. Oh wait, that's 8 vills. I thought they were gonna go forward and be found by the scouts. Or they are found by the scouts. Do these vills have loom? They don't have loom. Oh no, this is a disaster. The vills do not have loom and they're found by the scouts. That's 3 kills already. Certainly gonna be a 4th. And undoubtedly gonna be a 5th. And a 6th. And a 7th, but this vill is walled, and now one hero villager has to build this castle all by himself. And you know what? He just might do it because there are no ranged units out here. So, you know what? Unknown player was doing a couple of 1-vill castles in game number 2. Here we'll have a 1-vill castle from Lord Benji in game, what is this? I've lost count. 5. This is never going up. This is going up. This is going up. It will cost everything, but it'll go up. Heavy plow. Yeah, you gotta repair the palisade. This is where you need to make sure you have a repair hotkey, because if you just right-click, sometimes you right-click and the hitbox is on the light cav, and you can't actually right-click the palisade to select it. Actually, the light cav, oh no, this won't go up. The light cav are out-damaging the repairs. Or are they? Are they? Is he building or repairing? I don't know. But he's dead. Oh no. Well, that didn't work out. At least the king wasn't sniped by light cav. Absolute disaster. That's the type of thing I like to see on this map. The better the disaster, the better. Yeah, Rumful called it. You absolutely called it. Vills down, many will resign now. It's only a 10-vill deficit. It's not the end of the world. 5 games in a row is more than you usually play. That's the trouble with the best of 7s for, you know, sometimes in the low elos, you might not have all the experience of playing that many games. right? You might not have the stamina built up. It definitely fatigues you. I know that. What you lose this around 1300. So wheelbarrow on the way for Lord Benji. And you know what? At the very least, unknown player has absolutely zero economy upgrades. Zero economy upgrades. So it might look bad, but maybe it's not quite that bad, right? It's only like 1.5k resources ahead. Maybe if we had snuck in a double bit axe, like a horse collar in there, things would be a bit better. But only 2 TCs, third TC going up for Lord Benji, so maybe he can make up the Vil deficit. There's a nice easy wall off here should he want it.
Mandatum.
The monk comes back. More monks are bringing in relics.
Mandatum? Yea, ready. Mandatum?
Nikov confirmed. Yeah, but best of 7 can be hard for this elo. Well, it can be hard for any elo. And you gotta work your way up to the best of 21s, right? So 4th TC over here for Lord Benji, who is booming, and he hasn't deleted the castle. And see, this is the tricky thing, right? If the castle foundation isn't deleted, it might eventually be finished. Right. Maybe, Oh, you got the wood upgrade, yes. maybe Romful might still have spoken a bit prematurely about the castle never going up. You never know when, 20 Vils might just be YOLO'd at the castle. Yeah, you run forward, shift delete the palisades, and there you go, because it is 88.77%. It's not like it's that far away. All you gotta do, you gotta make one workshop, one siege tower, put 10 Vils in that siege tower, roll it on forward, and bam, you're right there at the doorstep of the castle ready to make it. Trust me, I know that from experience. It is possible. And there's a workshop there, and I think the first thing the unknown player probably would need to do is a ram to ram the foundation. You can't convert foundations. You can't convert foundations. And especially not as Persians who don't have redemption. I think they're just there supervising, right? They're supervising the dismantling of the castle. Just in case anyone gets hurt, they're there to heal. Yeah, they're there. Okay, here come the pikes, and here come the Vils. Here come the Vils. All right, let's go. 8 Vils. The 3 pikemen, though, could be converted.
Mandatum?
Okay, did they kill any light cav? No, they didn't. Oh, is this a disaster? Is this a disaster? Palisades might need to be deleted. The Vils are there. The Vils are there. The castle's being built. 90%, 92. There we go, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, and it's finished. It's finished. It's up. The castle is up. The monks get sniped. The converted Vils get sniped. But it's there in all its glory. And it might be a 14 Vil deficit, but it's time for longbows. Imp on the way for unknown player. Outside TC, but nothing really threatening it. University now. Is there a chance for Lord Benji? Is there a chance? Murder holes, university and murder holes to stop everything from attacking the castle. That's the type of gameplay we want to see. Murder holes. There we go, monks going down, light cab going down. So, here's Elite Skirm. And you know what? Handcart on the way. The Vil counts are even, we had an extra TC. Benji isn't that far behind, right? Like, if unknown player wants to push, he's gotta go through a castle first. Could very well see a barracks and halb on the way, if you see just a cav push for Savars and Rams. Imp and then some barracks and pikemen? That could be a play. Yeah, Skirm. I mean, Skirms are the best unit in the game, right? You always want some Skirms. Never a mistake to go Skirms. I mean, you're against Britons, right? You gotta get Skirms against the Britons, even if you don't have Bracer. Yeah, question is if he can push and capitalize. Capped Ram. Any type of push on the castle with rams would probably be nice right now. See, Benji's housed. Needs some panic houses. Oh my gosh, Benji, he messed up his hotkeys. He built a lumber camp instead of a mining camp on the stone. Alright, he's adding in archery ranges. Okay, I was thinking halb. Well, it looks like it'll be archery ranges. And that doesn't look like a messed up hotkey. Like, that looks intentional. So iron casting, husbandry, capped ram, cavalier. All the upgrades coming in. And once we get capped rams, we'll probably see a push. So still 3 TCs, no 4th TC added, which, you know, can make Savar hard to afford if you're only on 3 TCs instead of 4. At least you caught it before the bills got too far. Yeah, houses. I mean, houses in front of the castle can help protect the castle, but then they also, like, get rammed right away. I always like the John Slow method of houses against the edge of the map, kind of like these are. Or like this one. And this one. It means they don't get destroyed. You keep your pop space. There go the rams. 20 longbows in the castle. The castle is going to shoot a ton of arrows. Crossbows behind it. He's going to go out and fight. Cavaliers rush forward. I don't think there's a way to stop this many capped rams. And this is why I'm worried about not having halb. Halb here at least fight both the ram and the cavaliers. Crossbows here kind of die to the cavaliers and don't kill the rams. Benji's imp and the scores are close, but once this castle goes down and the army dies, things are gonna swap very heavily into the favor of unknown player. There we go, and it went from a 100 difference to a 1,000 difference in the blink of an eye. And now the push continues. Now the push continues. A brave scouting ram going forward. And now Savar is in. Arbalest is here, but not gonna have yeoman. Not a castle. And Bracer just needs chemistry. That's halb. Yeah, now he's doing halb, but maybe a bit too late. We'll see if he comes in time. Lost the castle, lost a bit of army. At least he still has 100 vils. Unknown player, though, pulling ahead in pop. And about a little over 2k res ahead. Still no siege for dealing with the Rams. And really wants to wait for that Halb upgrade before fighting. And maybe even wants to get another 10 or 20 Halbs. And if now another minute we have Unknown player waiting for Savar, we're going to have Halb, and that's going to be another minute of production from 4 barracks. So numbers should climb and be able to fight an initial number of Savars. Now it's going to be map control here for Unknown player. I have Siege Ram on the way. Scout gets the Vil, and the Savars pour forward. Or they don't pour forward, they pour backwards. The Rams go forward.
Yay.
And let's see what they can hit. Yeah, they may be a bit tentative. Let's look at the scouting. Oh, he's not entirely sure what lies behind the walls other than that tower. Here comes some Halbs. While the Rams are in one place, he's going to send the Savars over to the side. Maybe he could raid. He's going to murder those Arbs. And some skirms to deal with the Halbs, but mostly the Halbs are fighting the Savars. There's going to be a second group of Savars heading off to raid. Let's see, are the Savars able to win this fight? Some of the Halbs are distracted by the Rams. All in all, that's... yeah? Is this an okay fight for Lord Benji, or has he lost too much? Looking at his stockpile, he's floating a lot of food. And didn't quite have the numbers he needed. And yeah, okay, yeah, that's... now we're looking in kind of unstoppable push territory, because you're at 100 pop against 170. And if you're being pushed this fast, then it's hard to get your pop back to a point where you can fight. Yeah, there's a ton of gold that's being floated too. I mean, maybe in even a situation where you'd be buying wood like there. But that needed to be a bit earlier for a couple more barracks and more Halbs. Then maybe he'd be okay. Yeah, now Unknown player is looking pretty good. Farms go down. The King's Refuge is under attack. Thank you, Capture Age. I need to know every second it's under attack. And where is the King? There he goes. He is fleeing. He is fleeing. His Halbs are blocking him. Oh gosh, he had to run down one street, then another. And he finally gets out. And he'll find another refuge. Garrisoned in the TC. Okay, the Savars keep pouring in. Going for the Rams, going for the Halbs. And I don't think there's much left for Benji. This eco out here would be exposed for any raiding parties to go over towards it. The gate is open. At least the King's behind a gate. But no real area to run. This area, the eco is open. Some Halbs now. Now he's got some better numbers of Halbs, but it's a bit too late as Unknown players at 200 pop. 200 pop, chemistry on the way, crossbows moving in on the other side. Vil's here going for a gold mine, but they will run into the crossbows. Everything a disaster now.
Greeting.
Oh, and what is that? That is a war elephant. War elephants on the way. This is more war elephants than I've ever seen so far in these two sets. Back-to-back sets with war elephants, and bringing a Treb with them. Yeah, the only unfortunate thing is they're not even heading for the King's Refuge.
Yay?
They're not going for the TC. Oh yeah, look at these houses. This is how you get housing space when you don't have map. Put them right up against the edge. There's the Treb going for the TC. Oh, wait a minute, wait a minute. What is this? We now have 150 pop.
Ready.
We have a bunch of halbs.
Yay.
We have some rams. Wait just a minute.
Ready.
Wait a minute. We might have a push on our hands here. Now 6,000 extra resources for unknown player, but struggling to finish things off with the Trebs. There's the castle. Here come the elephants. At least they'll be fighting halbs. There's Britain opponent who goes rams. Well, you need to destroy castles. Sometimes rams are your best option. There are still 2 rams in there. There's still 1 ram in there. Another castle going up. Maybe too much castle crossfire now. Looks like this castle repair will succeed. Phil's going over. Let's see, no murder holes on these castles like Benji has on his castles. This TC going down as the Savars rampage through the vills. And okay, there goes that 150 pop. Now it's dropping again. The ram push was not successful, but if at first you don't succeed, just try and try again.
Yay. Ready.
Halbs and the rams going for this castle. The rams will be downhill. That's awkward too, because the little divot you're in, I think that counts for the hill bonus or a hill penalty, depending on your point of view. And the elephants are down. 1 ram remains, practically untouched. Could this castle go down? Could this go down? I think it will. I think it will. Now the Savars here should kill those vills, devastate everything here, and then keep moving this way.
Ready.
Some gold over there. And Benji's gonna call the GG. Okay, he'll call it. He will call it. So 3-2 for unknown player. No, he didn't have murder holes. Benji did murder holes earlier. Why GG now? I mean, he is pretty dead. Maybe he's just looking at the pop and being like, yeah, I'm at 100s, it's time. So, look at that. Military. He got the military population in a good spot, but then dropped. This is what he needed, like, here. Or here. Alright, so castle drop failed, and he held on for a while. But that'll lead us into game number 6. Which looks like it'll be on Zimbabwe. Player takes a win. And looks like it'll be Zimbabwe Spanish Bohemians. Streaming for 7 hours, we've still got another set after this. Alright, and here we go. So, we shall have Lord Benji as the purple Bohemians against unknown player as the green Spanish Bohemians, and will they lure the rhinos? That is the question I have. Will they lure the rhinos? Can we 200 longbows and camp in the corner? I mean, bombard cannon would reach that. They just wouldn't outrange it. It'd be 12 range each. And you need to do all the upgrades anyway. And then siege rams would eventually kill you. And thank you, Yavi Nice, for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, boar taken there at the TC. Another boar being lured in by a Vil here. And house goes up here. So building, and okay, there we go. Now we're at it. Oh, one predator, a second predator, just as he's shooting. Oh no, Lord Benji. Not like this. Not like this. Yeah, gotta block the rhino with the scout now. Oh, 1 HP. 1 HP is all you need. Is he planning on dying? He is planning on dying. The lion goes immediately for the next villager. Oh, here comes unknown player's scout. And he's just gonna be like, I have more HP than you do, let's fight. Then he's gonna fight downhill and have to run away, but still has an extra hit. Okay, so let's... lost a villager, but grabbed a rhino. Don't know if that's worth it this early, but always helpful to have a rhino at least. And, alright, everyone working. We'll see if anyone goes for another lure. Just on the berries now, is Benji. Unknown player as of yet has not risked it. At least he still got the boar, but no house trick or anything from Benji. Oh, okay. It's just gonna be a mill. Alright, looks like it'll be a mill down here. Alright, mill. Zebras, elephant, another elephant he can lure. Another elephant there. He's gonna block with the scout and get it next to the mill. Up to feudal, go both of them. Unknown player is slightly faster. So, lots of options here. You can go conks, you can go monks, you can go missionaries. You can just boom. Bohemians could go Haufnitze, they could go monks. They could just try to boom for the early imp cannon. They could go Hussite wagons. Lots of clown options from monks and the castle for these civs. Alright, so Market Blacksmith, they're both going up. What is the scouting here? Alright, unknown player, stop scouting for a bit while going up. He's taking a breather. Sometimes you need a breather. The scouts run into each other? No, there he goes. He's gonna keep scouting. I was gonna say, you were on an intersect course there for a moment. And there we have Castle Age and double Monastery. Let's go. And Benji, will Benji scout this if he keeps moving around? I think he will. Nothing more clown than conks? I mean, more clown than conks might be missionaries. Could do some conk and donk. Do you want Inquisition? Okay, we'll just be monks. Standard monks. Double monasteries. So once again, knock my water bottle over while trying to stretch my knee. That's double monastery and a house. Houses everywhere. Just walling up the gaps. Taking the wood in the back. And forward castles. So it'll be monks against Hussite wagons. And that could go either way. You do need redemption to convert them. His bow saw on the way. This is where I'd honest part of me wants to see fully upgraded missionaries. Inexplicable castle positioning from you? I think it's a perfectly fine castle spot. It's at the front of your base without risking the vills. It'll be at least better than the castle from last game. There it is. Scouts fight in the north. Could have been more forward. Yeah, Monk comes out. Monk will get a start a conversion and force the scout away. And there is a battering ram and a pair of monks. Monks going to pick up relics now. Now I have 5 on the map, 1 in each corner, and 1 here, which may have been taken already. And what's from the castle? Where are the Hussite wagons? Where are the food trucks? On a game 7. This has been a great set so far. Games have been pretty competitive. Where's Lord Benji? Oh, there's the relic that's supposed to be in this area. It's down all the way on the edge of the map. I'm used to seeing it more around here. Unknown player might be used to seeing it there too, because oh my gosh, oh no. Oh no. The player with the monks who's going for the relics, his line of sight, he missed the relic by a tile. Oh, poor unknown player. That relic could be safe in his monastery right now. So scout looking for the other monks. I think it can spawn right on the edge unless the map script tells it not to. And Benji will grab it. Benji will grab it. That's some doubt-like scouting there with that luck.
Ano?
Auto Scout? Would it? I've never even used Auto Scout since it first came out. There is Sanctity. So that'll be a second relic then, for Lord Benji. Is Benji gonna get 3 relics? He might. Oh yeah, he grabbed the one down. He's gonna get 3 relics. That's some unfortunate scouting for unknown player, who has been amassing monks and amassing rams. There is redemption. And it is time for a monk ram push. There's no workshop, no mangonel on the inside, no Hussite wagons, just monks. And where are they gonna push? He sees the castle. If ram push is a thing, anything's a thing if you believe hard enough in the monk. There go the rams. So avoiding the castle, going for the side push, wanting conversions. We'll get through the gate, no problem. Atonement on the way for Lord Benji, and he's gonna have to quickly amass a lot of monks if he wants to stop this. Wagon over. Vill's attacking the rams. Vill's repairing the rams. What happens faster? The conversions might happen faster. But if the monks use conversions on Vills, then they won't happen for the other monks. Conversion war seems to be going the way of Lord Benji. Actually, he lost the Hussite wagon. Okay, Monk trying to walk forward and convert. Can't quite get there, needs to swap targets. Market gone. Oh, that's true, market gone. Oh, look at that eco with the market gone. Well, at least he has wood to rebuild one. Oh, he also went 3 TCs. He has the score lead, but can he stop the push? I mean, kind of trading back and forth on conversions will be good for him because he has more eco. And the Ville's attacking the Rams. Attacking the Rams. Heresy, heresy for unknown player as he destroys the TC. But there's still 2 more TCs for Lord Benji. And he has the castle. I mean, heresy is good against all the monks, that's for sure. Benji doing redemption, he's housed. Oh, he's rebuilding the TC on the exact spot it just was. Well, the Rams are down, there's nothing really stopping that. Now let's TC go up. I mean, the Hussite wagons are there, they should go up, right? Yeah, okay. He builds it right back up, doesn't want to be behind on TCs. Great. TC destroying site wagons, maybe needs to get this Ville. Look at that Ville. Okay, he's getting 1 poke, but the TC needs to shoot him. Maybe it can't. The monk can probably heal him. So anyway, second TC now for unknown player. Devotion on the way. And that TC still trying to defend itself. Takes a long time. Probably better to ungarrison all the Villes. And just fight. That 1 wagon goes down. And now, especially, I think you just want to fight with the Villes. Or the castle. Villes will go out to the farms. And the monks will still be there. Converting. Okay, the monks want buildings. This monk wants to walk forward to his death. And monk Ciolo in more conversions here. I mean, I think the TC just needs to be garrisoned and he'll shoot down the monks. Yeah, there he goes. Okay, there we go. Now the monks are shot down. But, oh, look at this. Replacing the gate with one of his own. The problem is out here, there's a free boom. And out here, well, there's no longer a free boom, as here is a castle drop. What does unknown players see? Okay, you might not see the boom down there. I think the farms are just when you're spectating. And, okay. Benji sees this. He sees the castle drop. Still has the score lead, but he might need to run Villes from here. Might need to run Villes from here. Oh, look at that tree on the... Wait, what? What's the tree doing on the farm? Is there something wrong with the farm graphics? How'd that happen? That shouldn't happen. It's a T90 tree right there. The light cav now on the way. Villes hit the monk, other Villes come forward. I don't have Imp. Imp for unknown player. I'm kind of worried about this eco discrepancy though. And well, Benji's the score lead. If he holds on and wins, that would be a game 7. I mean, so this was a good push right up until the TC got rebuilt. And now it feels like it's kind of stalled out. This is still a very awkward gate. And another monk might be converted. And heresy. Okay, heresy. And I thought Light Cav were cheating, but he's going to be making them. Okay, monk goes for conversions. Light Cav come in, hit the monk, hit the vills. This is a good raid. This is going to knock the vill count down more. Good thing here, fighting the scouts. It looks like unknown player probably will win. Where are these vills going? Oh, we have Castle Stone here. Conks hoovering over here. This TC will go down. It'll be, what, the second TC to be destroyed. There is... Alright, unknown player. Advance to Imp. And Pikeman. Pikeman on the way. And the Elos, they're both around 1300. Okay, ooh, there are the conks. I'm not finding the vills in time. Oh, what are you looking at there? Oh, maybe down there where your vills are attacked by Light Cav? Oh no, just missed. Just missed 23 vills that will be out in the open. No gold income for Benji. Well, that's going to change in just a moment. They can do 2, maybe 3 mining camps up there. Maybe a 4th and take some stone. Remember, Benji cannot run in and out of that gate. It's not his gate. Vills. Oh my gosh, I think there might be a TC gather point inside of here. No, okay, there's another castle. There's a castle. There is Imp. We have Imp in a safe TC for Benji. So then... Okay, where are the Trebs gonna be? You get Trebs here and attack this. Maybe you get chemistry. And does he have chemistry yet? No, do chemistry on the way up, then a cannon. And take out this castle pretty easily. And do it from the safety of your own castle. Or actually do a workshop, maybe delete some farms, or just do a workshop over here. You have something, a cannon that can defend against these Trebs and Imp. Oh, this castle, maybe a goner. There's a Hussite wagon. Okay, Vill's going to repair. So, more Vills is there is a Hussite wagon and some Light Cav attempting to destroy this castle. And some Light Cav getting in, pikemen there poking down the Light Cav. And Trib still going for it. And the Trib goes down to the Hussite wagons. Castle stands. Of another castle, an unknown player, but that might just be more Treb bait for the Trebs. Okay. So, what do we have down here? Some Light Cav, some potential to Hoover. Here's Imp. Still no chemistry. He clicks it as soon as he hits Imp, okay. We got Bloodlines, got Castle Age Chemistry. Ah, okay. Yeah, no Bloodlines. Oh, you know, I forgot Bohemians got Castle Age Chemistry. Okay. Yeah, no chemistry yet for you, indeed. Castle Age into Cannon, I think would have been a lot faster. Okay, he's selling stone and wants to use the gold. Unknown player is. Castles both getting trebbed. No, Conk's out here. Conk's hitting monks. Oh, the monks. What's gonna happen in this Treb War? I think Benji's gonna win the Treb War. I think he's gonna win the Treb War. If he wins the Treb War, that's gonna give him a lot of momentum when he already has significantly more Vills. He'll destroy that Treb with the Hussite wagons. Now he can turn around and Treb this, no problem. So he Trebs the castles, and he's already in the middle, so whatever he wants to do in the middle, he can castle here and take the stone, take the gold. As long as the pikemen don't stop him. And maybe that's a big what if, but as long as the pikemen don't stop him.
Ano, jsem připraven.
I know, missing those running vills. Well, that's what happens when you go for the monk rush. You gotta close down the sides, and having a map like this where the sides are important makes it all the more crucial to do so. Both teams come in at the same time. Yeah, okay, there's the elite Hussite wagon. Treb's dealing with everything that was over here. This one light cav gonna deal with all those pesky little Spanish villagers. They're not even supremacy vills. If only he had spotted those vills. Oh, that Hussite wagon. That Hussite wagon took a beating, but it's still dishing out pain. And almost down. Keeps getting hit. Oh, that's a lot of trebs. That's 5 trebs. He's at 96. He actually has the Vill lead. He has the Vill lead. Actually has a huge res collected lead. And yeah, exactly. Castle right on this hill. Castle on the hill. That'll secure the gold. All of a sudden, it might be a struggle for gold. For unknown player 2. And this is looking more like we're going to get a game 7. Can you research Halfnitsa? Nope, you need chemistry to research Halfnitsa. That is required. Treb goes down. Side wagons get the monk. Try to get more monks. And let's just see what monk techs he still has. Doesn't have the imp techs. Has the castle ones other than herbal medicine. Treb goes for the castle. Oh, gosh, look at that Treb inside of the castle. Those graphics. Treb wants to escape. I don't think it's going to happen. Has to get really lucky. And, oh, wait, it didn't escape. It just went forward and gets hit. Okay, Conk's still running around. And I think we're gonna have a game 7. Castle getting repaired. Fletching on the way for unknown player. As that wagons hit the vills. Let's see if this Treb can hold on with all those repairs. A lot of repairs. Need some fletching maybe. Oh my gosh, we're getting it. We're getting supremacy vills. We're getting supremacy vills. And oh no, the repairs have stopped and the Treb goes down. 24 seconds from supremacy. Does he have sappers? He needs sappers too. 8-minute fletching. Everyone is fletching now. Now we just need to think about Bodkin for the castles. Okay, well, supremacy is in. What are the vills going to do? We have a push at the front. And I don't think supremacy vills are going to be able to fight this off. It's now 150 pop to 111. And here are the Trebs. And I don't think there's any stopping this. I think unknown player has to run even with the supremacy vills. TC is down, so he's now down to one last TC. 102 vills, but one last TC. I don't even know where most of the vills are. Oh, they made it to the wood line out here. Got 29 vills on one lumber camp. Yeah, skirms. Yeah, skirms. Best unit in the game. Always make skirms. So you could try to get the relics out of the monastery. Maybe that's what it'll do with the trebs. There's chemistry. There's chemistry. That's fine. Make skirms and light cav. It's fine. Alright. Skirm is still hitting the vills. Vills trying to run. We'll have a stable on the side. And all the upgrades coming in. More upgrades here. Cavalier. Not a last-ditch effort to go Cavaliers to counter the skirms. And as the troops roll forward, maybe soon to be 0 TC gaming. And the troops need to deploy. More stables, but how can you produce anything from the stables? You don't have any food. You have only 14 vills on food, and some of them are the farmers here. Trib going for the TC. Oh, the Supremacy vills are fighting the Hussite wagons. They're doing a good job of it. Oh, does this push not actually end? Trib. Still going for the TC. Monastery's down. +3 damage it does apply to Hussite wagons. I think it does, but not the ram, just the Hussite wagon damage. I know the Treb is packing. Oh no, the TC is left with 182 HP. I'll go down surely enough though. Down to 86 vills and continuing to drop. No pop space left. 192 to 85. Oh no, he's going for a Desperation Castle. Desperation Castle. Iron casting, plate mail armor. I don't think this goes up, or if it does, it doesn't last. I have Doubt Castle sending us to game 7. 68 vills and dropping. Still not zero army. That's true. He wants the castle. You're sending everyone to do the castle. I'll go up, only to need repairs. Ooh, down it goes. And also down goes the final TC and HP left. Bodkin will plate mail. There it is. We're tied up 3-3. I'll have a game 7, 191 kills, and then 19 to 41 conversions. And the eco pulled apart at the end, but survived the monk rush that at first looked pretty deadly, but able to boom up on the outside. That means Tula will be the final game. Alright. 3-3. It's a win on Zimbabwe. Tula will be next. Whew. Been streaming for 7.5 hours. It'll be 8 hours at the end of this one. We'll see if I can fit in another set after this. next would be the Prince League. It says player 1 versus player 2. Do these players have names? Hills, Gambit, and Mr. Bunny. Alright, well. Game number 7. And let's go. Alright, so we will have Unknown Player as the Green Celts to the northwest, and then Lord Benji as the Purple Burgundians to the south. The relics did spawn by them, so the map looks like it's not bugged. That's a good thing. Look in the middle. All 12 of the fish are there. So, the map is too low. You do have to chop your way to the outside of the map. Unknown Player can delete his palisades and find a passage there. Not regicide. This is just the normal 3-ville start. Dock the middle on the box turtles to your heart's content. Savor goes for the vills. And some vills go for a lumber camp in the back. And lumber camp on the outside. So a bit of a difference in the maps. This base a bit farther from the edge. Or being lured in. Buffalo holding the gate open. And we have a house going up here for Benji. Pushing in a deer. Ooh, nice push of the deer. Okay, so far no one going for the middle yet, although I do see a barracks. Now, we've seen different approaches to this map. We've seen fast castles, we've seen YOLO Vil fights in the Dark Age. What are we going to see here? Might be a dock, and it's militia. Alright, alright. Unknown Player going for the militia. Let's do this at normal speed then. Going for the militia. Again, it's 200 wood per tree to chop out, so 400 wood total, like 4 normal trees. And scouts look like a slight advantage there for Unknown Player. Getting the hill advantage. And the vills will go for the dock. So what can the militia do now? What are the militia going to do if only one player goes to the middle? The next logical alternative would be to run around to the outside and hit the vills on the wood line. A loom on the way here for Unknown Player. And okay, militia's still patrolling. And not fighting. Okay, so Benji with the Burgundians doing the Dark Age double bit axe, not going to dock. Alright, docking would have been the more Vil fighty play. But so far, so calm. No even attempt at a dock. And he will, by this point, have scouted the barracks and the dock, so he knows what's there. And Unknown Player will do a loop around Benji's base now. Yeah, well, at least he won the Vil fight, but it will slow down the Feudal Age click by a bit. And I don't think, without any on gold, I don't think he's in a position to fast castle, although as I say that, he adds 4 to gold. Oh, if he gets fish, maybe he is. It's too, maybe a bit too early and futile to be reading all the resources.
Kid?
But okay, militia walled out. Market blacksmith.
Target it.
And ooh, is this just gonna be a straight fast castle as the Burgundians? Are those shrines destructible? I don't think so. I can't even click on it, so I'm gonna guess no. They're just a bit of scenery for the relics. Because I am still here. We're going on just about 8 hours. Let's see, this might be the last game though. I want to do a third set, but I think I'm a bit fatigued for that. We'll do a lot more over the weekend. And I think a game 7 is a great way to go out with a bang. So barracks going up for Benji. And we'll have men-at-arms for unknown player. Blacksmith in middle over here. Bills go for the deer. Yeah, food is gonna be soon. I had 2 cups of coffee, but I haven't eaten for 8 hours. So militia. Ooh, actually, that's creative. You turn in instead of going for the blacksmith, you hit the wall. Hit the fortified palisade wall. The gate is deleted. And 2 men-at-arms, that's kind of scary. I'm worried about the uptiming, though, for Benji. He's going to be Burgundians and up pretty quickly. And the fish hasn't really amounted to a colossal difference in res collected so far. And as of yet, there hasn't been a single farm seeded for Benji. So you could still do horse collar. And won't have to delay farms after that. That's what the fish can do, also help you delay farms, but it's only 2 fishing ships on box turtles. I mean, you were taking with Vils earlier. We'll see, we'll see. I mean, it's only 2 cups of coffee over the course of 8 hours. Now, if unknown player was really creative, or no, if Benji were really creative, I think he could have done a gate like behind them while they were in this alcove to trap them against the blacksmith. But didn't go for it. That's a good question. I think they just use wood for repairs. I don't actually know. I mean, he did spend stone, so maybe. Did you spend stone on anything else? Or did it indeed cost stone to repair? I thought it was wood, but maybe I'm wrong about that. There's the barracks and there's the palisade gate. So double barracks. Oh my gosh, is this gonna be Celt longswords? This is gonna be Celt longswords. Alright, let's go, unknown player. Celt longswords from 2 barracks. Oh my gosh. This is beautiful. You gotta get it working before the Burgundians get to gunpowder, right? So late game, usually the Celts can struggle against gunpowder civs. Celts Teutons is a classic, very difficult late game matchup for the Celts. Burgundians, I think, kind of similar. Gunpowder units plus 25 attack. Sometimes you, ironically enough, see Celt Paladin as a very quick transition against gunpowder. If you can catch someone off guard before they get halbs, it can work. But usually gunpowder, if you get halb, hand cannon, bombard cannon, Celts can't do much against that. So Gambesons, the ranged armor upgrade, there's a workshop. So score lead still, unknown player, has a good res lead. No TC yet, for Benji. And then masonry on the way. Now Celts do not get cannon. That's why they have a weakness to gunpowder, because their siege onagers, yeah, they can get a lot of HP, but they are countered by the long-range cannon. Their infantry countered by the hand cannoneers. Their rams also You get a lot of bombard cannon with extra damage, they can destroy the rams. Oh, you thought Burgundians got Castle Age chemistry for hand cannoneers? That's what the university was for, and you're like, oh, wrong civ. Even after you played the civ last game. Oh my gosh. Titanic then. Yeah, they just have the gunpowder bonus. Okay, buying some food. Scores flipping back and forth. Ready for a ram push now. Long sword's been on the way. Still missing a couple of blacksmith upgrades. But 1 TC versus 2 TCs. Benji booming on the backside. The Bohemians get it early. Oh wait. You wouldn't go around the outside for a push, would you? Where are those longswords going? Oh, and he's going around the outside. Alright, let's do it. Bring a buffalo with you. Or not. Or go back. Have them phase through each other. Yeah, here are a couple of rams. For some reason, part of the army took a vacation. But they'll come forward. They will come forward. Hit the market. Hit the blacksmith. Okay, repairs on the market, but not going to be in time, not going to be in time. Okay, crossbows are here. A couple Flemish militia are here. Okay, rams will go for the blacksmith. And the crossbows jump out, but the longswords are on top of them. Oh my gosh, these are speedy Celt longswords. They still need one more armor. They have the pikemen in the way, blocking them. Oh, okay, Benji, he stopped microing. Benji stopped microing. The crossbows are going down to the Celt longswords. The Celt longswords are doing it. Oh my gosh, there goes the army. 17 military to 1. Longswords hop back into the rams, and Benji calls the GG. Longswords do it. They kill all the crossbows. And yeah, he probably could have played on, but he seemed pretty dead there. Oh my gosh. All of a sudden, the rams and the longswords do it. GG, an unknown player wins. Oh, what a beautiful game 7. Oh. 8 longswords, 7 crossbows, and the 8 longswords killed them. That's 10 to 2 KD. Ecos were about the same, but not if longswords are going to be raiding everything. Yeah, 7 fill difference, but look at that movement speed, 1.10. That flies past the crossbows and catches them. Ah, GG. You planned hand. That explains it too, right? You were playing Castle Age hand cannoneers and you got the wrong civ, and then you just you didn't know what to do, and that happened. Oof. All right, so on the scoreboard, 4-3 for unknown player, and that was a win on the final map on Tulo. So, congratulations. Scarface, hello Scarface. Haven't seen you around, hope you're doing well, Scarface. Oof. Yeah, I think I need to go eat because I've been streaming for 8 hours. But we'll find someone whom we can raid, maybe. Oof, hello Scarface. So, more of these I'm going to be casting over the weekend. I don't know my exact schedule, only that 20 GMT tomorrow we're going to do the finals. Oh, you just got here. You could have gotten here 8 hours ago, Scarface. Oof, so, thanks for the games, everyone. And pay attention. I think tomorrow my plan will be to cast the King of the Desert show match, and then cast this. Don't think I'll cast Thalassocracy. I've had enough water maps. But yeah, thank you all for watching on Twitch and on YouTube. We'll raid someone, and I'll see you later. See you later. Swiza Bulka, Kai World, Emperor Mato on YouTube. See you later.